Order. Tabling of documents. Depot de documents.
Tabling of documents.
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor General, signed by his own hand. Monsieur le Président, un message de son...
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Governor General, signed by his own hand.
Order. His Excellency the Governor General hereby transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the financial year ending on March 31, 2012, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons, dated February 3, 2011, signed in His Excellency's own hand. Son Excellence le Gouverneur.
His Excellency the Governor General transmits to the House the main estimates for the necessary funds for the public federal administration for the financial year ending at the end of March 2012, pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act of 1867, and recommends this budget to the House of Commons. February 3rd, 2011, signed by his own hand.
Honorable President of the Treasury Board. Depot de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 19 of the International Labour Organization Constitution, member states are required to introduce new ILO conventions and recommendations to the competent authorities. I am pleased to submit to this House in both official languages 2 copies of the report on the Canadian position with respect to conventions and recommendations adopted at the 91st, 92nd, 95th, and 96th sessions of the International Labour Conference, Geneva, Switzerland. With respect to ILO Convention 187 on a promotional framework for occupational safety and health, which is referenced in this report, in January I met my provincial and territorial counterparts, and I am working closely with them towards Canada's ratification of this convention. Thank you.
Depot de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présent.
Presenting reports from committees.
The honourable
member for the Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, condemnations of stoning in Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Reference of Monday, December 6, 2010, your committee has considered Bill C-54, an act to amend the Criminal Code Sexual Offences Against Children, and agreed on Monday, February 28, 2011, to report it without amendment.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. In accordance with its order of reference of Wednesday, May 26, 2010, your committee has considered Bill C-501, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and other acts, pension protection, and agreed on Tuesday, February 15, 2011, to report it with amendments.
The honourable member for Desnathi, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, entitled From Food Mail to Nutrition North Canada.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Bills. Dépôt de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Comartin moves that the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented on Monday, February the 14th, 2011, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm moving this report to concur in the motion that I've placed in front of the Immigration and Citizenship Committee to reverse the funding cuts to settlement services agencies. This cut is $53 million, announced quietly just before Christmas. And we know that that citizenship and immigration services is often the lifeline for newcomers. They arrive to Canada often not knowing where to find a job, where to find housing, where to find language training, and they rely on these service agencies to provide them with this kind of connection. And the sooner these new immigrants, these newcomers, can actually get settled, the faster they can find a job, the faster their kids would be able to find a school and adapt. And that means Canada will be a much more productive place to be. It is unfortunate that this cut came at a time. There really shouldn't be a cut, because we noticed that last year Canada, in fact, accepted more immigrants, more newcomers than ever before. So it makes no sense to inflict this cut at this time. We understand that some of these agencies, many of the staff work long hours. They, in fact, are not very well paid. Most often, they are volunteering their time. They pull in their relatives, their friends, in order to help them out. They are involved in fundraising activities in their communities to enhance the service that can be provided to them. So I dare say that for every dollar that we, as government, invest in these service agencies, they raise many more, and we get many more hours of volunteer activities from them. It's shocking that this elimination of services for these agencies are done really without any transition plan. There is agencies that have leased. For example, we've heard that Afghan Association of Ontario signed a 5-year lease, and now with only 2 years remaining on the lease, they've had their funding pulled. So, and then we were told that it was the Citizenship and Immigration Service that asked them to sign this long-term lease in the first place. So the cutting of this funding for Afghan Association, it means that the voluntary board of directors are now, the members itself are on the hook for 2 more years, something like $300,000 for an office they no longer can afford. We also heard that because there's no transition plan, instead of the staff being let go for attrition, what is happening is that according to the Community Action Resource Center, they estimate that over 1,000 workers from these agencies across mostly Ontario will be facing layoffs within the next 2 months. Without these funding, the agencies will be forced to shut their doors. Their valuable services will be lost. It's not good for the economy, and it's not good for Canada's productivity. Given that these agencies, many of them, would be closing down, I thought it would be good today in House of Commons that I read out these agencies' names so that those that support this cuts could hear directly from what agencies are being eliminated. The list of organizations which contracts with the CIC will not be renewed include the, in alphabetical order, Afghan Association of Ontario, African Community Services of Peel, African Training and Employment Center, Albion Neighborhood Services, Asian Community AIDS Services, Association of Early Childhood Educators, AudMax Incorporated in Mississauga, Bloor Information and Life Skills Center in Toronto, which is in my riding, Canadian Hate Prevention Network in Brampton, Canadian Newcomers Magazine in Toronto, Community Action Resource Center in Toronto, Credit Valley Hospital in Mississauga, Davenport Perth Neighborhood Center in Toronto, in my riding next door, Canadian Community Center in Toronto, Ethiopian Association in Toronto, Gateway Center for New Canadians in Mississauga, George Brown College in Toronto, Northwood Neighborhood Centers in Toronto, Ontario Chamber of Commerce, Ryerson University in Toronto, Salvation Army also in Toronto, San Romeo Way in Toronto, Social Planning Council of Peel in Mississauga, South Asian Women's Center in Toronto, Tropicana Community Services in Toronto, University of Western Ontario in London, Workers Action Center in Toronto, and York Western Community Services Toronto. There are also other agencies that I don't have time to name that would receive less funding. And what is most tragic about this is that the Immigration Committee of this House spent many months last year studying the best practices in settlement services. We looked at which agencies, what kind of programs are best in delivering settlement services across Canada. We have a series of recommendations, and just as we are about to embark on massive improvement of settlement services, $53 million have been cut. We have decided that there should be 6 areas, 6 programs that should receive funding, including information and orientation, language and skills development, labor market participation, community connections, needs assessment and referrals, and support services. And we want to make sure that each program would ensure that newcomers make informed decisions about their settlement and understand life in Canada. We want them to have the proper skills needed to function in Canada. Newcomers, that they would be able to find employment commensurated with their skills and education. Newcomers receiving help to establish social and professional networks so they are engaged and feel welcomed in the community, or to ensure effective delivery and achieve settlement outcomes across Canada. These are the kinds of programs that we believe makes a big difference in people's lives, because after all, we think that immigrants are nation builders. They're not in Canada just as economic units. We believe that the faster they integrate into the community, the better it is for Canada, the more productive they are. And that's why we firmly believe that spending $390 million last year to settle newcomers, in fact, it's a good direction, and we do not want to see any cuts to these services. We have, the committee have proposed that that if possible, agencies work together with each other and submit joint proposals so that there is comprehensive approach. And what the agencies did because of this report is the agencies spend quite a bit of time connecting with each other, making sure that the service they provide are not duplicate of each other, that they would be able to deliver the service in the most efficient way. And after they went through all that exercise, some of them, unfortunately, were told that we no longer need their services. And that's a huge disappointment. They felt that the Government of Canada told them to work with each other, and yet at the end of the whole process, they end up being eliminated. So it's really a betrayal of many of these agencies' good wishes as they try to improve their services. We also noticed that there really wasn't any performance review that said that these agencies is not up to par. There had been no attempt to talk to the agencies to say that you need to do something else in order to make sure your service is delivered well. In fact, some of these service agencies that lost their funding have been commended and received awards for delivering good services. And we also noticed that there is no transition plan so that the customers or the clients, the newcomers that they serve, would still continue to get the service from other agencies. So as a result, you're looking in Ontario, in Toronto, thousands and thousands of newcomers will now not be able to get the kind of service that would help them settle in Canada quickly. We find that the funding formula is deeply flawed that end up cutting the funding. We have noticed that the minister said that, well, that's because Ontario really had fewer immigrants. But what we have noticed is that there is only a very small drop in last year. In Ontario, there were only 4,000 fewer landed immigrants, which is at most a 3.6% decrease on immigrants. But yet, in the $53 million cut of this year, 43%, which is 81% of the cut, is inflicted to Ontario. So we believe Ontario has been shortchanged. It has a small percentage, 3 or 4% of less immigrant, and yet of the cuts that's been received, they got 81% of the funding cut. There is no justification to treat Ontario that way. Ontario continue to attract a large number of immigrants, and downtown Toronto and Toronto proper and Greater Toronto area is in fact where a lot of the immigrants choose to stay in. And if you heard the list of agencies that are being eliminated, majority of them are in fact from Toronto. It's almost as if Toronto are being punished for being successful in their methods of settling newcomers, and that itself is blatantly unfair, and that's why we believe those cuts should be reversed. These agencies that I read out, their funding will cease by March 31st, which is in a few weeks' time. And even though the Immigration Committee have recommended that the Government of Canada really should continue to support and expand these immigration partnerships in Ontario and look at some of the pilot projects that have been very successful in Ontario, that it should be spread to other interested provinces. This is called the Local Immigration Partnership. We studied it. We thought this is a very good route to go, and yet here we are, Ontario is being punished. We also thought that the Immigration Committee thought that it's important not only do we provide training, it's also important that we have help them find jobs, and that sometimes some of the newcomers may have family issues, and that family counseling can be also included in the theme of support services. The 6 recommendations that came from the Immigration Committee on the best practices in settlement services needs to be implemented, and the funding cuts needs to be reversed. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there are really two ways to treat immigrants. One is to be fearful of them, to say that you're here only because we believe you can provide some labor and that they are seen as economic units, that we just want them to work. That's one way of looking at immigrants. Another way really is to say that they build our nations, that we welcome their families and their children, and that we believe that as the children come to their school, to our schools, to the libraries, to the community center, it enhances a community, it enhances a neighborhood, and a country that's willing to look ahead, willing to be creative, willing to help newcomers to adapt, is the kind of country that would be far more productive, that would be successful in the global world, in global competitive market. That's why we believe that firmly this cuts to $53 million cuts to immigrant services really should be reversed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague with respect to her overview of what has been described as a desperate situation that is existing in Ontario, and particularly in the Greater Toronto Area in Toronto, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member has given some statistics with respect to this impact, but I'd just like to say that it would appear that the predication upon which these cuts have been suggested is that immigrants, in fact, are not coming to Ontario at the rate that they have in years gone by. And, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to point out that the number of new immigrants coming to live in Ontario actually increased in the last census period by 109,000 and to 580,740, or 23%. And yet, as the member has pointed out, here we are making cuts where organizations who are delivering skills upgrading, employment search, and language training, in fact, are taking away the capacity for those people to either re-enter the job force or to enter the job force for the first time. And this is creating havoc, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member, she's outlined that there were principles that the committee had agreed on. Was there any discussion prior to these cuts being made with the committee that the government took the committee into its consideration and looked at those principles and said, look, here are the objectives we have. We're going to apply the principles, and then we will we'll make a policy directive in a rational and informed manner. Did that happen? Because the impact is absolutely desperate, Madam Speaker, in the Toronto area. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
No, Madam Speaker, there had been no warning, no discussion, no cooperation with any other levels of government. This report that the committee spent many hours, thousands, and it had actually many service agencies came to Ottawa to talk about the best practices, and we learned tremendous amount, and that's why we have a report that was issued in March of last year. One of the key things that it talks about, this report, is about cooperation. It's about partnership. It talks about that Canada, the Canadian government, is not alone in delivering services. Local municipalities, United Ways of Ontario or Toronto, or United Ways agencies, the provinces and the territorial government also provide settlement services. And that the best program, best service delivered on the ground is when all the levels of government and all the service providers come together, cooperate, work with each other, that's when you have the best kind of services out in the community, out in the grassroots. And yet what happened here in this service cut, that happened just before Christmas, no other levels of government were given advance notice. United Way of Greater Toronto, for example, or City of Toronto, or Mississauga, or Province of Ontario, none of them have been given a heads up. So there's absolutely no transition plan, no cooperation. It's my way or the highway, which is really the way this Conservative government have been behaving, and that's unfortunate.
And comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Northern Ontario, in mining country, we have numerous issues in terms of trying to get skilled immigrants into the north, integrated into our societies. And as we see the importance of building our communities with people who want to come in and become Canadian citizens, we see that there's a backlash in a general society questioning whether multiculturalism works. And two of the elements that make multiculturalism work, or our traditional stand on immigration, is integration within larger society. And that when we bring immigrants over, that we make sure that they become part of our communities. And we see the Conservative government taking two approaches that are sending us in the wrong direction. One is this cut, $53 million to settlement and adoption services, so the immigrant communities are left to be with themselves, that they're not able to integrate into larger society. And the other is to use labor programs to bring workers over on short-term work contracts and then send them back. And Canadians don't get the benefit at all from this, because sometimes it pushes down the labor market, but also we're using cheap labor and then sending it back, and we're not seeing any benefit in our communities. And I'd like to ask the honourable colleague why she thinks it is that the Conservative government is going on such a knowingly wrong-headed approach to dealing with something that's vitally important to Canadian society as immigration.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
At the committee a few weeks ago, we heard from service agencies from Thunder Bay in Ontario, Northern Ontario, and the service provider described the kind of very precious services that she provides to newcomers. How the newcomers are able to settle, how they're able to find housing, how the children are happier. And because of her services and her agency services, and by no means she's well paid. She uses a lot of volunteers. Because of her service to Thunder Bay, she was the newcomers and the entire community immensely richer because of it. At the end of the day, there's two competing visions. One is treating immigrants and their families as nation builders. We accept them. We believe that the faster they integrate, the better it is for our society, the more productive we are. The other vision is one of seeing immigrants as economic units. Let's get them to work for us, and then when they finish working for us, we'll send them home. We don't need to really worry about how they settled. And that's a very flawed vision. That's not how Canada is built, and that's certainly not New Democratic Party's vision of immigrants.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York Southwest.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I had received a press release from many of the organizations that have come together that the member has spoken. It is called Operation Fair Start. Fair Start, Let New Canadians Succeed. And in that press release, Madam Speaker, they pointed out that the number of staff that will be dislocated is almost 1,000 of the organizations that were not consulted, and the number of people that those organizations serve is over 100,000. Now, Madam Speaker, my question is does the member think that there is some sort of a nonpartisan way that we can transcend the kind of rhetoric that often creeps into these kinds of issues, and that we could perhaps have the committee look at the issue again and we have a little bit of time because the province of Ontario has stepped in for a short period to give some interim funding to these organizations. Could we not, armed with that action by the provincial government, assert our concern to the committee and have them review this decision? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina has 1 minute to respond.
There really needs to be a transition plan. We need the Government of Canada should work with other service agencies in the province of Ontario and the city of Toronto and other cities to find ways to make sure these 100,000 newcomers would not be negatively affected. This kind of transition plan takes at least 6 months to a year to put together, and I hope that there will be cooperation, that we would transcend partisan games and partisan lines to find a way that we could come together to make sure that no newcomers would end up losing their service. One of the kind of newcomers are coming, Afghan interpreters that have put their lives on the line for our Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan. They're arriving to Canada just as the Afghan Association of Ontario is getting their funding cuts. So these Afghan interpreters that are coming to this country after serving us well, deserve a way to adapt and serve so that they could.
Order. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Parliamentary Secretary of the Government Leader.
Speaker, I want to just say a few words this morning to try and let those Canadians who may be watching know exactly what's occurring here today. As you know, Madam Speaker, as members in this place know, today we were supposed to be debating Bill C-42, Strengthening Canada's Aviation Security Act. However, Madam Speaker, only one party in this place is opposed to that piece of legislation, that being my colleagues over across the floor in the NDP. Now, Madam Speaker, what they are attempting to do by use of a concurrence motion, which we see before us today, is cut 3 hours out of government debate, of parliamentary debate. They used the same tactic yesterday to delay the debate on Bill C-42 by a further 3 hours. Now, Madam Speaker, it's very ironic because on one hand, the NDP is fond of saying publicly they're here to make Parliament work. In reality, Madam Speaker, we see what's happening. They don't want to make Parliament work. Bill C-42, Madam Speaker, is supported by all parties except for the NDP.
Order, please. On a point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want the honourable member to misrepresent the facts to the people back home. Today was supposed to be debating the issue of our Opposition Day motion to abolish the Senate. This government has interrupted that Opposition Day motion. That's what today was supposed to be about, and the member should at least be honest.
I think that's a matter of debate. That's not a point of order. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, the same point of order. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina on the same point of order.
Madam Speaker, we are here debating the funding cuts because there's an urgency to it. We're not talking about partisan games. We're talking about all these agencies that are going to lose their funding by the end of the month. That's why we are here talking about it instead of government order. And I have full right to demand for 3 hours debate and then a vote so that people in Ontario and across Canada know how each member of Parliament feel on this brutal cut of $53 million of settlement services to newcomers.
It seems to be a matter of a debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying before I was interrupted, Madam Speaker, we were supposed to be debating Bill C-42 both yesterday and today. The NDP has blocked that. They're filibustering this bill, a bill that is supported by every other party in this House except for them. Madam Speaker, they are not trying to make Parliament work. They're trying to obstruct Parliament. they're filibustering Parliament, Madam Speaker. And so anytime we hear, or anytime the general public hears the NDP prattle on about how they're trying to make Parliament work, I want them to remember this. This is a common technique, a common practice of the NDP. When they say a bill that they don't want to support, rather than engage in meaningful debate, rather than have parliamentarians come to a vote on a bill, they'll use parliamentary tricks, tactics and procedures to delay debate on any bill. Madam Speaker, that's unconscionable. That's what the NDP stands for. They're not here for legitimate debate. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Edmonton West, that the House proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lukiski, seconded by Mr. Hahn, that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Que tous ceux qui sont d'accord avec...
All those in favor, please say yea. All those opposed, please say no. Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante, Monsieur le...
The question is the following. Mr. Lukuski, it's supported by Mr. Hahn. Provide that the House do no move to the orders of the day.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Zablonski. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Baird. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Gluckak. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Kent. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightcreight. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Lake. Mr. Warawa. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Merrifield. Mrs. Yelich. Madame Bernard. Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Lund. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Delmastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckard. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown leads Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernoulli. Mr. Calkins. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fast. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Shear. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Brave. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Upal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Arthur.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ignatieff. Mr. Dion. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Ms. Mina. Mr. Ray. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Lee. Mr. Malley. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Kodai. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Scrow. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Dosange. Ms. Foote. Mr. Proux. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Dryden. Mr. McTague. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Madame Folco. Madame Jennings. Mr. McCallum. Correction, Mr. Wilford. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Iking. Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Baines. Mr. Damour. Mr. Holland. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Scarpalagia. Mr. Chesnevsky. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Valerian. Madame Zarak. Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Bachand.
Monsieur Paillé-Hochelaga.
Paillé-Hochelaga.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard.
Ménard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Bouchard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Bonsang.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Paillé, Louis Hébert.
Monsieur Paillé, Louis Hébert.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur, correction, Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Et ensuite Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Non.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Yeas pour 135, 135. Nays contre 138, 138.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The
Resuming debate.
Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to continue this debate to add our concerns to the government's refusal to consider the newcomers of Canada and their need to be ensured of having adequate funding for the settlement services that they both need and deserve. I want to speak that the fact is that this is not just about newcomers to Canada. In fact, it is both about newcomers to Canada to ensure that they have a fair start and have the economic advantage that they need to have to contribute to society, but it's also about all Canadians. It's about all Canadians who have a vested interest in the economy, in the social fabric of the country, and to ensuring that social cohesion continues. Now, just to begin, I want to take us back 5 or 6 years to the previous Liberal government that understood that we needed to develop new capacity to help newcomers to come to this country succeed. The reality is that as the previous government looked at the issue, they recognized that we needed to have new federal-provincial agreements coast to coast to coast to ensure that agencies could have the capacity to respond to increasing needs about newcomers coming to Canada. We recognized both that the numbers of newcomers was increasing, but also the newcomers who were coming to Canada didn't have all the language capacities or understand some of the social realities of Canada and needed services to be integrated into the country. So a number of agreements were established, and I'm most familiar, obviously, with the one that affects Ontario, the Canada-Ontario Immigration Agreement, that established some very noble but also ambitious goals to ensure that settlement funding was increased. That agreement was over a 5-year period, and it broadly expanded. And of course, we recognize that the government did see the legal responsibility, the contractual understanding that we had to make sure that those funds were adequately dispersed. In Ontario, though, as we've analyzed those funds, we do know that the government fell some $207 million short in that agreement for funding that was promised. They have said that they fell short because they simply didn't have the capacity in the agencies to actually spend the money well. We think part of that money then should have been spent ensuring the capacity was there. When the agreement came to an end, when the minister had the first ability to actually strike out new territory under a new and ambitious way, what we heard first was some $53 million would be cut nationally. Now, the minister has stated that this is a rebalancing. It's a reflecting of the geographic changes in immigration patterns, but that simply doesn't wash because the whole envelope has been decreased some $53 million. The lion's share of that has been targeted in Ontario, and the lion's share of the Ontario target has happened in the GTA. And that's a concern. $53 million of the whole envelope is being dropped, $44 million of that happening in Ontario itself. These funding cuts come on the heels of the government announcing the record number of newcomers coming to Canada. And of course, we support the record number of newcomers coming to Canada. We have a situation in Canada with a changing demographic, with an impending labor shortage, and we know that we need the best and the brightest newcomers coming into this country. They also need a chance to ensure that they are going to succeed. So that is what that settlement funding is about. The reality is settlement funding, integration, language training are all key factors in ensuring that newcomers to Canada are integrated and can succeed. Recent statistics are showing that, in fact, there is a problem that newcomers are still earning less on the dollar than long-established Canadians. We're trying to ensure that that doesn't happen, that people, no matter where they have come from, are able to succeed. That is what those settlement programs are doing. Over the last several months, as it was not new to me, but I have spent time visiting some of the agencies that are affected. They are smaller agencies often that have lost between 50 and 100% of their funding, targeted by the Conservative government, which is bothersome to us. And this includes like Ethiopian Centre in Toronto. I was speaking with them on Saturday this past weekend, and this whole community of Ethiopians are very concerned about being able to fulfill very niche market targeting that they are attempting to do to ensure that their newcomers, their sisters and brothers, their cousins, their friends and neighbors who are coming to Canada have the adequate support. Earlier in the week, I was at HoC with the and Madam Speaker, I do want to mention that I will be splitting my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. I forgot to mention that right at the beginning of my speech. Sorry, and my apologies to the honourable member, whom I know has taken great pains to be up on the numbers on this and to actually present some of those concerns very, very statistically about how we are going to ensure that Toronto and GTA and all of Ontario are not left behind on this. This week, as I was saying, the leader, the Honourable Michael, the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, and I, and the member from Beaches, Toronto Beaches, toured the facilities at HoC, their main facility in the west end of Toronto, and we're impressed with the classes, the groups, the employment readiness functions that were being offered in that community. And it was extremely important, I think, that the leader and other caucus members saw the work that is being done on the ground, helping newcomers not only survive but flourish. This story is repeated across the GTA and around the province of Ontario. The reality is that newcomers need every chance they have to be serviced in a way that they can succeed. This was an absolute cut of some 10% to newcomer settlement organizations across, reducing budgets and organizations of up to 70% in many cases. They were concentrated in Ontario, but not only in Ontario, Nova Scotia and British Columbia also took a huge cut in this way. And so our concern is not just Ontario-centric, it's also about people outside of the GTA. I have a concern, though, not only about the absolute cuts, the programs that won't be funded, and the newcomers that will suffer. I'm also concerned about the government's tendency to bully those people in those agencies who might actually have raised this concern. And so it was reported in the Toronto Star that one particular organization had received a recommendation or perhaps advice or perhaps stronger words that they not raise this issue while they were in negotiations, that they have a fear of being critical of the government, that their services might be cut. This is not, from the agency standpoint, actually a criticism of the government. It's actually a positive expression of concern from the clients that they are attempting to serve. That means necessarily being critical of a government that is cutting funding. That is necessarily meaning being critical of a government that is failing to respond to newcomer needs in large cities and small cities alike. This isn't just about Toronto and Ontario. We also know it's about places like Guelph. At our committee, when we heard people coming to talk to us, we heard of an agency in Guelph that is losing all its funding. These are smaller centres that don't necessarily have natural organic organizations that flow to help newcomers come, to help people who get acclimatized by having people that have come from their country of origin to actually help them. That funding is intrinsic in making sure that people are linked up with others, linked up with services. In my own riding, the Flemington Neighbourhood Services and the Thorncliffe Neighbourhood Office are two significant agencies. FNS put in an application on this last round and received zero funding. It would have been a new agency responding to changing immigration patterns in that community. Flemington is a priority neighbourhood in Toronto. Some 12 or 13 neighbourhoods in Toronto are identified for the poverty that exists, for relatively high crime rates, and to ensure that newcomers have a chance. Flemington Neighbourhood Services is a small but very efficient organization that multiplies its dollars to help. Thorncliffe Neighbourhood Office, still in negotiations on this, equally is a large organization which is responding to newcomers mainly from South Asia. They need to expand their programs, not to have their programs threatened. I think that the government needs to look at the reality of boasting about huge immigration numbers, yet starting to cut away at the edges. They claim that newcomers are not coming to Ontario in the same numbers. We know that that's not the case. We know that, in fact, Ontario is still receiving significant numbers, and we know that Toronto is still particularly underfunded in doing this work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the member opposite and his party believe so strongly in the importance of settlement services, could he explain to us why, after 13 years in office, after 5 governments under 2 prime ministers, the total amount of federal Liberal government funding for settlement services in Canada was $200 million, frozen over 13 years. It was barely over $100 million for Ontario. Does he not think that the current budget for 2011-12 compares rather favorably to that, a budget of $600 million federally and $346.5 million in Ontario? Why is he criticizing the government that has tripled the settlement funding levels that were provided by his government?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Madam Speaker, I just want to take the Minister back in history to 13 years of Liberal government when we inherited the largest deficit in Canadian history, and Finance Minister Paul Martin and Prime Minister Jean Chrétien took 11 years first and 2 more years to clean up the mess that they had left behind. There were, of course, cuts that were made in that time that were significant and important, but there were also tax cuts that were made in that time to ready ourselves to do the work. At the end of that period of time, there was a rapid expanding of investment in people, whether it was the Kelowna Accord for First Nations, the Canada-Ontario Immigration Agreement to make sure that funding was in place. We got our house in order. We did the work we had to do, and we're going to have to do it again after a record $56 billion deficit that these bandits will leave.
I would urge all members to be judicious in their choice of words, if I heard correctly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the immigrant service funding have been frozen for 13 years, and it has been increased since 2006, but there is no good reason in this year, in 2011, when we have the record number of immigrants coming into this country, to have the kind of mean-spirited cut that we've seen, which is $53 million. So my question is, has the member seen a transition plan so that the thousands and thousands of newcomers in Ontario that have now been thrown out in the street as of March 31st, whether you've seen any plan where they would continue to find services, whether it is settlement, adaptation, or language training, or finding a house, or finding homes, or finding a job. I don't notice a transition plan. Perhaps the members have.
Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from Trinity Spadina both for her hard work on this case, on this issue, and also for that question. I see no transition plan in place. I see a scrambling at the end of the last calendar year, right at the end of December, where they had to give 3 months' notice, and they gave 3 months' notice, but that does not allow people in agencies to actually have an effective transition. What I am seeing is actually a government that makes a decision almost by accident, it appears, or perhaps not. Perhaps some of these cuts have been targeted in communities that have traditionally been less able to express their concerns or less able to be active while they're finding their voice, Madam Speaker. I noticed in my own constituency office that that kind of work is happening more, that we are having to do settlement work that would normally be done, funded by the taxpayers of Canada, graciously funded by the taxpayers of Canada, to make sure that work is done in agencies that are specialists in this kind of work. I see no transition plan. I see no assistance, except I do need to note that the minister in Ontario responsible for immigration has announced funding of about $500,000, I believe, to one-time funding to help ease some of that transition. So Ontario is stepping up to the plate. I know that in British Columbia they are attempting also to step up to the plate, but that's simply a downloading of services. It's an offloading onto the provinces, which is of equal concern to me.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Callous, calculating acts that this government has yet to show us, revealing their character, taking advantage of people who are perhaps, by definition, the most vulnerable. New Canadians, not yet official Canadians. People who don't belong to the economic class that this government is wishing to talk to. And just before Christmas, just before the holiday season, they snuck in these cuts. They handed them to some agencies, their walking papers. After 25 years in business, they're effectively shutting down 33 agencies with no fair evaluation. None of the information has been released to justify these cuts. The government brags on one hand that immigration is up, and on the other hand, quietly cuts the money to help make new immigrants successful. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker, that the minister opposite doesn't have the temerity and the class and the character to stand up behind what he's done. He won't release the information to show how much money he's cutting, what agencies are going to lose, what, if any, kind of replacement plan is in place to help people, and instead, Madam Speaker, 78,000 people, in the course of following the path that every family represented in this House has followed, some level of support to go forward. These are not benefits, Madam Speaker. This is not money in their pocket. This is language training. This is assistance to connect and be successful. But suddenly, the party in power, faced with the choice of wanting to look like phony good managers in a few weeks' time at the time of a budget, has decided to go after these people, to take away their language training, to take away their chance to become successful in this country. There's no champion over there. No one over there will stand up for people having a right to be part of this country. Mr. Speaker, the same advantages that they and their families and earlier generations had, they're denying to these people. 78,000 people in the GTA alone will lose services, and no one in this government will stand up for them, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what they've done, they've actually come forward with cuts that are compounding on earlier bias that they've had, Mr. Speaker. The character of this government resonates, Madam Speaker. It resonates with what they've put forward here. When they've actually done, Mr. Speaker, is they took the, Madam Speaker, pardon me, they took the money that was put forward by the previous government, the Ontario-Canada Agreement on Immigration, 5-year agreement. It forced this government to increase funding. And the first chance they had, they cut that funding, Madam Speaker. But even worse, when they had this money, they decided to funnel it to their own ridings. They decided not to be fair with people, not to help people, but to help themselves. And so what we see in the analysis available, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, from their own figures, you see that the dollars going to the City of Toronto are actually 40% less than the rest of Ontario. 40% less, because the electoral fortunes of this government are always outweigh the interests of average Canadians, every single time. 23% less money going to the City of Toronto than the rest of Canada. And, Madam Speaker, that is before these cuts. And then they have the gall, the callousness to walk into these agencies and cut them off in summary fashion just before Christmas. Lay off about 1,000 settlement workers, many of them representing communities, having earned the trust of people to help them pull themselves together, pull themselves up, become self-supporting. Madam Speaker, the unemployment rate in Toronto, because of new immigrants, is 19%. At that very time, it's almost doubled than last year because, Madam Speaker, we can all understand that people recently arrived often get the new jobs, last hired, first fired, and, Madam Speaker, at the very time, this government, this minister, this group of people who will not actually take up any acknowledgement, any accountability, any responsibility for their actions, are pulling the rug out from under these people. It's the most callous thing possible, Madam Speaker, and it's utterly unfair. There is no way that this can be justified. Taking money away, shuttering the doors of these agencies, firing 1,000 people, and cutting off the routes for success for people. It's a hand up for people that's been taken away. The very services, advanced language training so that engineers can get out of cabs and start helping build this country. Doctors and nurses and other professionals getting their help are going to be kicked out of those classes at the end of March 31st. And every single member opposite is going to sit there and do nothing about it. They won't speak up for this ahead of the budget, Madam Speaker. They won't speak up today. They won't speak up for the very idea of Canada having an official welcome and having one that stands up to scrutiny. It's not generosity. It's not money off of the dresser or the pockets of the people opposite. This is what we provide in this country. It's respect. It's to say to people, you don't struggle by yourself. You actually can come to this country even if you have a different language, even if you have educational equivalencies that you need to acquire, and we'll help you get there because it makes sense to do that. There's a big divide opening up, Madam Speaker, between the party that runs the government today and other people in this House, and certainly our party. And that divide is we believe that people with a little bit of help can make it tremendously well on their own. The people opposite believe that somehow there are some people blessed and some people that aren't. And, Madam Speaker, this is a fundamental issue to make sure that the absence of sincerity, when this government comes forward and says they want to do something for new immigrants, they mean the new immigrants that they're going to get to vote for them. And to see the Ethiopians and the Eritreans and the South Asian women and a whole bunch of people to be picked very carefully, to be selected as the agencies to be defunded by this government. Madam Speaker, this is what's going to happen. The very Afghan translators who are being brought over here because it's not safe for them to be in Afghanistan, who supported our troops in pursuit of their mission, some 1,300 or 1,500 of them, are supposed to be acclimatized to Canada by and large by the Afghan Association of Toronto. But while on the one hand, that's what the government says it's going to be doing, on the other hand, it's cutting almost all the funding to the Afghan Association of Toronto. There's only one way out for this government, Madam Speaker, and that is to cancel these cuts, to follow the intent of this motion and cancel these cuts. And if they have the strength of their convictions, if they believe they can justify this, then postpone these cuts for 3 months. Let's see if you can really justify what you're doing, ripping the heart out of immigrant services in the city of Toronto. Because the message you're sending is not just to the people that live in the 416 or the 905, where you put out press releases from your candidates before the last election, and you said we're going to put welcome programs into the Peel School Board, and now you're ripping them out when you've decided it's better for you to look like big fiscal managers. But you're taking away the language programs for those parents and their kids. One of the smartest things you can do is expose children and their parents to the English language ahead of them going to school. And that's what's being done, and that's what you're taking away. That's what you're removing from people. And there are no plans in place. I challenge the minister, I challenge any member opposite to stand up and show us where these 80,000 people are going to go for their services. Or they just end up in a confusion, pushed onto other levels of government, onto social assistance, onto dependency and other programs, and to personal suffering simply because this government has its priorities wrong, because they think they could get away with it, because they think that new immigrants are going to be quiet and complacent and so on. Well, I've got news for you, that these new immigrants are people who want to build Canada. They have a sense of themselves. And, Madam Speaker, they're the ones who set up a website called Rewind the Cuts, where everyone can go and see the damage that's being done to our communities in this quiet sense, Madam Speaker. And they'll also see that the Fair Start effort, all people are asking for is a fair start. Let new immigrants succeed, that's being widely supported. It's gone from the small immigrant groups now to the larger immigrant groups, and I think pretty soon to the mainstream. This is a government that is showing its character, Madam Speaker. Character is not what you do in front of the cameras and when people are watching and when you put on a big show. It's what you do when no one's watching. And just before Christmas, this government showed its character. It put in cuts it can't justify to the groups helping some of the most vulnerable. It took money from the parts of the country where it's needed to fund its electoral fortunes in other parts of the country. And it's going to stand exposed for that because there is no other answer. I have here, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to table, for the benefit of all members of the House, a table showing these figures, showing the cuts that are happening to the City of Toronto. And I challenge anyone opposite to table anything that contradicts this, because every single figure comes from the government. Every single fact is actually what they put forward. And, Madam Speaker, it is devastating to see how the first chance they had an opportunity to show, do they stand for a fair start and a hand up for new immigrants, or is that just propaganda that they took on? They make the choice, Madam Speaker, they make the choice against the success of the wide swath of people coming forward. People chose Canada, and we selected them to be able to come. That's a contract, Madam Speaker. That's a trust, and what's happening today is a breach of trust, is taking away from that. There are 2, perhaps 3 weeks left of the budget, Madam Speaker, and we intend to make this government come to terms with the character that it's showing in this reckless way of attacking people who they think can't speak for themselves. It's the quiet noises that matter.
Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member's time has elapsed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the member for maintaining his consistent reputation in his demagogic tone here. Madam Speaker, he said the first thing this government did was to undercut newcomers. In point of fact, the first thing this government did with respect to newcomers was to cut in half the $1,000 right of landing fee that had been imposed on all new permanent residents by the previous government, a decision which has subsequently saved newcomers more than $340 million cumulatively. The second thing this government did, Madam Speaker, with respect to newcomers, was to more than triple the federal investment in settlement services so that next year we will be investing $600 million as opposed to $200 million under the previous Liberal government nationally, and we will be funding $345 million as opposed to $109 million under the previous Liberal government. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to ask the member if he ever expressed this feigned indignation about a lack of settlement services 5 years ago when the funding levels were 1/3 their current level.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Madam Speaker, I was very proud to be part of an Ontario cabinet that sat down with a federal Liberal government and arranged the very increases this member has the temerity to stand in this House and try and take credit for. He had nothing to do with the extra money coming, and he knows it. And he knows it. And still he stands up with this fake kind of responsibility taking. Take the responsibility for your decisions, Mr. Minister, through you, Madam Speaker. And what I want to say to him is, yes, I helped to negotiate that. Yes, we helped to bring that about. But there was a willing government that knew that we shouldn't have to pay for all the settlement services like we did in the past before the Mike Harris government cut them in Ontario. It's Conservatives that take away services for new immigrants. The first chance he had to make a difference was now, when that agreement made with the Liberal government of Ontario and the Liberal government in Ottawa expired. And what did he do? He cut the money. And
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Madam Speaker, we know that immigrants settle well when they go to services that are near them, and that is neighborhood-based, that it provides comprehensive approach, so it's not just about language training, not just about finding a job. It's also about establishing connections and putting roots into the community. We know those kind of services are the best kind, and that a lot of it come through voluntary services of these immigrant settlement workers. Of all the settlement service agencies that I know, I don't know of one that actually don't use a large number of volunteers. Perhaps the member can describe what kind of impact it would have when an agency closed its door, laid off its staff. What would happen to all the volunteers that have been helping newcomers settle in their neighborhood?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. The consequences of this decision are immense, because it's volunteers, but it's also expertise and it's trust relationships. So that, for example, the South Asian women have a cooperative for sewing, and they managed to get all kinds of community volunteers to donate sewing machines, and they've actually created an employability level among women in particular who are not able to be part of the workforce. Madam Speaker, that will all disappear. I mean, the volunteers will try and fill the gap, and the government will try and take advantage of that. For relatively small amounts of money that work out to $250 to $400, because while the government talks about much larger numbers, it's really, the first 3 years that people are here. Those things are going to disappear. It's a really foolhardy decision from an economic standpoint, Madam Speaker. It truly is.
Very brief question. The honourable member for York South-Weston. Very brief.
Yes, the member has referred to the Canada-Ontario transfer agreement. It is expiring. The provincial government has stepped in and said, look, we're going to keep these groups going because of need while we renegotiate the Canada-Ontario agreement. Would the member suggest that this is the opportunity to slow this thing down and to renegotiate that agreement and maintain the stability in the system? Would this not be the appropriate approach in terms of the process of governance?
The honourable member for Parkdale Hat Park has 20 seconds.
As I mentioned earlier, that's exactly what has to happen if the government has any credibility at all. That in fact, it is otherwise not just showing their character, but and the cuts to come, but that they're prepared to go in a full attack on Ontario. They're abrogating the agreement unilaterally. They're not negotiating with Ontario in good faith, and they're most of all hurting the very people that this was meant to intend. And again, Madam Speaker, this is the first chance they've had to show what they'll do for new immigrants, and so far it's unilateral cuts and unilateral changes to the policies and saying that Ontario no longer matters to them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to express my views today on the motion put forward by our colleague from Trinity Spadina. Although we saw this in debate, this is essentially an Ontario debate because under a Canada-Quebec agreement, Quebec already has an agreement for the transfer of funds for the integration of immigrants. This money goes directly to the government of Quebec, and it's normal that this be done that way because that is the level of government that is in the best position to participate in the integration of immigrants. Why? Because the main levers that governments have to participate in the integration of immigrants are provincial. For instance, education. The government of Quebec controls labor force training and education and social services. That's all the government of Quebec. So it's quite normal, effective, and logical that any kind of immigration integration policy be implemented by the government in the best position to do so. Now, since the question of immigration is an essential one for Quebec's future, for the integration of these and choice of these immigrants to live with us in French, we want to keep control over this, because we have French courses that we want to offer immigrants to help them integrate in the Quebec community. So even though the issue before us is mainly focused on Ontario, I'd like to take a few minutes to give our opinion about this and take advantage of this to discuss the question of integration and the negative effects of Canadian multiculturalism on the integration of immigrants. Now, since we're talking about this, today's proposal is asking the government to rethink cuts to immigrant settlement and adaptation services. This is something that's a very high-profile issue in Toronto. There are two movements creating cuts that are significant for organizations in Toronto. In the overall envelope, there is a cut compared to the previous year. It remains a cut that is unacceptable in my view. It is inappropriate. It is ill-advised when we know the cost involved in the failure to integrate an immigrant. It's better to invest a few $1 million more to facilitate integration and save on the cost of non-integration further down the road. The nature of federalism being what it is, savings are achieved by the federal government, but the additional costs in social services, for instance, or welfare, have to be provided by the provinces, and the federal government washes its hands of the whole thing, as is often the case. So there's a cutback here, and despite this, if you look at the overall program, it's not that large proportionally. So Why does this have such a dramatic impact? Is that the envelope is distributed totally differently than it used to be. The allocated resources will be displaced to follow the immigrants. We're told there are more and more immigrants in suburban Toronto, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, so that the funds have to follow them. On principle, I agree, indeed, that the resources have to be allocated according to needs. However, I have two major reservations about this. I don't know if that expression in French is correct, but I'll have to think about it. I have two major concerns, let's say. The first one is that the committee did not successfully explain to me in a satisfactory way how they quantified where the need exists. We're told about lending immigrants. Landing means landing as in a plane. Is it where they live? That's not clear. Can immigrants land in one place and move somewhere else? Are they followed then? Is that movement taken into account? It may be episodic, but may not last over time. No one was able to give me a satisfactory explanation about that. Secondly, no one has been able to quantify whether the need for resources is strictly proportional to the number of immigrants. The city X that has twice as many immigrants necessarily need twice as many resources. In my mind, that is not necessarily the case, because I'm sure you'll understand, Madam Speaker, that some types of immigration, depending on the country of origin or cultural baggage, professional and occupational background, may require more or less effort in terms of integration. And departmental officials told us that they had taken into account a distinction between refugees who come here because they're fleeing persecution and immigrants who are selected by Canada, saying for all intents and purposes that one refugee is equivalent to two immigrants when it comes to the need for help with integration. It's better than nothing. It seems to me quite a gross measure of the needs. It seems to me that it would have been better to stick to the reality of the communities. If there are many organizations in a region, and maybe there are fewer immigrants, but maybe those immigrants that have the most needs are concentrated in that area.
I would even say that in some cases it's even more difficult for immigrants in certain areas. And that would be the deleterious effects we would feel from Canadian multiculturalism. The second problem with this transfer if we look at the needs and say we look at the number of immigrants that say go from one region to the other, is this the brutality inherent in the transition? So I asked questions of the department. I said, could the same thing have been done with officials? Listen, tomorrow morning, let's say, we find that the needs in immigration are no longer to be felt in Montreal, but really in Brossard or even further in Sherbrooke. Can we just decide to move 70 officials or public servants from one area to another, and then those who can't make it, well then, tough luck. We'll send we'll just do without these people. I think that's unclear, and I think there's also an issue of the government having the wrong attitude towards organizations, community groups, immigrant settlement support services, they're kind of used as though they were cheap labor, although they're doing such wonderful work. We take advantage of them with no consideration, and here we are making changes that we really never could apply if services were actually offered by the public service. So to me, I would have expected that the government would have shown more respect. It would have been more advisable for the government to say, yes, the resources have moved from one place to another, and we will have a plan over 3 to 5 years to transfer resources. Well, no, they're saying no, not at all. It has to be done overnight. Well, there's going to be a problem. When you want to bring new resources into these new places, well, it doesn't mean that you're going to have qualified workers to provide those services. There's no guarantee that there's going to be a structure in place to provide these services. And if things are done this quickly, this brutally, there is the possibility that there may be excessive costs because you're trying to do things too quickly. Also, there are people who might have given so much to try to develop these organizations and invest into these organizations, and then they lose their jobs. But it's a problem. It's an ongoing, repetitive problem. Anytime we're talking about the state and its relationship with these community groups, I think it goes beyond what's happening here in the House of Commons, what happens in the area of immigration. I see it all the time. I personally see it in my riding. Some agencies in my riding would get funding over a 3-year period. Now it's on over a 6-month period, not even. So sometimes it takes a quarter of their resources to actually seek out funding, and they're constantly having to fit the needs, change their needs, and somehow this is very ineffective for these organizations. These agencies waste a lot of time, and it's not really conducive to anything in our society. I would encourage the government to have a more long-term, stable plan to create that interface between those agencies that bring such services to the community and the government that has political objectives and provides these organizations with funding in exchange for services that are considered useful and needed. So these cuts are brutal. That there are cuts when we know full well that there are integration problems everywhere, not only in Canada and not even in Quebec alone. It's always a challenge to leave one's own country and go to another. Increasingly, I would say, we're noticing this growth in tension between the immigrants that are arriving and newcomers to Canada and others. Some immigrants have a professional career, or had good income, were people of influence in their home countries because they were doctors, notaries, lawyers, engineers, and they arrive here and they have some difficulty integrating into Canadian society, end up being taxi driver. Although it's quite a noble profession, Mr. Speaker, you'll agree, but that's not necessarily what they're trained in and what they want to be doing when they come to Quebec or even Canada. So there may be some bitterness on the part of these people, and they may be disappointed. And on the part of those communities where these people arrive, then there are signs, unfortunately, of exasperation, of intolerance, the fact that they say that, these immigrants do not integrate, it costs a fair bit. It's a burden on society. That you've heard this kind of rhetoric that is frequently heard among, on the internet or in coffee shops or this is the kind of discussions that people have. So I think it's important for society to really focus on integration. There are going to be a variety of models. In Quebec, for a number of years, we have chosen interculturalism. In other words, a proactive vision of integration. We're really asking immigrants to fully engage in the host society and to take part, to help to its invest in its development, but yet to join in. In the rest of Canada, the focus has been multiculturalism, which has created a multitude of solitudes. People that share the same territory and only have what in common? The same legislation? That's what we see among immigrants when you look at the documents prepared by the Department of Immigration. That's the only thing they ask for, respect to our laws. But otherwise, you can keep your customs, your traditions. Not only are you told you can, but in fact it's encouraged. We will promote our differences. That's sort of the model of Canadian multiculturalism, similar to what exists in the UK, where there have been similar problems and similar failures in terms of integration. The thing is that in Canada, when it was implemented by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, in a way it was a desire to marginalize the Quebec nation, the people of Quebec, by saying, you are just one cultural group among many others. Well, yes, there are French Canadians, there are Quebecers, there are Ukrainian Canadians, there are Italian Canadians, and these are all multicultural groups. Of course, in Quebec, that's always been rejected. It's not some kind of a crazy idea on the part of sovereignists. Robert Bourassa had written from the start to Mr. Trudeau and said he didn't see how multiculturalism could apply in Quebec. In all sovereignist and federalist governments in Quebec, there has been a rejection of this approach. The Bouchard-Taylor Commission can certainly not be considered hostile to immigration. In fact, it's a model of a moderate approach, has also recognized that multiculturalism is not the solution for the future in terms of integration for Quebec. We've got people like Julius Gray, very much on the left. And he also recognized that it wasn't a solution. He's with the NDP. Even though Quebec is not in a position to fully promote its model of integration, because the immigrants that arrive get a contradictory message. They get to Quebec and they say, oh, this is they hear that this is a culture, the Quebec nation, but then they get to Ottawa and then they hear about the multiculturalism approach where there's a promotion of differences. Despite the divergent message, we see that the results are vary and are to the benefit of Quebec in the sense that there's no ghettoization, and also we note that there's acceptance of the issue of immigration. Not so long ago there was a poll, a Gallup poll, and people were asked, do you have a positive view of immigration? Is it a good thing for society? And Quebec was the province that had the best perception of immigration, along with BC. And elsewhere throughout Canada, there was a less positive vision of immigration. So I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that in Canada, if there is more closure to the idea of immigration in the rest of Canada, then there might be more fear, there might be more apprehension than in Quebec. And why? Perhaps because the model of multiculturalism that exists in Quebec, by in a way segregating individuals, by promoting differences rather than focusing on belonging to a common culture, creates more tension, more friction, and at the end of the day, in a region like Toronto, where there's a great deal of immigration, people might perhaps accept immigration less so than they would in Montreal. Montreal is being a city where there's a great deal of immigration too, perhaps less than Toronto. I think the minister will agree, and I think he's very concerned about anti-Semitism and what has happened in the country in this regard. I know he's very concerned by this issue of violence towards people of Jewish faith. And when you look at statistics, we realize that there are far fewer anti-Semitic acts in Montreal than in Toronto. even if you factor in the fact that Toronto's a bigger city than Montreal. So less anti-Semitism in Quebec. People state in polls that they're more open to immigration than in the rest of Canada. I think there's a lesson to be learned here. And at the very least, if Canada is unwilling to renounce its model of multiculturalism, it should at the very least allow for Quebec to continue to promote its own model without really causing impediments to that. And in this respect, the Bloc Québécois has already moved a bill before this House to amend the Canadian legislation to say, okay, multiculturalism, if that's what Canada wants, that's its choice. But now in Quebec, there's another choice that was made, and it is unanimous. And it is a nonpartisan approach. We would like Quebec not to have to fit within this multiculturalism model. Unfortunately, it was rejected by the three Federalist parties in this House. In my opinion, it's quite unfortunate. It's negative for Quebec, and in fact, it penalizes immigrants. When you've got a model like what exists in Quebec, where you realize that people manage to live together better with an active integration policy. People don't have to renounce their background, but they take part in the common culture. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Citizenship and Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was such a speech on a host of matters raised by my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois. That said, I think the concurrence has to do with federal funding on integration. I must say that since this government has come to power, there's been a tripling in federal investments for settlement services for newcomers to Canada, including in Quebec. As the member said, there's a specific situation in Quebec because of the Canada-Quebec Agreement on immigration dating back to 1991. There's a formula for an increase in federal funds transferred to Quebec for these services. This year, in fact, we will be transferring $240 million to Quebec, I believe, for settlement services. And this includes language training services. Some cultural communities, in fact, immigrants in Quebec, have raised some concerns with me. This relates to the issue of transparency and accountability as to how the government of Quebec spends this funding transferred to Quebec by the federal government on for the purposes of immigration. So I'd like to ask my colleague to tell me whether he shares this concern that federal funds are sent to the government of Quebec and perhaps maybe sent and spent on other priorities. How can we make sure that all of this funding actually goes to immigrant services, and target these services and not spent elsewhere? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly there is a debate that should take place in Quebec, and certainly criticism is due as to the way the Liberal government in Quebec spends funding on these matters. And I'm pleased to see that the Minister of Immigration is focusing on comments made, in fact, by Pauline Marois and others from the Parti Québécois. What was the first thing the Liberal Party did in immigration? Cuts to budgets for French language training. So whether we're talking about the Bloc Québécois, the Parti Québécois, or the Minister of Immigration, I think we're all concerned by these decisions. But those are decisions made by the government of Quebec. And it has to be said that once an agreement's been signed, the government makes decisions, certain decisions. So the struggle of those organizations has to really, they really have to personally deal with the government of Quebec. And I trust that by the end of this government's or the Liberal government's mandate in Quebec, there will be, hopefully, elections in Quebec, and we'll have a government in place that can really look at this proactive approach to immigration in Quebec. But certainly it's not in a paternalistic way that Ottawa can go ahead and tell Quebec what to spend its money on in the area of immigration. Now, as to what I was saying earlier on, you know, the idea of saying that there's an issue that's specifically Toronto-centric, it would be difficult for me to talk about that for 20 minutes, but I said it was important to invest, be it in Ontario or in Quebec, invest in integration for immigrants, because that can lead to major results as to making sure people can be more accepting of immigration. And I can assure you that, as I've said, we are more open to immigration in Quebec than in the rest of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the members' comments, and I have to reflect on my experience as an accountant and auditor prior to becoming a member of Parliament, where a couple of my clients were, in fact, settlement services. And one of the things that I noted about them, because one of them actually went out of business because it got unionized. A union came in and decided to unionize the staff. The member will well know, and the minister will well know, that the funding for human resources from either level of government is fixed, and it can't change. And so that they couldn't afford to stay open because they couldn't afford to pay the salary demands of the union that was set up. So the question for the member, Mr. Speaker, is it's not a matter of the fact that there were cuts, but whether the cuts were done in a way which is transparent. Because it would seem to me that if there is a requirement to save money in that area of settlement services, that it really takes an approach, Mr. Speaker, which is basically to close down those that are not providing efficient services, as opposed to chipping away at the foundations, the foundational funding of some of these settlement services. The government has not, I don't believe, been transparent in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member would care to comment.
The Honourable Member for Jean Libert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that yes, indeed, in my presentation, I started off by saying that the government was not able to respond to my satisfaction on the fact, or rather the effects, of this brutal transition, these cuts, and the transition of the transfer of funds from Toronto to other parts of Ontario or other parts of Canada. And I think that on this point, there's been no consideration of human resources and individuals actually working in these agencies, people that provide services to immigrants. So that, on the one hand, that was not done. And in hearing from senior officials, yes, people would say that they were concerned about ensuring a smooth transition, but then when I asked for concrete examples of this, I was provided with none. And there's no way that there would be any funding for an interim period for these agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2011-2012 estimate just came out, and the Immigration Citizenship Department, you would see a decrease of $30.6 million to interim federal health program, global case management, and one of which, the interim federal health program, what it does is assist new immigrants in finding good jobs in the health field. For example, assisting them to get internship in hospitals so they can practice as doctors, as you know, Canada needs. And the minister tells me that maybe that cut will not have drastic impact to immigrant settlement services. Perhaps the member can comment to it. And it also has a decrease of $7.5 million in funding related to managing the immigration program backlog. What it does have is a good increase of to the Canada-Quebec Accord, $259 million in total of transfer, which helps the Quebec immigrants. I just wish that this is extended across the country so that it's a 2% increase across the board. Instead, we see that there's a decrease outside Quebec. So I just want some comments from the member there.
Honorable Deputy Jean Lebert.
Member for Jean Lebert. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did not get an opportunity to look into those votes that the member was referring to, but the interim health program has more to do with drugs that are provided to refugees, unless I'm mistaken. In fact, that's an issue that was discussed at our committee today, where certain people were expressing concern about the fact that the federal government is persistent in its refusal to come to an agreement with pharmacists in Quebec to provide services to immigrants in Quebec, regardless of what pharmacy they may turn to. So that refusal on the part of government is even more incomprehensible in the fact that on four other occasions, the government has reached these kind of agreements, RCMP, veterans, Aboriginal affairs, and others. So it's far easier to reach an agreement with the QPP because those 1,800 members have to comply with that and provide services to refugees in Montreal-Dolbeau or in the Gaspé. Unfortunately, the government seems opposed to that union and for some special measures for Quebec.
And immigration.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to point out that my friends from the New Democratic Party say they'd like to make Parliament work, and yet the House is scheduled to debate, as we speak, an important bill with respect to improving airline security in helping us all work together against terrorism, but instead we have yet another what's called a concurrence motion brought forward by the New Democratic Party, which is essentially, for those of us, for those members of the public who may be watching this debate with interest, a concurrence motion is essentially used as a tactic to delay debate on a government bill. That's certainly the case here, Mr. Speaker, and so I would invite my colleagues from the opposition, yes, indeed, to let Parliament work, to focus on important legislative business, in this case, combating terrorism and keeping our air passengers safe. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this government's massive investments in success for newcomers to Canada. Now, let me back up a little bit, Mr. Speaker. It's important to recall the situation that faced newcomers under the previous Liberal government. When the previous Liberal government took office in 1993, that year, they took office in October of 1993. That year, Canada had received 276,000 new permanent residents, the largest number of immigrants since roughly after the Second World War. The first thing they did was to begin cutting the budget of Citizenship and Immigration Canada quite steeply and reducing the number of newcomers arriving in the country, so that by 1995, their second year in office, we saw the number of permanent residents being received in Canada plummet down to 176,000. So they reduced by about one-third the number of newcomers allowed to enter the country. The second thing they did, Mr. Speaker, was to look at immigrants as a source of revenue to pay for their other spending priorities, and so they imposed a $1,000, what was called right of permanence landing fee on all new immigrants to Canada. That was essentially a tax, some have called it a head tax, on all new permanent residents arriving in the country, which we think was a bad choice because those individuals they arrive with scarce or little savings. They're struggling to make the down payment on their initial apartment, get the kids enrolled in school. They need every dollar they can find to get settled in Canada. The previous government, though, saw those immigrants as a source of revenue and imposed the $1,000 right of landing fee on them. The third thing that previous government did, Mr. Speaker, was to decide to cut and then freeze for 13 years federal support for integration and settlement services. Now, as other members have described, that includes such things as free language training, job search skills, and other integration support for newcomers. So for 13 years, they froze and cut the levels of funding, such that when our government arrived in office in February of 2006, we found the budget, the total federal budget for settlement services across Canada was $200 million after 13 years of Liberal government. The first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to cut in half the Liberal right of landing fee on newcomers, thereby saving cumulatively over $340 million for newcomers to Canada since that time, over $140 million for newcomers to Ontario in particular. That's money now in the pockets of immigrants to help them make that first down payment on their apartment or perhaps on a new home. That's a $340 million boost to newcomers that was introduced by our government. The second thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to triple the federal investment in settlement services. Now, the previous government says, the Liberal members here, they say, we kind of almost just about got around to that, like so many other things. Just, if they'd given us maybe another 13 years, Mr. Speaker, we would have gotten around to investing in the success of new Canadians. But they didn't, Mr. Speaker. They made choices. That's fine. It's fine to make choices, and there were some difficult fiscal times. But, Mr. Speaker, when you make choices, you stand up and you take responsibility for them, which we see Liberals refuse to do through their decision to underfund settlement services for newcomers. And now they have the temerity to stand up in this place and criticize a government that has more than tripled investment in the success of newcomers that they refuse to invest in. Mr. Speaker, and I hear particularly the histrionics and the demagoguery from the member for Parkdale High Park, it really causes me to wonder about what kind of cognitive dissonance it requires to criticize $600 million of investment in settlement services when you didn't say a word of criticism about a government that had frozen it for 13 years at $200 million a year. How bizarre, Mr. Speaker. And I should also point out, 13 long years on one of the top priorities of newcomers, the previous Liberal government did nothing on the issue of foreign credential recognition for foreign trained professionals. This is a tough issue. It's largely provincial responsibility and jurisdiction. There's a very limited role the federal government can play, but they chose, between 1993 and 2005, to play no role in accelerating and streamlining the process of credential recognition so that foreign trained professionals can get their licensure and work in their professions of interest. Mr. Speaker, by contrast, our government has introduced the Foreign Credential Referral Office. We have now, through which we are providing pre-arrival orientation, free 2-day seminars and personalized counseling to new economic immigrants to Canada while they're still in their countries of origin before arriving in Canada, so they can apply for jobs. They can begin the process of applying for credential recognition, and they can get a much better appreciation of some of the initial integration challenges they're going to face. Mr. Speaker, according to our data, this has actually improved the situation with respect to prearranged employment for economic immigrants who have gone through this new integration project that has been introduced by our government as part of our broader efforts on foreign credential recognition. I should also point out that we have invested $50 million in Canada's Economic Action Plan to put the meat on the bones of the pan-Canadian framework for the recognition of foreign qualifications. Basically, that's where we're getting all 10 provinces and their respective 45 licensed professional associations around the table to hammer out a common, streamlined, and an expedited process for credential recognition. Now, that's a lot of technical jargon, basically to say that the federal government finally is taking a vital, real leadership role, backed up with real dollars and cents, to speed up the process for credential recognition for foreign-trained professionals. That's good news. After 13 years of neglect, finally federal leadership for foreign-trained professionals, Mr. Speaker. But on the issue before us of investment in settlement services, let me point out, now, some of the Liberal members are squawking about this this Canada-Ontario immigration thing that they supposedly brought in a large increase in funding. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you can look at the books. That it's publicly available, black on white in the estimates in the budget. The last year the Liberal government was in office, fiscal year 2005-06, federal investment in total settlement services across Canada, $200 million. $111.5 million in the province of Ontario. The same as it, for all intents and purposes, it had been 13 years earlier. Now, Mr. Speaker, yes, they just like the Kelowna Accord. You remember that? I see I have the Aboriginal, the Parliamentary Secretary for INAC, Mr. Speaker, Indian Northern Affairs is here, and he'll tell you that the Liberals had this Kelowna Accord. Remember that? It was a press release, Mr. Speaker. They call press releases investments. Well, yes, they sent out a press release about the Canada-Ontario Immigration Accord. No money, no real transfers, Mr. Speaker, no increased services, nothing practical or concrete or real, just a fantasy. But guess what? They said nothing about the other provinces. Now, Quebec goes on its own track avec la formule que j'ai discutée.
The formula that I discussed for settlement services for immigrants in Quebec, which works following a Canada-Quebec agreement.
We're going to have an agreement with Ontario. What about the other provinces? Nothing. Nada. Nilch. No proposed increased investment for settlement services for newcomers in Western or Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, the principle that we took very clearly, and this is reflected in the decision before us today, was that, Mr. Speaker, I know it's a radical idea, perhaps for my Liberal friends, but our principle was this, that just as all Canadians are equal under the law, so too all newcomers should be treated with equity by the Government of Canada, and that every newcomer, whether they decide to settle in Labrador City or in Long Island, British Columbia, they should all have roughly the same level of settlement services available to them, Mr. Speaker. It's about equity. It's about equity. Now, so we increased in 2005, we tripled the federal investment in settlement services. And the truth is this, Mr. Speaker, we increased that funding more quickly than people were enrolling for the programs. So we tripled the funding, but in fact we only saw about a 34% increase in enrollment in such federally funded programs as language instruction for newcomers to Canada. So for example, between 2005 and 2009, we saw the number of people enrolled in LINK classes across Canada go from about 48,000 to 53,000. A very small increase in actual clients enrolling in the services. And to this day, only about 25% of eligible permanent residents enroll in the settlement services that we offer to them freely. So that's a challenge. We need to make sure people are aware of these programs that we offer freely. And that's why we have done such innovative things as our pilot project on vouchers for free language training that we're now mailing on a pilot basis to newcomers in Nova Scotia, Ontario, and Alberta, and we've seen an increase in the uptake, more people enrolling because they understand there's a value, a monetary value to the free language courses that we're offering. And it's very concrete. It's not just a press release, Mr. Speaker. It's a real service. So we are trying to increase enrollment. But fundamentally, we have a responsibility, to ensure that money is being spent accountably. When you have this huge increase in funding, a tripling of funding, and only a 34% increase in the number of people enrolling in those services, you have to ask, Mr. Speaker, whether that money is being spent with maximum efficiency. You also have to say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to ensure, as I said, we treat everyone with equity. Now, over the course of the past 5 years, one of the great, I would say, untrumpeted achievements of this government's immigration reforms has been a much better distribution of newcomers across Canada. It used to be 90% of newcomers settled in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, even if there weren't the best jobs were in other parts of the country. And many of my predecessors, including the member for Eglinton Lawrence here, I'm sure all reflected on the need to get a better distribution of newcomers in other parts of the country so all parts of Canada can enjoy the benefits of the work ethic of immigrants. Now, we've succeeded with that, Mr. Speaker, in part through the provincial nominee program and its expansion. So we've now seen a very significant increase in the number of newcomers settling in the Prairie provinces and the Atlantic provinces. Now, for example, Manitoba, over the past 5 years, has seen the number of immigrants settling there nearly triple. And that's phenomenal. That's one of the reasons the Manitoba economy has been leading the country. As I'm sure my member, normally my member from Winnipeg, I don't know where he is. He lives in here. He's normally here all the time. But Mr. Speaker,
a few members have made mention of the fact that it's inappropriate to point out the absence or presence of a member.
I meant to compliment the member who's always here. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is this. We ended up in a situation where, because of the increases of funding, they were based on 2005 levels of where people were settling. So back then, in 2005, nearly 145,000 newcomers were choosing to settle in the province of Ontario. But because of the changes we made, more people were choosing to settle in Atlantic and Western Canada. So you fast forward to 2009-10, and we found that only 105,000 newcomers were settling in Ontario, the balance going typically to the Western and Atlantic provinces. Now that's a good thing. It's a good problem to have, because it meant that the 25% reduction in immigration to Ontario was a proportionate increase in immigration to provinces with a lot of labor market shortages who are now benefiting from immigration. And now there's a much closer share of newcomers being distributed across the country. But the settlement dollars were not following the immigrants, because it was all based on a 2005 formula, which is now out of date. Now this has ended up with a peculiar situation whereby Ontario newcomers are receiving about $3,400 in federally funded services per immigrant, but those living in the Western and Atlantic provinces are only receiving about $2,900 per immigrant. Now, I ask my friends in the opposition, do they think that is fair? That a newcomer in Alberta, in Calgary, Northeast, or a newcomer in Saanich or in North Battleford, British Columbia, is North Battleford, Saskatchewan, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, is receiving about $600 less in federal settlement services than a newcomer here in Ottawa. And I would say, I don't think there's a single Canadian that would agree that's fair or reasonable. And so we had to rebalance the funding of settlement services. We worked with the provinces. We came up with a new settlement formula based on the number of primary immigrants, an estimate of secondary migration, where people choose after they to move sometimes, and that's typically to Alberta and Saskatchewan, the number of refugees, and a number of other criteria. So we've come up with a new formula collaboratively with the provinces, and that will now hopefully ensure that in the future, newcomers will be getting roughly the same level of services across the country. Quebec is a special case here because of the Canada-Quebec Immigration Accord. As a consequence of this new formula, Mr. Speaker, in fiscal year 2011-12, we will have a rebalancing of federal investment settlement services across the country. That will result in an increase in our federal settlement service budget for Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, 10 of the 13 jurisdictions in Canada are receiving yet another increase in settlement services under this government. This is good news for newcomers to Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, that has to come from somewhere, and so the offset will come from those areas which have been overfunded, such as Ontario, to some extent Nova Scotia, and British Columbia. Now, I note the government of British Columbia has actually not fully spent the money that we have transferred to them for settlement services for the very problem that I explained before, which is that the funding increases were so significant under our government, and that the uptake wasn't there from the clients to justify all that spending. And you don't just spend for the sake of spending, Mr. Speaker. We at least believe in the Conservative government that you spend for results. And so even the government of British Columbia said they're not concerned about the slight offset in funding there because they weren't spending all that money anyway. Now, Mr. Speaker, Even within Ontario, there have been changes in patterns of migration. So, for example, if you look between 2005 and 2009, there have been fewer people settling in the city of Toronto proper than was the case before. But more people, a huge increase in settlement in the region of York, which is part of the broader Greater Toronto area just to the north of Toronto. And so consequently, there will be a slight reduction in settlement funding in the city of Toronto, but a large increase in the city of York in the range of 43%. Now, one of the members opposite suggested that all of this was calculated or done politically or for some partisan reason. Mr. Speaker, I have to say as strongly and as clearly as I can, that is outrageous. That is just a completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The formula is based on federal and provincial consultation, and all of these decisions have been developed by officials in the Citizenship and Immigration Canada simply to ensure that the services go to where the newcomers are going, Mr. Speaker. Now, in the City of Toronto, I would just point out that settlement services in Toronto will still be funded more than double what they were when the previous Liberal government was in office. And I think that we've notified of some 200 settlement service agencies in Ontario, roughly 200. 36, we invited them through a process of request for proposals to make submissions for future contribution agreements. We looked at those. We assessed on an objective basis. We scored their historic performance. We looked at the quality of their proposals. The officials made an assessment based on a points system, and they decided that 36 associations that had been receiving funding will not in the next 2-year period, but 30 new associations will receive funding. And I don't see what the problem is with that, Mr. Speaker. If an organization receives money from the federal government, it doesn't mean it has a permanent entitlement to that money. It means they have to prove that they're spending it efficiently. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're protecting the interests of taxpayers through efficiency and ensuring equity in funding right across the country. Mr. Speaker, we're proud of this decision of our investment in the success of newcomers to Canada.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Brampton-Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Minister, I've had a number of constituents who have approached me with a great deal of concern. We've had some constituents who are facing the fact that their sponsorship of family reunification has gone from 3 to 4 years under a previous Liberal government to almost 6 to 7 years, and with the new changes announced, is almost expected to reach 13 years of wait times. Then we have individuals that are concerned from the African Community Services of Peel, the Canadian Hate Prevention Network, the Social Planning Council of Peel, the Big Brothers and Sisters of Peel, all agencies that have been subjected to the funding cuts that have been made by the Conservative government. We have thousands of Bramptonians and constituents who are being left without the necessary services to ensure that new Canadians can integrate, can get the skills that they need to ensure their success, and also get resources for not only themselves but their families to ensure their success and prosperity as families. But we know with the $53 million of cuts that have been faced by these organizations, there has been a great impact because they will no longer be able to receive those services. We also have in the Brampton area, which is home to some of the largest number of immigrants throughout Canada, as the Minister knows, we have the We Welcome the World Centres, which operates within the Peel District School Board to help new Canadians, help small children, to help their parents integrate into the school system. In its first year alone, this We Welcome the World Centres helped over 4,400 families. They helped over 1,800 families just in its first year, and they themselves have lost half of their operating budget, which is going to leave not only these agencies that I have mentioned, but also many of the new Canadians accessing these agencies out in the cold. So I wanted to ask the Minister, when he speaks about when he says the quote, a newcomer should be treated with equity, how is it that these Brampton families are going to be treated with equity when they have faced and been subjected to these loss of cuts over $53 million, and also the impact that it is going to have on the concerns of many Canadians who are facing long wait times for family reunification?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would point out in terms of processing time of family reunification, on average, family class immigration applications are being processed 2 months more quickly than was the case in 2005 under the previous government. Last year that we welcomed, Mr. Speaker, 281,000 immigrants, the largest number in 57 years, including 181,000 family members, if you include the dependents, primary economic immigrants, Mr. Speaker, and that next year we are actually increasing our targets for family class immigration to a maximum in the planning range of 65,500. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we've accepted more family class immigrants in the past 5 years than was the case under the previous 5 years under the Liberal government, so I won't take any lessons from that member on family class immigration. With respect to settlement services in Peel, our ministry, Mr. Speaker, for some reason counts Peel and Halton regions together for management purposes. I can report to the member that when she was in government in 2005-06, her government was transferring $15 million in settlement services to Peel Halton, and that next year, even after the rebalancing, that we will be funding $65 million in settlement services for Peel and Halton. Mr. Speaker, from $15 million under her watch to $65 million for Peel families, including those in Brampton, under our government. That's an increase of 329%. Now, when she talks, yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be a slight offset from this year of $7 million. But, Mr. Speaker, yeah, that's a $7 million transfer into other parts of the countries that are now being underfunded. $7 million. That was half the total federal Liberal contribution to settlement services in Peel and Halton region in 2005. So let's have some perspective here. Now, where is that $7 million going? I'll tell you where it's going, Mr. Speaker. It's going to the increased number of newcomers settling in Manitoba, in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, in PEI, Newfoundland, and New Brunswick, and the North, because they deserve settlement services too, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for sticking around for the debate. It's something that he does regularly when these issues are debated in the House, and I do appreciate that he takes the time to participate. I do want to say that flies a little bit in his assertion that somehow debating a concurrence motion is just a time-wasting and dilatory thing in this House. It's not, Mr. Speaker. This is the chance for the House to look at the work of committees and to express our support for initiatives taken in committee. It is absolutely not a time-wasting exercise, and the Minister's presence here, I hope, speaks to that as well. The Minister talked about the right of landing fee, and I have to say I agree with his analysis. The right of landing fee was hurting immigrants to Canada. It was taxing immigrants to Canada at a time when they can least afford to pay. A tax on landing of $1,000 was very harmful to people coming to Canada to settle here. However, I'd put to the Minister that his analysis of that is correct, but that a $500 landing fee is equally offensive to the goal of integrating new immigrants into Canadian society. So I wonder why the government still is taking hundreds of millions of dollars, as the Minister pointed out, hundreds of millions of dollars out of the pockets of new immigrants, when at the same time it's now cutting services that many new immigrants need in key places like the City of Toronto, like Ontario, like British Columbia and Nova Scotia. Why is the right of landing fee there at all? Why are we putting that burden on new immigrants to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to underscore again that the right of landing fee was introduced by the previous Liberal government in 1995. We did meet a platform commitment to cut it in half in 2006, immediately upon taking office. And, Mr. Speaker, we as a government would like to reduce all sorts of taxes as the fiscal situation permits. And I can tell you, I register his point. As the member knows, we all need to exercise fiscal discipline, and I would hope that in due course a future government can look at future reductions in that area, but we have to manage all of these things in a way that's of course affordable in terms of the federal fiscal framework. And I would also point out, though, that the funds that we collect from that fee in the past, that was just spent on general revenues. Now we're investing $600 million in settlement in services to newcomers, far, far more than is collected in the fee. So finally, newcomers are getting something back for the fee that they are paying, which was not the case under the previous government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to direct a question to the minister that he's giving the appearance that the various provincial federal contracts that are multi-year in nature, in fact, have been evidence-based, and those changes have been negotiated through those agreements, and the impact is the cuts that have been affected on, for example, Ontario and the Greater Toronto Area. Gives the appearance that it's, in fact, an empirical and a process that is based on the evidence that he has suggested. My question, then, if that is the case, is that how come the province of Ontario, within the transfer agreement that has existed for the past 5 years and is in the process of renegotiation, that there has been a truncation of that process with a over $200 million cut that has impacted further on the transfer arrangement that was negotiated as part of that 5-year agreement. And if the minister is accurate in the manner in which he has characterized this negotiation, then why is the province of Ontario saying that there's been a breach of that contract, and it's very difficult to get on with a new negotiation when it was entered into in bad faith in the first place? I guess that's the question that we would like to have an answer to.
That's a good question.
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fair question from a very thoughtful and respected colleague. I would point out that in 2005, when the funding levels were established in the Canada-Ontario Immigration Accord, the number was picked, quite frankly, arbitrarily. It was not based on any kind of evidence-based assessment of what the actual needs for settlement services were in Ontario, but rather it was based simply on the peg mark of what Quebec was receiving, itself based on a mathematical formula established in 1991. So it was really an arbitrary figure. So, having said that, we respected the budget, the levels that were foreseen in the COIA Accord in 2005, increased the settlement funding in Ontario from $111.5 million to roughly $365 million. But, Mr. Speaker, what we found was that there was not adequate number of services to fund. We did these requests for proposals from the non-government organizations that provide the services, and we simply didn't get enough eligible proposals. So, unlike perhaps other governments, we weren't just going to blow the money. We weren't just going to write checks to organizations ineligible to receive them. Now, since then, in 2007, in consultation with Ontario and the other provinces, we did come up with a new settlement funding allocation formula based on the number of immigrants, the number of refugees.
I will have to stop the member there as his time has expired. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Papineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to discuss immigration. This is an issue that is very important for the country, both here in Parliament and for the future families and people who are here to build their lives and contribute. We are a country built on immigration. Immigrants came from all corners of the earth to contribute, to build their lives, to create a country that is wealthy economically, but also rich in social justice and freedom. What we're seeing here today is that immigration is confronted to new challenges, and the reality is we must adjust.
That we've gone through in the past decades allowed for people to come over with modest levels of language skills, of marketable job skills, and build their successes, whether it be in the post-war years when the construction industry in my riding of Papineau was booming, whether it be in earlier waves of migration where the prairies were settled, families came and built their lives and were able to succeed economically without a tremendous level of integration support. The reality is, now, Mr. Speaker, things have changed. You cannot simply arrive in Canada and hope to find a good-paying job, enough to care for your children, to pay your rent, to build a future for your family, unless you also develop skills. We're living in a service economy, a knowledge economy, where language skills, job skills, social skills are essential to being able to succeed to a degree that they weren't 20 years ago, 50 years ago. What becomes essential is not so much just that we're encouraging people into Canada to come here, which is extremely important. As we see from the aging populations, we see from the low birth rates, we are going to need to continue to draw the best and the brightest from around the world to continue to create a prosperous country, a prosperous economy. What becomes also just as important as that we welcome people is how we welcome them and the tools that we give to them to succeed. Which is why when we look at the numbers last year that were welcomed into this country, 281,000 people, a record high, it seems absolutely illogical and unconscionable that at a time when we're allowing in more people than we have in decades, we are also cutting integration services. Now, the minister makes a good point that there is a reallocation because people are arriving in different places and settling in different places. But the fact of the matter is there is a cut of $53 million for settlement services for new arrivals. Now, the challenge is that it's easy to say, oh, we're cutting the budgets. Mais c'est pas dans l'intérêt.
But that is not in the interest of Canada or of our new immigrants, just cutting services for integration. Because the pressures on our social security system, the pressures on the social services for these people when they don't have jobs, these services end up costing more in welfare than it would cost to teach them and to accompany them and provide them with training in order for them to be able to contribute. That is the illogical aspect that we unfortunately see so often on the part of this government, which prefers to cut here and there and thus impoverish us in the long term. When it comes to crime, they want to build prisons. They won't make us any safer, but we see it here too. They cut on the backs of the most vulnerable.
Only want one thing. That is to contribute, to feel relevant, to be able to build their lives, care for their families, and shape this great country. And the fact that at a time when more arriving ever before, we're cutting in settlement services is a mistake. Now, the minister enjoys talking about the fact that we're funding more now than we were in 2005. The agreements signed in November of 2005 were the 5-year agreements that led to the increases in funding. It was a Liberal government that looked at the amount we were spending on settlement services and said we really need to invest more in language services, in integration, in job training, and signed 5-year agreements that would double and triple the funding for settlement agencies. Now, 5 years forward from 2005, those agreements are starting to run out, and here is the first opportunity for this Conservative government to start cutting in those programs. It's the first chance they get after we've increased funding over the years, understanding how important it is. The first chance they get to cut those Liberal increases in funding, they do it on the backs of vulnerable people who want nothing more than to contribute to our society. Here we have the paradox of this government that is, on the one hand, welcoming people in, on the other hand, not allowing them opportunities to contribute, to learn. We see it also on the other hand. When you want people to succeed, when you want to draw in the best possible quality of immigrants, yes, you need to encourage them to be successful, you need to train them, you need to offer them language training, but as an incentive to come over, offering them family reunification, understanding that bringing over parents and grandparents is not just a social issue, but an economic issue as well, for their capacity to contribute in childcare, which this government has woefully left underfunded and less spaces, and on the other hand, allowing it as a motivation to draw in the best and the brightest from around the world to wish to come build their families in Canada because they know they are going to be able to bring over their own parents, their grandparents, and the support system. So the undercutting of our immigration system, our undercutting of our capacity to bring over the best and the brightest from around the world and have them build this nation is what is truly at stake right now. The minister's very good at pointing out that we funded less in 2005 when it was the last Liberal government, but we set in motion the funding increases that this government has benefited from. And I'm sure if you want to go back into the past, that the previous Liberal governments funded immigration to greater levels than the Conservative government before it, and before that, the Conservative government funded to levels more than the immigration levels of the previous Liberal government before that. We are increasing in our funding throughout time, and it's time that this government stopped defining itself by what they're doing differently or better, in their words, than previous governments, and start looking at genuine need, understanding that people are in need of aid, of support, not so they can get charity, but so that they can contribute economically to this country. Nous avons un petit pays.
We have a small country that can only succeed at the international level if everyone has an opportunity to contribute. So in other words, letting engineers be taxi drivers, having people who have PhDs not finding work because they are not encouraged enough to find work and get the proper training, that's not really what's going to build the country that we need to have here. Fundamentally, this minister and this government is saying, well, we are reallocating funds. Certainly, yes, money has been reallocated. I'm pleased that Newfoundland, BC, and other provinces are receiving more. That's great. But the idea of cutting by $53 million these funds is not an investment in our country's prosperity, something we sorely need.
Chip and immigration.
Mr. Speaker, je remercie...
I thank my colleague for his remarks. Perhaps I should rectify one thing.
Signed agreements that led to these increases in funding that we've seen in the past 5 years. It's true that the previous government in 2005 signed the Canada-Ontario Immigration Accord, which did foresee a certain increase in funding for settlement services in Ontario. But there was no, I just want to point out, there was no similar agreement with the Western or Atlantic provinces. And this is one of the problems we had when we came to office in 2006. We found the quite generous funding levels implied by the Canada-Quebec Immigration Accord, now this year $250 million. We saw the commitment, at that point unfulfilled commitment under the Canada-Ontario Immigration Accord. But that would have, had we implemented that without increases in funding for the 4 Atlantic and 4 Western provinces, we would have had a massive lack of equity across the country. And so that's why we decided of our own discretion, without separate agreements, to massively increase the funding levels for British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI. And it's in that same spirit that this year we are increasing the funding to 7 of the provinces and the 3 territories. So I'd just like the member just wanted to correct that point. But I agree with his general point that we do need to invest in the success of newcomers, and particularly he raised quite commendably the importance of foreign credential recognition for foreign trained professionals.
Honourable member for Papineau.
When the agreements were signed in the fall of 2005 with Ontario, they were based on a range of studies, of analysis of looking into where the needs were. And in 2005, the immigration focus was much more on Ontario than it is right now. And it's wonderful to see that immigration is now increasing across the country. But if it is increasing in Alberta and in the West, where it often is, and we see people arriving and moving out West, all too often it's because, rightly so, there are jobs and economic opportunities out West that aren't necessarily there in Ontario at the same time. So when we're looking at numbers of migration, there's a legitimate allocation of funding. But when we look at needs, in many cases, people who are newly arrived, who are moving out West for jobs, don't have the same level of need as the ones who are remaining in Ontario and having difficulty finding jobs. So I'm wary about simply applying a numbers game when we're talking about human beings' lives and needs. Merci.
Thank you.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Comartin, moved that the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented on Monday, February 14th, 2011, be concurred in. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Les députés.
Call in the members.
Accordingly, this vote stands deferred until Wednesday, tomorrow, at the end of government orders. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a petition signed by dozens of Canadians calling for an end to Canada's military involvement in Afghanistan. In May of 2008, Parliament passed a resolution to withdraw the Canadian forces by July of 2011. The Prime Minister, with the agreement from the Liberal Party, broke his off-repeat promise to honour the parliamentary motion and furthermore refuses to put it to a parliamentary vote in the House. Mr. Speaker, committing 1,000 soldiers to a training mission still presents a danger to our troops and an unnecessary expense when our country is faced with a $56 billion deficit. The military mission has cost Canadians more than $18 billion, money that could have been used to improve health care and seniors' pensions right here in Canada. Polls show that a clear majority of Canadians do not want Canada's military presence to continue after the scheduled removal date of July 2011. Therefore, the petitioners call upon the Prime Minister to honour the will of Parliament and bring the troops home now.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate on the previous question on a third reading motion of Bill C-42, Strengthening Aviation Security Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak once again on this topic. Topic that has certainly had quite a number of speakers and promises to have a many more before we resolve the question. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that the government actually introduced this legislation last June, and with the announcement that, in fact, we would have to have it approved by the end of December, December 31st. And if that were not to happen by the end of December of 2010, the overflights of the United States would come to a halt, and that would lead to certainly a lot of chaos and trouble for our flying public, Canadian flying public, and the aviation industry in this country. Well, that was the story at that time. And the fact of the matter is that we are now long past the supposed deadline here, and the flights are continuing unabated, and there's no sign that the Americans are going to prevent our flights from overflying the United States. In fact, what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is an exemption's been offered for flights that originate in one city in Canada and end in another city in Canada that overfly part of American territory. And the fact that the Americans would allow this exemption is somehow an argument that the bill now is going to be more palatable to Canadians. But the fact of the matter is that it in some ways cuts part of the heart out of their intention, because the flights that overfly the United States right now, that start, say, in Toronto and fly to Winnipeg, they fly over, in many, many instances, very sensitive American landmark, military installations, landmarks, cities, populated areas. So if anybody was to wanted to do something bad, they could still do that by getting on a plane that was simply flying between two Canadian points and going over American airspace. So clearly, there's something else at play here. Another issue that we have to look at is that there's a Canadian no-fly list. The member for Winnipeg Centre is on the Canadian no-fly list. A person who shouldn't be, that's on a no-fly list, wouldn't be on the plane in the first place. So whether you're on an American no-fly list or whether you're on a Canadian no-fly list, you are not going to be getting on an airplane in the first place. So I'm not really certain what problem we are trying to solve with this particular legislation, and what the absolute importance is of getting this bill through in very short order. I think whenever we look at issues like this, we want to question and ask, how does the legislation increase the safety of the flying public? And you know, Mr. Speaker, right now we have other issues that have been identified as very, very serious. We have the American Airline Pilots Association, I believe, have identified the Trusted Shipper Program, which I believe consists of over 1,000 companies that have the clearance to send parcels and mail. And these parcels and mail are simply routinely loaded onto the planes. In fact, just where you are sitting on the plane, just below where you're sitting, there are great quantities of mail and parcels that, in fact, have gotten on the plane without being checked at all. So you tell me what the sensibilities are to have the screening process we've got and all of the very expensive airport scanning systems that we have in place, and we are doing all of these procedures to our passengers. And in fact, while all this is going on, the mail is being trucked onto the plane, parcels are being trucked onto the plane, and that's where the real exposure is. And just recently, we had an example of a case where in fact toner cartridges in another country in Africa were the source of explosive devices being attempted to be shipped through the mails that would have found their way onto planes within the systems. So, you know, we have some, you know, a lot of evidence out there that the American Airline Pilots Association is got a very big issue here. They have a very big issue here because we could have potentially had a big exposure just recently with those toner cartridge packages that nearly made it onto planes. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that evidently the problem is much, much closer to home, because we have everyday packages and mail right in this country getting on these planes. So now let's look at the at whether or not the no-fly lists that we have in this country have in fact added to our safety. We have the member for Winnipeg Centre being on a no-fly list. We have Senator Ted Kennedy, when he was still alive, being denied boarding on American planes. We've had other examples of Congress people and senators being finding themselves unable to board planes because they're on lists. So when you look at a system like this, you wonder, maybe we should be spending some attention trying to clean up some of the problems we have in the current system, rather than trying to inadvertently create more. We look at how you correct the records, and we've found that there's almost impossible to do that. The member for Winnipeg Centre has tried to have to get off the list, and he has been unable to do so. And we have an example here of a 6-year-old, Alicia Thomas, where it was reported that this 6-year-old was from Ohio, was on her way to her first communion, and she was stopped at the airport in the United States. I believe it was a Cleveland to Minneapolis flight, and she was denied boarding because she was on the no-fly list. And they solved the problem with a lot of paperwork. Got the girl on the plane, but guess what? They sent the family, realizing that this is an issue that might follow her for the rest of her life. They sent a letter to Homeland Security to try to clear this issue up on a long-term basis, and Homeland Security wouldn't confirm nor deny her presence on the no-fly list. And they said that this would be the last communication that they would have with her. So now she is going to go through her life, she's 6 years old, going to go through her life being on this no-fly list without any possibility of ever getting off this thing. And these are the questions that should be asked in this House, that the Liberals should be asking, the Bloc should be asking, the members of the Conservative opposition should be asking. They made a big issue of the long-form census a few months ago over privacy issues there, and the conservative base are quite upset that the state would be asking census information about how many bedrooms in the house and so on, and yet they have no problem. The conservative base somehow doesn't seem to have any problem, or the conservative backbench doesn't seem to, thank you, Mr. Speaker, doesn't seem to have any problem whatsoever in giving over PNR information that could be used and could be sent to other countries' security system with no guarantees and no information as how it's going to be used. And I've indicated in previous speeches that there's better ways of dealing with PNR issues, and there are ways of dealing with PNR issues that Canada actually supports through the Canada-U.S. Agreement on PNR Matters. We have actually been praised for the high standards that we have promoted and upheld in PNR Matters. And in the agreement we have with Canada-EU, there's limitations on the disposal of the data, the limits on how much time the PNR information can be kept, and in particular on the individualization of the data so that the information, Mr. Speaker, is all rendered anonymous, which allows these security services to build up their profiles, which is what they want, without attaching it to any one individual. That's the
questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention in this important debate on Bill C-42. And I know that he's someone who has taken a very active interest in passengers, airline passengers, since he arrived here in the House of Commons. And I know all airline passengers in Canada want to thank him for that. I think he was just getting to an important point at the end of his speech, when he was talking about the accumulation of data about airline passengers by foreign security agencies, particularly by American security agencies. Some critics of this legislation have said that it just aids and abets data mining by American security agencies at the expense of the privacy of Canadians. And he was talking about the building of profiles that these security agencies are doing with the information that they're going to collect from airlines. And I wonder if he might just expand on that point and let us know what he really thinks of this criticism that this bill is aiding and abetting data mining by American security agencies.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a member is correct. I mean, that's exactly what it is, and the interesting thing about it is that with if the no-fly lists, both the American no-fly lists and the Canadian no-fly lists are accurate and up to date, then any people who are on the no-fly list wouldn't and shouldn't be on the planes in the first place. So that their data, then the people that we're concerned about here, A, won't be on the plane, so their data, their PNR information won't be transferred to any foreign government, or in this case the American government. So what we are really doing is we're giving all the data to the people that are not on the no-fly list, that are actually on the plane in the first place. And the government has already indicated to me that well, you know, the Americans were prepared for us to keep our own data, because I asked about reciprocity, but why wouldn't we negotiate? We negotiated one exemption already for point-to-point flights between two cities in Canada to fly over U.S. territory, so we've got that one exemption. Why couldn't we negotiate with them and say, well, we have 100 flights a day flying over the United States, you have 2,000 flying over Canada. If we're going to give you that information, our information, you have to give us your information. And they said, well, it would cost too much for us to develop the computer system to deal with all that information. So what do? They just rolled over and signed on to the deal the way the Americans wanted it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member would comment on the use of all this data. You're talking about the kind of data that would be required. Is this useless data, or is this data that can actually be used by any one of the 16 American agencies that might have access to the information?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, certainly the information is not something that you want to send to security agencies unless it's done on the basis that it can be rendered anonymous. And that is how we deal, Mr. Speaker, with PNR information under agreements we have, for example, with Canada in EU. So all I'm suggesting is when our negotiators were negotiating with the Americans, why wouldn't they say, well, you know, Canada already signed on and supports the practice of proper PNR information handling with the EU, so why don't we use that clause? Why don't we just simply take that clause out of that agreement and we'll use that? Because guess what it does? The PNR information under the Canada-EU data protection system allows for time periods for the data to be kept. It has to be disposed after a certain number of days. There's limits on the individualization of the data, so they render the data anonymous so that the security services, they can build up their profiles that they're looking for, but it would not be attached to any one individual. And this is a global standard, Mr. Speaker. This is a global standard for international treaties on PNR agreements. It's signed on to by Canada EU. It's signed on to by countries right around the world. The question is, why would we give up a gold standard that we've supported for many years on the use of PNRs, but when it comes to security and with the Americans, we say, we're going to disregard all of that. We're going to just send whatever information's in the PNR, and it can vary. There's different information on each PNR. When a member for St. John's East asked about what's in the PNR, well, it depends on what the travel agent typed in on the information when you did your booking, and each person is different. People have different medical problems that might be indicated in there, or different meal preferences, all sorts of different information can be in the PNR that would be dealt with here. And clearly this is not the way to deal with the issue. The government should take this back to the drawing board.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today in the House to speak to this really important matter of Bill C-42 concerning the personal information of Canadians on flights over the U.S. Although we will be supporting the legislation, I'm going to speak to the history of the bill and how we got to that point and why we can now support this bill. First, it should be noted that the way in which the government went about introducing this particular bill, as it is a practice of the government, which we've become all too familiar with, to either table legislation that it has no plans on following through with, or to introduce legislation that is serious, that it is not serious in following through with in such a way that it limits serious debate. The government waited until the last sitting day before the summer recess to introduce this bill, a move to avoid parliamentary scrutiny over these measures by leaving little time for debate. As it stands right now, the Aeronautics Act already allows for the disclosure of personal information by airlines to foreign states if the flight is landing within the foreign state. The Act also provides the legislative authority to create the no-fly list, intended to identify potential terrorists in airline passenger lists and block them from boarding domestic or international flights. The no-fly list, however, has proven seriously problematic. Further, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada has expressed concerns with the measures enabled under the Aeronautics Act. The Privacy Commissioner has testified before committee that the Canadian government should ask the United States to quickly destroy information that it will be collecting on all airline passengers flying over the U.S., because there is nothing from preventing them from having that information from being shared with a wide-scale basis, both in the U.S. and abroad. The Privacy Commissioner has also noted that there is nothing in the new secure flight policy that precludes the Department of Homeland Security from sharing passengers' names, birth dates and genders, passport information, and travel itineraries with immigration and law enforcement authorities at home and abroad. This assessment of the policy contradicts the assertions of the Public Safety Minister, who told the Transport Committee that the information collected on Canadian passengers is intended to be used solely to protect aviation security. So it makes no wonder there, Mr. Speaker, that there are some issues here, some serious concerns when you have conflicting views, that given by the Minister and that what we're hearing from the Privacy Commissioner. By further changing the Act to force Canadian airlines to disclose personal information of Canadian passengers for simply flying over the United States, C-42 further endangers the privacy rights of Canadians. Maintaining public security, however, is important, and a balance must be achieved. Liberal Party members expressed this concern when the bill was referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Liberal members amended the bill in 3 specific ways. And, Mr. Speaker, these ways were: first, the House of Commons will be required to conduct a review of these measures 2 years from the date they come into force and every 5 years thereafter. Secondly, this data transfer will be limited to the U.S. in legislation. The original version of the bill allowed the Canadian government to add other countries by order in Council. And thirdly, airlines and travel agents will be required by Canadian law to inform passengers of this impending data transfer before their ticket is purchased. Now, this may only be a 1-paragraph bill that makes a minor change to the wording of one section of the Aeronautics Act. However, these changes are significant in practice. The bill can effectively be used as legal justification for airlines and travel agents to supply foreign governments with personal information about passengers when a plane they are on flies through a country's airspace. Currently, the Act allows for this transmission of information only when a Canadian plane lands in that country. Let me take a moment to go over the history of these provisions in the Aeronautics Act. At question is subsection 4.83, Section 1. This allows for the Cabinet to make regulations regarding the transmission of certain information to foreign governments. Subsection 4.83 essentially creates legislative exemption to the Privacy Act and Personal Information and Electronic Documents Act. The supporting regulations remain the critical component of this piece of the framework. Schedule 1 of the regulations lists a category of information that may be automatically provided to an authorized foreign government. This includes basic information, such as name, gender, and passport number. Schedule 2 of the regulation provides what detailed information may be provided to a foreign government. These details include the passenger's address, the passenger's phone number, the class of ticket, for example, business or economy, method of payment for the ticket, and whether the passenger in question actually paid for the ticket. The final schedule in these regulations, Schedule 3, lists the government and agencies that are authorized to request or receive any of the information listed in either of the first two schedules. There is only one country and agency on the list, the United States and its Commissioner of Customs. The regulations in question, Mr. Speaker, here were introduced in 2001 during the 37th Parliament. Bill C-44 amended the Aeronautics Act to allow the transmission of this information to foreign governments. This was in response to new U.S. requirements for any plane landing inside that country. Subsequent U.S. legislation has required that any country provide their government with details of any passenger in a plane flying over the U.S. Not landing, Mr. Speaker, but actually flying over the U.S. The Liberal Party has very strong concerns about the erosion of Canadian sovereignty expressed in this bill. We also have very real concerns about the privacy of Canadians and about the ability of the government to conduct foreign affairs in a way that benefits Canadians. The balance between national security and personal freedom is a crucial balance for any government. And I, as well as my Liberal colleagues in the official opposition, am very concerned that Bill C-42 goes too far, hence the need for our amendments. For starters, this bill was not designed to protect the national security of Canadians. It was designed to transmit information to other countries for flights outside Canadian airspace. Once this information is in the hands of a foreign government, we cannot control what they do with it. In May of last year, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Chantal Bernier was speaking to the Transport Committee and said that the U.S. government, the only government currently authorized to receive this data, could keep the personal information of Canadians anywhere from 7 days to 99 years. She also stated that the U.S. can use that information for any purpose, even those not related to airline security, such as law enforcement. When the United States passed the Patriot Act in the aftermath of September the 11th, it caused concerns to many nations around the world. The Patriot Act allows the U.S. government unfettered access to and control of information about citizens from all over the world. It is no small matter to put private information of citizens into the hands of the U.S. government, where it will be subject to the wider net of the Patriot Act. We must be concerned, Mr. Speaker, about any law that allows information about Canadians not accused of any crime to be put in the U.S. intelligence machine. We could be creating a situation where the government helps to provide a foreign government information that is used to prosecute Canadians, all without any formal judicial process. It should be clarified that these are not information-gathering agreements. Rather, this legislation will create a one-way flow of information out of Canada and into the hands of foreign governments. In passing this legislation, we are creating a legal framework that will require diligent monitoring. And that's what's really important here, Mr. Speaker, is that we make sure that we exercise our right to ensure that Canadians are protected. And we're going to be able to do that, hopefully with the amendments that we're putting forward and that are now a part of this, but as well to make sure that we stay on top of this and to monitor very closely what is done over the course of the time. We must understand that in creating this legislation, we are opening the door for other countries to ask the same thing. We are saying publicly that we are willing to provide personal and private information about our citizens to other countries. And this is a troubling development that we must be willing to abandon if, in fact, it proves to be more sinister than good. Just because the Liberal amendment has been adopted to limit this information sharing with the U.S., it still does not prevent other countries from now wanting to negotiate similar information transfers. So we are going to have to be very vigilant in terms of what happens with this bill, what the government will do once it has this bill and can move forward with it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, and I want to congratulate my colleague on her comments. I think we share very much the same concern about how do we protect the overall security of our country and recognize some of the challenges certainly faced in trying to bring forward this kind of legislation. I'd like to hear the honourable member if she would explore and expand a little bit more on the amendments that she was referring to that the Liberal Party's put forward to try to make sure that we have a better balance on this bill.
Oh, the honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the important thing here is when we put forward these amendments, of course, the idea is to work with the government, to work with other parties in the House of Commons to try and make sure that Parliament works. And that's what we were all about with these amendments. And when we talk about the need to conduct a review of the measures 2 years from now and every 5 years hereafter. So 2 years out, we will be able to work and see if, in fact, these amendments are being as effective as we think they can be with the amendments that we proposed. Secondly, the data transfer to the U.S. in legislation. The original version of the bill allowed the Canadian government to add other countries by order in Council, and we're limiting that to the U.S. And third, of course, that airline and travel agents will be now instructed to make sure that passengers traveling are well aware that this information will be shared with the U.S. So I think it's really important that, first and foremost, that passengers have a good appreciation and understanding of what it is will now be a result of Bill C-42.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm interested in the members' amendments dealing with the review. She talks about the 2-year review and then a subsequent 5-year reviews. And reviewing, legislation is good. We've seen that happen in a number of cases, although sometimes when the time comes to review, the review actually doesn't get done. The question is, how's this review going to happen? This is a process where we're giving information, in this case, to the Americans. What exactly are we going to be reviewing in 2 years? Are we going to be reviewing how much information we sent them? Because we're certainly not going to be able to review what they did with the information. Surely the member doesn't expect that somehow the Americans are going to send us a report card after, or maybe she does. After 2 years, we're going to ask the Americans, could you please send us a report card and a report on how you dealt with the information that we sent you? Because clearly that's what we want to know, is what happened to the information that we sent. We're not going to get any information from them about that, no matter how many times we ask. So all that the review is going to do, in my opinion, is just going to be able to tell us what we already know or should know, and that is how much information are we sending to them, but not what the final result is of the result of giving them that information. So that's what I'm having some trouble getting my head around in this case, but maybe the member can give me some further information on this amendment and the others.
And the honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And clearly there's going to be an onus here on the U.S. government as well, working with the Canadian government, acknowledging that we're prepared to do this. We're prepared to share this information with them, but recognizing as well that Canadians have some concerns here. So yes, we're going to expect that we're going to be able to do a review. The government will be able to do a review of the information that's been shared, how that information has been handled, and the impact of sharing that information on Canadians. We expect, to be able to do that in the first 2 years. If, of course, it's not working, if we find that there's been abuse of that sharing of information, if the U.S. has not lived up to their end of the bargain, then obviously there's an issue there for us that we will have to deal with. But clearly we will, at least in the first 2 years, we will know at the end of that 2 years whether or not we need to make further adjustments to a bill like C-42.
Resuming debate, will you please do débat? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak on Bill C-42 and review some of the concerns that we've raised time and time again. I'm afraid I don't share the optimism of the member for Random Buren St. George's in terms of the kind of expectations she has for American participation in making changes to this and reviewing their procedures. Clearly there's been no discussion about these procedures that take place, no safeguards in place, no limitations whatsoever on the kind of use that the American government or its agencies or the foreign governments to which the information would be passed on would make of the information that they obtained from this process. The legislation itself is very simple. It allows an agreement to release information, and it causes us very grave concerns. These concerns are, I suppose, outlined. If you look at we haven't seen the agreement itself. What we have seen is other agreements, such as the EU has with the European Union has an agreement on this, and we've seen the United States and the European Union agree, for example, that all this information called the PNR, the passenger name record that the agency has, that the travel agency has, or that the airline has, will be passed on to the American Homeland Security. The information that's collected can be retained by up to 40 years, and that it may be forwarded to the security service of a third-party nation without the consent or the notification of the other signatory, and of course that includes the individual who's the subject of this. No person may know what information is being held about them by the United States and may not correct that information. And in the case of the EU agreement with the United States, the Americans can amend that agreement unilaterally anytime they wish by themselves without the consent of the other party. Now that's a pretty devastating amount of invasion of privacy of Canadians who aren't even, in this case, going to the United States. They may be traveling to Cuba or Mexico, or on an overflight from a flight internationally from one part of Canada to Europe or some other South America, and happen to overfly a U.S. airspace. This is rather disturbing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Canadian Privacy Commissioner Jennifer Stoddard told the committee that Bill C-42 raises important sovereignty issues. He said she's not questioning the American government's authority to implement its own program. International law is clear that a state's sovereignty exists to its own airspace. However, what the Privacy Commissioner said, the Canadian government has a duty to protect the privacy and civil rights of its citizens. That's what's not happening here, Mr. Speaker. That's not happening at all. There are, in fact, very few or no limitations on the protection of privacy here. Nathalie Desrochers, the General Counsel of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, spoke to the committee as well, and said that the bill doesn't really meet the protection of privacy in the Canadian Charter of Rights because it has, in fact, no limitations. This is a mystery bill. I mean, there's no requirement in either Bill C-42 or the regulations for the United States, the safeguard to protect the information. They don't have to safeguard this information. They don't have to protect it from other people. There's no safeguard that the TSA will not pass information on to other government agencies. In fact, it's been suggested that the information will be available to some 16 United States government agencies. There's no safeguard that they won't pass the information on to third countries. In fact, they have the right to do that. And as we know, this has been a particularly difficult issue for some Canadians, given as to what happened to some Canadian citizens, such as Mayhar Arar, who was, as we know, tortured as a result of information being passed on by the Americans that they had obtained in part from the Canadians. So this whole no-fly list has been mentioned here as part of the issue. That some of the issues that are available in the United States, for example, Homeland Security has this no-fly list. That's under constitutional challenge in the United States. The concerns that they have about that are similar to the kind of concerns we have here. In the United States, for example, the Americans aren't allowed to know whether they're on the no-fly list or not, or how to get off, and what evidence their presence on the list is based. This is a danger that we're having here. And I think we have to understand how this process works. Right. When you first of all, if you want to overfly the United States, the airline has to advise the Americans' Homeland Security as to what information they have on their named passenger record. And they will then do their check, their data mining of their own, and they will issue a result to the travel agency. And the instructions will be either one of the following: either issue a boarding pass, deny permission to travel, or issue an enhanced screening requirement. And this regulation will give the United States access to a whole subset of information on air passengers who are not even entering the United States. This information can be shared among at least 16 United States agencies and foreign government, and the government of a foreign country, in this case the United States, has a de facto right to decide who gets to travel to and from Canada, since the vast majority of Canadian flights to and from Europe, the Caribbean, and South America overfly American airspace. Now, that's not true for all overseas flights, obviously, but the majority are. So we have a serious concern about this bill, Mr. Speaker, so much so that we are voting against it. I'm surprised, in fact, to hear when the concerns, similar concerns as ours, being raised by members of the Liberal Party, including the previous speaker, again and again and again. They raise these issues, the same issues, say they're concerned about them, and yet they seem to be quite happy to support this legislation. That I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of concerns. People have raised the success in getting an exemption on the issue of overflight when a Canada-to-Canada destination is being pursued. If someone is flying from Vancouver to Toronto and overflying the U.S. at the same time, that there's an exemption there for that. I wonder why, Mr. Speaker. I wonder why the Americans are so happy to grant that exemption in this arrangement. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, it has something to do with something called the Perimeter Security Agreement. I suspect that Canada, in the Perimeter Security Agreement, has already given up the right to information about who's flying in any plane in Canada, so that even someone flying from Toronto to Ottawa, their information may also already be available under the Perimeter Security Agreement. So it may be that this exemption that's offered here is merely just a sop to public opinion, because the reality of this legislation is that we're now entering into a world of mystery. I'm not normally into conspiracy theories, Mr. Speaker, but we're entering into a world of mystery. That the Homeland Security no-fly list, for example, has been called Kafkaesque, reference to a very famous author who wrote about a mystery world where you don't know what's going on. You don't know why you're being charged with something. You don't know why you're being held. You don't know why you're being treated in a certain way by authorities. That's the essence of the Kafkaesque world. And I think we're getting there with this kind of information, with this kind of agreement. Because if this legislation passes, information on you will be available to the American authorities, some 16 agencies, whatever governments they want to give them to. They can make decisions on your future or your situation based on whatever they think of the information that happens to be there. And you may have consequences. I remember, I don't really have time to go into the story, Mr. Speaker, but I was in Russia one time, and I had maybe one of my colleagues will ask me to tell it a bit more. But the question is, one never knows. One never knows what happens to this information. One never knows whether there are consequences or not. One never knows whether you're the subject of some kind of oppression because of information that's been made available. That's the essence and the difficulty and the problem that I have with this legislation, Mr. Speaker. I believe, although you haven't raised your hand, my time may be nearing an end. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, in my 10 minutes, I'd be happy to respond to any questions or comments that my colleagues on both sides of the House may have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you and I were completely enthralled by the speech of the Honourable Member from St. John's East, and I would just like to allow him, instead of asking a direct question, to elaborate a bit more on his thesis of why this bill is so bad for Canadians.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give you a chance to tell the story of this, my visit to Russia in 1981, when I met an individual who that very day had been interviewed by the KBG. And when I asked her what were the consequences of this, because she had been seen in a place where foreigners would visit, what are the consequences of being interviewed by the KBG? And her answer was very interesting. She said, one never knows. One never knows. What you do know is they write down the fact that you had this meeting, the fact of why they interviewed you, everything you said, and they put it in a file somewhere. And it may have some effect on your future. If you apply for a job and someone looks at your file and this information is on it, or if you are looking to travel to a foreign country. This was 1980 now, before the wall came down. And her answer, it stuck with me ever since, the phrase, one never knows. One never knows what the consequences are of information that a secret agency might have on you. And that's why people like me and like other Canadians value our privacy, our freedom, and our own security. And that foreign government agencies having information that they have no need for, without any protection, without any safeguards, without any ability to correct that information, we consider that wrong. And so that's really the essential reason why this legislation ought to be opposed, because the agreements that are based on are not transparent, the information is not protected, and there's no safeguards as to whether the information that it may be used for is even correct. So these are the concerns that we have and continue to have, and why we oppose this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the government has bamboozled the Bloc and the Liberals into supporting this bill on the basis that it was needed for security, and on the basis that the Americans demanded it by December 31, or the flights over Canada, the 100 flights a day, would stop. And Mr. Speaker, we have a no-fly list, which I always thought the reason for the Canadian no-fly list and the American no-fly list was to keep the people off the planes that could potentially be a security risk. So if we make the assumption that all the security measures we have and screening processes we have at the airports, and the fact that we have a no-fly list, which is supposed to keep all the bad guys off, it means then we're giving the information about the good guys. That's what we're doing here, is we're providing information to the good guys. And the fact that this was so important that we were going to shut down Canadian aviation if we didn't pass this bill has all been proved to be nothing but an apparition. The fact of the matter is, it's March 1st right now. Nobody's talking about shutting down flights. It's time the Canadian government went back to the Americans and said, if we're going to give you information on 100 flights a day, we want your information, we want reciprocity, we want your information on your 2,000 flights a day that are flying over Canada, and see what they have to say about that.
And the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had hoped that we had passed the high water mark of paranoia. Understandably, of course, the Americans were concerned about what happened in 9/11, 2001. But that was not a result of problems that this is designed to solve. The people who did this nasty business in the United States in 2001 and at the World Trade Center, they didn't fly from other countries. They were inside America. They were flying inside America. They weren't coming from foreign states to do this or overflying the country. And I think that an awful lot of work has been done since then to be more vigilant. No question about that. But I think, and I hope we're at the high water mark, that the invasion of privacy that's envisaged by both this agreement and by the perimeter agreement are not going to be implemented. We oppose them. We think they are going too far, and we'll vote accordingly when the time comes.
Resuming debate, les prise de débat, the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on behalf of our party, proud to speak against Bill C-42 and what it means to Canadians right across this country. Now, I may or may not be the only member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that worked 18 and a half years in an airline industry, but I can assure you, if the threat of cancellation of flights from Canada down to the south, like to Mexico or the Caribbean or wherever where you touch or go over American airspace or American water space, if they think for a second that those flights would have been canceled if we didn't give the United States my credit card number or my health record or what hotel I'm staying at, you're delusional. Delusional, Mr. Speaker. Because the fact is, all those flights that travel from America to Europe over Canadian airspace, would tit for tat mean that we're going to stop all those flights as of December 31st? Mr. Speaker, that would be utter nonsense. It would hurt both economies, and this is something both countries do not want to do. So the nonsense for the Liberals in the bloc to fall into this delusional attempt that if we don't give them all this information, it's going to hurt our airline industry is false. It is a great big lie. And I would hope that the Liberals, the Bloc, and the Conservative Party of Canada would use their 10%ers or householders in their individual ridings and let Canadians know, their constituents, what they're about to do with Bill C-42. Mr. Speaker, I was recently on vacation in a place where I met a lot of Americans. And I spoke to a lot of Americans about this over dinner and over a few drinks and stuff. And they were surprised that the United States government is actually asking the Canadian government for this type of information. These folks were from Iowa, they were from Kentucky, they were from LA, Florida, New York. Not one of them, Mr. Speaker, not one of them, be they admitted Republicans or Democrats or have no interest in politics at all. Not one of them wanted to know if I flew from Halifax to, say, Cuba or Jamaica. Not one of them wanted to know what hotel I was staying at. Not one of them wanted to know my health records. Not one of them wanted to know my credit card information. Not one of them wanted to know anything else, Mr. Speaker. They couldn't care less. What they care about is people getting into their country to do bad things to them. That's what they care about. And we would agree with them, Mr. Speaker. But Bill C-42 is a capitulation to our friends, the Americans, and as friends should tell friends to do when they're doing something wrong. Instead of capitulating and agreeing and fast-tracking Bill 42, we should take a step back, go back to the negotiation table, and tell the Americans they are wrong, wrong, wrong. And we, Mr. Speaker, would be wrong, wrong, wrong in this country if we accepted the parameters of this particular negotiation. Because it, Mr. Speaker, once Canadians find out, if this goes through the way that the Conservatives, Liberals, and Bloc want it to go through, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are going to wake up the next day. They may find themselves on no-fly lists. They may find themselves in all kinds of lists somewhere that they know nothing about, Mr. Speaker. They'll show up at an airport and told they can't go somewhere because somebody somewhere in the United States, either through error or through deliberate action, may have dislodged them from the list, Mr. Speaker, and made sure that they couldn't fly for whatever reason, even if had they no intention of going anywhere near the United States, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know the United States these days, in some circles, is called the excited states, and there's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. They are very nervous about a variety of things. But, Mr. Speaker, when a country is nervous or when they make laws that are without really thinking about the clear decisions of what they're about to do, it is up to their closest friends to advise them to sit down and tell them what they're doing is wrong. And there are ways, Mr. Speaker, of protecting the United States and Canada, and for that matter, the entire North American continent, without intruding into the private lives of Canadian citizens, and for that matter, American citizens as well, Mr. Speaker. Because I worked in the airline industry for over 18 and a half years, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that many of our customers came from the United States and points beyond, and without them, many of the airlines that we worked with back in those days probably couldn't have survived. And, Mr. Speaker, the same applies for the United States. Can you imagine all those winter vacationers from Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia, for example, that go to Florida on a regular basis, that if we succumb to this, or if we didn't succumb to this, if we just told the Americans we're not going to do what you want us to do, are you telling me that the state of Florida is going to accept the fact that thousands upon thousands of Canadians will no longer be able to visit the state of Florida during snowbird season? Is this what the government of Canada is telling us? Of course not. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, it is simply wrong. And I know.
I'm just going to stop the member there. He'll have 5 minutes left to conclude his remarks after question period, but right now we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Wheat Board is staggering through another wretched season of grain marketing. They set the initial prices on durum so low that farmers laughed, although they wanted to cry. Played in the barley market until malt barley is being sold for feed. Spring wheat sits in farmers' bins while bills go unpaid. And their latest prediction is that next year, Western Canadian farmers will once again reduce their wheat acres. What is the Canadian Wheat Board's response? Let's go boating. They now want to take $70 million of farmers' money to purchase 2 Chinese freighters and launch their new shipping empire. They can't market grain, Mr. Speaker. How can they handle boats? While they may fancy themselves the new Canada grain ship lines, it's likely we'll see a version of the Titanic runs aground on Gilligan's Island. The pirates of the prairies have already done enough damage. Farmers are tired of being pillaged. The answer is not more CWB, but more freedom for Western Canadian producers.
The Honourable Member for Massawa-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, on February 22nd, I had the opportunity to meet with a group of students from the school École Versant Nord in Atholville to talk about my role as an MP and the government's role within our country. I always enjoy these events because they are an opportunity to discuss subjects that interest these young people while sharing with them my experience as a parliamentarian. The questions these students in grade 6 asked were surprisingly relevant, and I'm convinced that such meetings need to happen more often in order to increase our young people's interest in politics. These students are tomorrow's leaders. That is why I believe it is essential to take the time to meet with them, to talk with them about the structure governing our beautiful country. In the House, I want to thank the teachers, Ms. Jody Ellisgar and Debbie Duguay, as well as their 32 students, for inviting me to speak to their class. I hope that this experience was as beneficial to them as it was to me. It was a pleasure to be your MP of Madawaska-Restigouche. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, some companies lead economic development in a region. This is the case for the company WolfTech, which celebrated its 20 years in business in December 2010. Over the years, WolfTech has become a real pillar of development in the municipality of Ayers-Cliff. Thanks to its cutting-edge processes, the company is both a world leader in the manufacturing of stretch wrappers, strapping machinery, and conveyors. WolfTech's 175 employees can attest to their employers' respect for them. The proof: employee retention at WolfTech is 96%. Few manufacturing companies can boast such a rate. On behalf of the bloc, I am proud and honored to offer my heartiest congratulations to WolfTech in Ayers-Cliff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd seen it all from the Conservative Party of Canada when last November 11th, the Conservative Party of Canada, through its fundraising arm, was calling veterans in this country on November 11th asking for money to the Conservative Party of Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought that was the lowest of the low until just recently a constituent of mine called me up and said a member of the Conservative Party called them looking for money because we're the only party that stand up for the Jewish people of Canada and that of Israel. Mr. Speaker, I have thought I have heard it all from a political party that uses religion in wedge politics. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the lowest of the low. Calling veterans on Remembrance Day looking for money to a political party is bad enough. By using wedge religious politics, in this case the Jewish people of Canada, to raise funds for your party, Mr. Speaker, is despicable and low enough. And the Conservative Party of Canada, the Prime Minister of Canada, should apologize to all people in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend my sympathies the sympathies of my constituents to the people of Christchurch. The destruction in New Zealand is a reminder of the tragic loss of life that can result from earthquakes. On February 15th, an earthquake shook Richmond and Delta. It was very mild compared to the one that hit Christchurch, but it is a reminder that we must ensure that our infrastructure is capable of withstanding a strong quake. Last week, at a meeting of the Ladner Business Association, Brian Hart and Mike Owen, local businessmen with a significant knowledge of the Lower Fraser River, pointed out that Ladner and Richmond, like Christchurch, are built on an alluvial plain and located on a fault zone. Furthermore, they are below sea level and protected by dikes. That means for our two communities, merely having specially strengthened buildings and bridges is not enough. Our dikes must be maintained at a level to withstand a serious quake. We must be prepared. Being prepared means we must all work together. There is no reward for complacency. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Speaker, the Canadian Paris Centre for Peace Foundation offers a glimmer of hope for those who yearn for lasting peace in the Middle East. Arming for security and preparing for war are still important, even though unconventional high-tech weaponry makes every country vulnerable. And as current events illustrate, popular awakenings can make even the mighty tremble. Happily, there are those who also recognize the power of science, technology, information, and education as borderless agents of change. Led by a veteran of war and statecraft, the Canadian Paris Centre for Peace offers those who want to build for the future, who wish to construct an architecture to house the human and civil society values based on compassion and service to others, the mechanisms to reach out to the marginalized and the vulnerable. The Centre's comprehensive strategy of medicine in the service of peace provides for high-quality, sustainable health services enjoyed by Israeli children to Palestinian children as well, addressing some 1,500 cases each year. Mazel tov. They need our help to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Syncrude Canada supports the Aboriginal people of Northern Alberta in many ways through their Aboriginal Relations Program. 8.6% of Syncrude's workforce is of self-declared First Nation, Métis, or Inuit descent, and they are proud to be one of the largest employers of Inuit Aboriginal people in Canada. Syncrude invested over $1.3 million in Aboriginal community projects in 2009, and the total for Syncrude businesses with First Nation and Métis-owned companies since 1992 is over $1.4 billion. Syncrude funds numerous scholarships and fund programs for research and development. They have received a variety of awards, including the Environment Stewardship Award from Alberta Venture Magazine, the Global Level Achievement Award by Canadian Council for Aboriginal Businesses, the Alberta Human Rights and Citizenship Commission Diversity Leadership Award of Distinction, and the Alberta Emerald Award for Research and Innovation. I commend the great Canadian company Syncrude for their advancement of our Aboriginal people and for the great work they do for Canada in Northern Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, Black History Month came to a close last night in Montreal with a commemorative ceremony honoring Jackie Robinson, the first Afro-American to play in the major leagues with the Brooklyn Dodgers. A plaque was placed on the building in Villeray neighborhood where he and his family lived to commemorate the legend's passing in Montreal. In fact, in 1946, Robinson spent several months with the Montreal Royals, Dodgers' main subsidiary, in order to prepare psychologically and physically for what awaited him in the major leagues, where a strict segregation policy was in place. Montrealers gave him a warm welcome and showed willingness to help, according to Robinson's widow. The Bloc Québécois salutes in turn the memory of this man, who was more than a pioneer in his sport, for his willingness to fight in adversity and for his talent. Jackie Robinson contributed in his way to fighting racial discrimination, and this is a source of inspiration.
Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberal International Trade Critic was dispatched to Brantford in a failed attempt to score cheap political points by exploiting industries hardest hit by the global recession. She claimed that the removal of a company's name from one plant's exterior was, I quote, sad and depressing. Allow me to correct the record, because what she actually witnessed was another example of how our government is making Canada the most attractive place for job creators to invest.
There you go.
The sign removal was in preparation for the new logo of Brant Screencraft, an expanding local company that purchased the plant last year. Outraged by her misleading comments, the company's vice president responded, stating, and I quote, ironically, we had looked into locating our new facility in Michigan. However, the corporate tax cuts and programs provided by the Conservatives were the deciding factor to expand in Canada. The 50-plus jobs have stayed in Brant because of the Conservatives. This is more evidence of that Canada's economic action plan is delivering results for Brant.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta. Order.
Speaker, I rise today to personally congratulate my dear friend Christy Clark on becoming British Columbia's Premier Designate this past Saturday. I also want to congratulate the other leadership candidates, Michael DeYoung, George Abbott, and my close friend Kevin Falcon, who all ran with integrity, pride, honor, and vision. Having known and worked with Christy for many years, I have great confidence and admiration for her intelligence, her tenacity, and the new brand of politics that she hopes to bring to the province of British Columbia. Christy, as a working mother, knows firsthand the challenges Canadian families face in this economy and what can and must be done so as British Columbia can remain one of the top 5 provinces in the world to live. I know she is going to be a fantastic leader, and I'm proud to call her my personal and close friend. So I urge all members to join me congratulating Christy.
Honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply concerned at reports of the detention of 2 Iranian opposition leaders, Mir Hosni Mousavi and Mehdi Korabi. The 2 leaders have been under house arrest since February 14, 2011, when they called for a peaceful protest in support of the events in Egypt. Now we hear that these 2 leaders are imprisoned by the Iranian authorities. In light of the hypocrisy of the Iranian regime to provide its support to protests in Egypt and Libya, but then violently suppress and ruthlessly intimidate similar protests in its own country. We, along with the rest of the international community, are closely monitoring events in Tehran as opposition leaders call for a peaceful protest every Tuesday this month. Mr. Speaker, our government calls upon the Iranian government to immediately respect the right of its citizens and allow for these peaceful protests to take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, sustainable development is the obligation for the government to think of the impact on future generations each time they make a decision. One of the principles, the basic principles of sustainable development, is the precautionary principle, which mandates us to look at the long-term impacts of what we are doing and to not make any decisions that could have a negative impact. Shale gas exploration is a concrete example of a necessary application of a precautionary principle. Even if natural resources are under provincial jurisdiction, aspects of their development must be looked at by the federal government, particularly the impact on navigable waters. We need only look at what Environmental Protectionist Agency did in the United States recently when they ordered people in Wyoming to stop using water and washing their laundry because anything could explode in the house. This order was issued in August 2010, Mr. Speaker. Future generations will not forgive us if we do not take care of them. Order.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, in partisan pre-election ads, the Ottawa NDP are talking about taxes. Let's take a look at the NDP's real record on taxes. The NDP oppose tax cuts. The NDP are offside on gas prices. They think that gas prices have been artificially lowered and need to be raised. The NDP are against providing tax relief to hard-pressed Canadian families and businesses. The NDP voted against reducing the GST from 7% to 6% in Budget 2006, and again in cutting the GST from 6% to 5%. The NDP leader has even described tax relief as reckless. The NDP support high taxes. They fought each cut of the GST and voted time and time again against reducing income taxes and the small business tax. Mr. Speaker, the NDP did it many, many times before. If they get their way, they'll do it again, and Canada will pay.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Gilles Dosteller was a leading light in economics as well as a top sovereigntist and a strong advocate of social justice. Recently passed away after a battle with cancer. A professor at the University of Quebec in Montreal since 1975, his work on the history of economic thought, and more specifically those dealing with John Maynard Keynes and neoliberalism, are authorities. Work of this prolific writer on the subject have become essential reading and have been translated into a number of languages. He is known both abroad and in Quebec. I had the great privilege of knowing this economist, who over the years had developed an acknowledged expertise on state interventionism. I salute this great humanist who has left us unfortunately too early, and I offer my sincere condolences to his spouse, his stepdaughter, and all his loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
Mr. Speaker, this Kairos issue begs some excuse, like a ministerial statement from Dr. Seuss. I must have pulled some shifty scam to end up in the jam I am. Staff first said yes, I cannot lie. But with one word, I would deny. How it appeared, it's hard to say, but doesn't matter anyway. Top bureaucrats, they did, I think, inscribe the knot in deep red ink. They wrote the knot above the margin. It was not I, as they are charging. I had no role, is what I said. I had no role to make it dead. I had no role to stop the cash. It's bureaucrats that you should trash. I do not like this Kairos bunch, nor does my boss. That's my best hunch. That's why he put me on the spot. That's why he made me add the knot. That's what he made me think, I thought. That's why my credibility is shot. Handwriting experts in the field provide the truth that should be yield. The hand that changed the yes to no was on the arm of the PMO.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, if the government does not impose new taxes on Quebecers and commit to costly expenditures, the Bloc will try to force a wasteful election with the help of the Liberals. The Bloc members are abandoning Quebecers in the regions and are only thinking about their friends on the plateau. But Canada is leading the world economic recovery because of the actions of our Conservative government, which are concrete actions, while the Bloc Québécois is opposing our economic measures. The Conservative members have acted for all the regions. We are supporting all sectors of the economy, forestry, agriculture, the financial services sector, and we are creating economic opportunities for all Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. Quebecers have the choice between Bloc members who are abandoning Quebecers and Conservative members who are working to build a strong Quebec in a united Canada.
À l'ordre. Order. Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prosecutor has charged 4 members of the Prime Minister's inner circle of serious violation of Canada's election law, and the public prosecutor says that evidence of illegal activity is voluminous. So this isn't just some accounting dispute. We're talking about election fraud. Given that the Prime Minister's party is facing a public prosecution for illegal activity, will he commit to this House today that at the next election there will not be another in-and-out scam?
Right Honourable Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this is an administrative dispute with elections. With Elections Canada that has been going on for 5 years. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the dispute is whether certain expenses should be counted as local or national. We have a difference of opinion on this, Mr. Speaker. We maintain that our people acted under the law as they understood it at the time. And, Mr. Speaker, when it was clear that Elections Canada had changed its interpretation of the law, this party already adjusted its practices in the 2008 election campaign.
Honourable Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, ce n'est
Mr. Speaker, this is not an administrative dispute. It's a question of illegal activity. 4 members of the Prime Minister's inner circle are accused of having violated the Elections Act. The Director of Public Prosecutions has said clearly that the proof of illegal activity is voluminous. Can the Prime Minister assure us that during the next Canadian elections there will be no more in-and-out scam? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed an administrative question between us and Elections Canada that has been ongoing since 2006. It's a question of the definition of local and national expenses, Mr. Speaker. We maintain that we have respected the rules that were in place at the time. And, Mr. Speaker, once the interpretation changes, we will change our practices. And we have already done that in 2008, and I hope that the Liberal Party will do the same thing. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Replies are completely ridiculous. This isn't an administrative question. This isn't an accounting dispute. This is a matter of an abuse of power. Let me read something that the Prime Minister said when he created the Office of the Public Prosecutor. He said, "Bend the rules, you will be punished. Break the law, you will be charged. Abuse the public trust, you will go to prison." These are the Prime Minister's own words. Does he not understand that these words apply to him? Does he think he's above the law? Who does he think he is?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
These are disputes over the interpretation of the rules. Mr. Speaker, that's why we have courts. They will render their decisions as appropriate. Mr. Speaker, our position is clear. We respected the rules as they were interpreted at the time. Mr. Speaker, when those interpretations have changed, the party has changed its position accordingly, already did so in the 2008 election. And, Mr. Speaker, since these practices were used by all parties, and we have lots of evidence of that, I hope all parties have also changed their practices.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Pas de réponse à des questions.
No answers to clear questions, and it is not at all true that we did the same thing. That is the only party that is accused of fraud. We are not.
Un autre sujet, monsieur.
On another topic, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House voted very clearly to force the government to provide the documents required to assess the next federal budget. Will the Prime Minister obey the House and produce these documents by Monday, or will he continue to show contempt for the House of Commons? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there has been a request made for certain information. We have already provided that information to the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the Liberal Party and the other parties will read the budget before deciding on their position. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we cannot evaluate the budget without the documents that we need, and that's why we respect the House of Commons.
Holds documents. He defriends friends charged with illegal activity. He shuts down Parliament when he gets in his way. He keeps a minister in cabinet who doesn't tell the House the truth and won't ever even let her get up and defend herself in the House of Commons. All of this is an abuse of power, Mr. Speaker. It's an abuse of democracy. He goes around the world preaching democracy overseas, Mr. Speaker. When will he defend and practice democracy?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in all of that, the Leader of the Liberal Party raised the question of the budget. It's the responsibility of all members of Parliament to read a budget before deciding on it. I know the Liberal Party leader seems to have made up his mind on March's budget back sometime in September or August. I would encourage him to take his responsibilities seriously, to look at the budget documents when they are tabled, read them, and obviously do what is best for the Canadian economy, which is to continue to focus on that economy and not on an unnecessary and opportunistic election.
Order. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we're still completely in the dark concerning the government's refusal to freeze the assets of the family of Ben Ali, the former Tunisian dictator. And yet we all know that the Ben Ali family has assets in Quebec, including a mansion in Westmount. The Prime Minister's attitude is strange, to say the least, and we want explanations as to why the PM is refusing to freeze the assets of the former Tunisian dictator, whereas he did so for Gaddafi, the Libyan dictator. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we have explained on many occasions, we froze the assets of members of the former Tunisian regime. To date, Mr. Speaker, under the law, we do not have the information sufficient to freeze their assets, but we are seeking actively to do so, as we have already done with the Gaddafi case. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it only took them 24 hours to do it in the case of Libya, and you can't tell me that Gaddafi sent in a written request to have his assets frozen. Why is this not being done for Tunisia? It's clear. We saw on TV. Why are they complicit to this? Are there people in the Conservative Party who are linked to Ben Ali? Is that the whole story? We want to know, and they have to tell us clearly they need to freeze their assets because we will not be able to seize these assets if they put them in a tax haven. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government does not defend the Ben Ali regime. Mr. Speaker, we do not have the international sanctions necessary. As we have in the case of Libya, I would urge the leader of the Bloc Québécois to speak with our lawyers to explain the situation, because, Mr. Speaker, I can say that we are seeking ways of increasing our authority, and we will ask Parliament to give the government more authority to freeze the assets of this former regime. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, by stating that the serious accusations made by Elections Canada against the Conservative Party are simply administrative questions, the government is continuing to deny reality. What we're talking about here are misleading statements and illegal activity, according to the Director of Public Prosecutions. By using these excuses, isn't the Prime Minister admitting his guilt in this matter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is an administrative matter. Conservative candidates spent Conservative funds, and the National Party transferred funds to the candidates. Elections Canada, we don't know how it found out, and we told them that this was legal. All parties do so. And we are going to continue to defend our case before the courts. Thank you. The Honourable Member of Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are proficient in the art of telling half-truths to avoid having to answer for their actions. That is the case for the misleading statements made by the Minister of International Cooperation in the case of Kairos, and it is also the case for the in-and-out scheme that is being denounced by Elections Canada. Will the Prime Minister admit that he violated the Elections Act, just as he is knowingly violating the truth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to share the truth. This is an administrative matter that we are dealing with Elections Canada. The Conservative government spent Conservative funds on Conservative ads, and obviously the National Party transferred funds to Conservative candidates. But we don't know how Elections Canada found this out, because we told them it's perfectly legal and all parties do it. So we will be defending our case before the courts.
For Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can try to spin this as administrivia all they like. The truth is that they are being prosecuted on charges for illegal and unlawful election cheating. That's what's up here. The Conservative senators are facing potential jail time, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives are facing charges, not allegations. The Prime Minister fired the member from Simcoe Grey based on allegations. Why won't he take responsibility here? And why won't he clean up his party when it comes to election financing law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, this is an administrative dispute for 5 years over the question of whether certain elections expenses are defined as local or national. This is a difference of opinion. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to argue these matters before the courts, but we have been very clear, Mr. Speaker. We have always respected the rules as they were understood at the time. When interpretations of those rules have changed later, we changed our practices and already did so in the 2008 election.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, playing fast and loose with the election legislation that governs our democracy is a very serious matter. The Prime Minister may choose to force elections in the coming weeks. The Prime Minister has just committed to not using the in-and-out scheme once again to exceed spending limits in the next election. By doing so, has he not admitted his guilt in 2006? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I have already said, we comply with the interpretation of the law that was in place at the time. When this changes, we will change our practices. Even in the 2008 elections, we no longer used in and out financing. But, Mr. Speaker, we will always comply with the rules that are in place currently, and I hope that all parties who use the same scheme will respect the new interpretation of the rules. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Conservative senators and officials up on election charges, and with a cabinet minister facing the scandal of doctoring documents before the House of Commons here and misleading Parliament. No wonder so many Canadians feel that something is broken in Ottawa. The Prime Minister could do something about this by supporting New Democrats' practical plan for making Parliament work better for Canadians. Let's finally ask Canadians about abolishing the Senate, about reforming our electoral system. Will he support our doable proposals on this front?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I must admit that we don't always associate practical plan and the NDP in the same sentence. But, Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the NDP suggests is the abolition of the Senate. I know there is much sympathy in the country for that. The reality, of course, is that would involve reopening the Constitution, getting a unanimous resolution, which is unlikely. We do have a practical plan to allow for Senate elections and a limitation of senators' terms, and I would encourage the NDP and all those others with practical plans to support that practical plan.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's now obvious the Prime Minister never believed in the accountability he once preached. In 2008, he told his ministers that they must, and I quote, be present in Parliament to answer honestly and accurately about their areas of responsibility. Yet day after day, question after question, the Minister of CEDA sits there, refusing to tell this House and Canadians who told her to cut funding for Kairos. How can she remain in her position as Minister when by her silence she refuses to be accountable to Parliament?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This Minister has spoken to the committee, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, where 11 times she was very clear that she was the one that made the decision with respect to not giving the $7 million grant. Also, she made that very clear just last month, Mr. Speaker, that it was her decision as well. And I encourage the member opposite for Vancouver Centre to look at that.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, what kind of lesson are Canadians to draw from this obfuscation? That if you do whatever this Prime Minister says, The consequences simply don't matter. That the Prime Minister can break his word on accountability of ministers with impunity. The Minister of International Cooperation sits behind the Prime Minister dutifully, day after day, and is not allowed to answer. Is this Prime Minister's position that women in his cabinet should only be seen and not heard?
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, this member wants to talk about integrity. This member, this specific member who is a minister, wants to talk about misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. This is the member who said, and I quote, "As we speak, crosses are burning in Prince George." Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, she's got a lot of chutzpah.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Order. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add that at that time, that minister had the ministerial responsibility and to resign. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation is so proud of her decision, such a brave decision, according to the Government House Leader, that she continues to remain silent on the subject. She was so courageous in making that decision that she would have us believe that this decision came from her officials. The Minister of International Cooperation, has she become a woman without a voice who has no right to answer questions? The Honourable Government House Leader.
No such thing. What she did say last year before a standing committee of Parliament was that she was the one that made the decision not to provide a $7 million grant to a particular non-governmental organization. This is, Mr. Speaker, was something she repeated just last month in this place, Mr. Speaker. This minister has always made the right decisions. This member has always stood up for international causes around the world, whether it's in Haiti, whether it's in Afghanistan, or whether it's in Africa. She's doing a heck of a good job, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Well, it would be nice if we could hear in this House, day after day, the Minister of International Cooperation remains silent, seated behind the Prime Minister, and leaving the responsibility to defend her decisions to others. Has she waived her supplementary salary that is attached to her so-called ministerial responsibilities? Does she still sit in cabinet? Has she handed in the keys to her limousine? The Honourable Government House Leader.
What the Minister of International Cooperation works so hard at. She's worked tremendously hard at rebuilding earthquake-damaged Haiti. She has worked tremendously hard on dealing with the challenges that women in Afghanistan speak. This minister, Mr. Speaker...
Order. The Government House Leader has the floor. We will have some order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
And, Mr. Speaker, this minister has not just played an important role. This minister has played an instrumental role in the Maternal and Child Initiative brought forward at the last G8. This is an initiative which will save literally millions of lives, Mr. Speaker, and it's because of the great leadership of the Minister of International Cooperation.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Newfoundland and Nova Scotia have made a request to Ottawa to obtain a loan guarantee to the tune of $375 million in order to build an electrical transmission line to send energy from the Lower Churchill to the United States. The Conservative government will not close the door to this demand that is unfair to Quebec because Hydro-Quebec was developed without the help of the federal government. Can the government tell us clearly that it has no intention of funding, either directly or indirectly, this energy grid designed to circumvent Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Two matters relating to Lower Churchill. One is an application for a loan guarantee, and that's being discussed by officials of the federal government with the government of Newfoundland and Labrador. The other is a P3 application to P3 Canada Inc. with respect to a proposed transmission connection, and that is being dealt with in the normal way by P3 Canada Inc.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, the federal government cannot hide behind P3 Canada because it is a creature of the Conservatives and it is funded by the federal parliament. The federal government should not be using money that comes partly from Quebecers to fund a subsea cable that would compete with Hydro-Quebec. Isn't it normal that if Newfoundland and Nova Scotia want an energy grid, that they should do like Hydro-Quebec and pay for it themselves? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
P3 Canada Inc., Mr. Speaker, deals with applications from all across the country. I'm sure the member noticed the other day the announcement in Lachine, Quebec, the announcement with respect to the maintenance yard for the commuter trains in Montreal and the Greater Montreal region, a P3 Canada application approved by P3 Canada Inc., and I did not hear any complaints from elsewhere in Canada about that approval.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Quebec has put a moratorium on oil exploration and production in the Gulf of St. Lawrence until 2012. However, drilling in the Old Harry sector could begin next year on Newfoundland territory. Quebec could suffer, environmentally speaking, from Ottawa and Newfoundland's haste. Will the federal government respect the National Assembly's motion for suspension of all current authorizations pending the results of environmental assessments? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. This is managed by a regulator that we have confidence in. The health of workers and the protection of the environment are priorities, and no project will go ahead unless the regulator is convinced of that. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec needs full jurisdiction over its territory in order to better protect its ecosystem and to make its own choices. As it did over 25 years ago for Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, the federal government should sign an agreement with Quebec, allowing Quebec to set its own environmental and energy priorities. Why is Ottawa denying Quebec the same advantages as Nova Scotia and Newfoundland? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Negotiations are currently underway with Quebec and our government, and things are moving ahead well, but one thing's clear. No project will go ahead unless the regulator is convinced that worker health and environment protection are assured. And if the Bloc wants to use this to divide, so be it. But we are going to make Canada into a clean energy superpower.
Mr. Speaker, Finance Committee is trying to investigate the costs of the Conservatives' U.S.-style criminal justice agenda, but the Conservatives are taking a page right out of Richard Nixon's playbook and are obstructing that investigation every step of the way. Last night, this House ordered the Conservatives to stop the obstruction. Will the Conservatives respect last night's vote and stop breaking the rules? Will they finally tell Canadians the true cost of their U.S.-style criminal justice agenda?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Speaker, I'm very pleased to inform my friend from King's Hands that we tabled the information that the committee requested in the House last week.
Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, that's bunk, and the minister knows it. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that just one of the Conservatives' 18 crime bills will cost the provinces more than $1 billion every year. Has the minister provided the provincial governments with a detailed breakdown of how much the Conservatives' U.S.-style crime agenda will cost the provinces? Yes or no? And if yes, will they share that information with the House of Commons here?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Canadians find the Liberal position on funding prisons very confusing. On the same day that the member for Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor was asking our government to spend more money on prisons, the member from Beausejour was in Ottawa saying our government was spending too much. While the Liberals are busy saying one thing and doing another, we're making communities safer. Unlike the Liberal-led coalition, we think that dangerous criminals need to be behind bars, not released into our communities early.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, While the financial crisis was at its peak, the finance minister said with a straight face there would be no deficit. Ultimately, the finance minister is presenting the worst deficit in Canadian history. We know that the Conservatives' priority is building mega prisons. How much is that going to cost? According to the parliamentary budget officer, it could reach $5 billion or more. Where are they going to find that money? By passing the buck to the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I find this very interesting. I was in Newfoundland, Labrador last week, and the members in Newfoundland advised me they wanted more prisons built. At the same time, the Leader of the Opposition is saying we shouldn't build more prisons. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you could get some clarification from the Liberals on their position in respect of that. What we know is that the Liberals are soft on crime, they want criminals out on the street, and they want ordinary Canadians at risk from those criminals.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives pull their figures out of thin air. They're going to have the biggest deficit in Canadian history, and it keeps going up. Common sense would hold that it would be better to stop spending. But the Conservatives want to keep borrowing $6 billion to give gifts to the most profitable companies. Is it the families, middle-class families, that are going to have to fund that? The Honourable Finance Minister.
Well, we have a low tax plan. We want to reduce taxes. This low tax plan was passed by Parliament with the support of the official opposition 2 or 3 years ago. If the honourable member were here, she'd remember that her party voted in favour of this low tax plan. And now they come and they say they want a high tax plan. And they say they want a law brought into the House of Commons, which I guess they would support, to increase taxes. We're going to stay with our low tax plan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been following the dire situation in Libya with great concern. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on the government's response to this crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in light of the trouble and likely ongoing concerns in the region, the HMCS Charlottetown will depart Halifax tomorrow to take part in Canadian and international evacuation operations that are already underway in Libya.
I am proud that the Charlottetown will rapidly be joining Canadian and allied forces to participate in this effort in Libya.
Women of our naval forces, the men and women, of course, of all of our armed forces have been called upon time and time again to make a difference in difficult situations, and we're once again pleased that they're answering the call.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the alarming shortage of doctors and nurses is adding significant cost to our healthcare system. Delays in diagnosis and treatment mean patients get sicker and they require more care. These patients need help on the double. So far, this government's plan falls short of helping the 5 million Canadians without a doctor. New Democrats are proposing the training and hiring of 1,200 doctors and 6,000 new nurses. In the long run, this would save us millions of dollars. Will the Conservatives include this practical idea in their upcoming budget? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government supports the efforts of the provinces and territories to effectively and efficiently manage their healthcare system providers in order to ensure an adequate supply to their residents. While physician and nurses supply is a provincial and territorial responsibility, our government has increased healthcare transfers by over 33% since forming government, and this has provided predictable and growing resources to the provinces and to the territories to address their healthcare needs, including health human resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious the Conservatives just don't get it. Yesterday, the lack of emergency resources took an absurd turn. Overcrowding in the Royal Columbian Hospital resulted in patients being treated in Tim Hortons. This government needs to order a double-double on the double and wake up and smell the healthcare crisis in this country. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives listen to New Democrats on public health care to ensure folks aren't being treated in a donut shop?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to a universal, publicly funded healthcare system in the Canada Health Act. Unlike the previous Liberal government, our government will not cut health transfers. We continue to work with the provinces and the territories and the healthcare professionals to look for ways to improve healthcare systems. That is why we have increased the health transfers to the provinces and the territories by 33%, which they voted against. This significant funding, Mr. Speaker, increase allows provinces and the territories to continue to meet their health care needs for their residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, the Nutrition North program was implemented hastily with no impact study and in total ad hocery. By radically changing subsidies and the list of eligible foodstuffs, the Conservative government triggered an explosion in the cost of food in the North. Will the government suspend this program until it can be changed to meet the essential needs of isolated communities? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
Implemented after 2.5 years of full consultation. Under this program, our government will ensure Canadians in isolated northern communities have access to nutritious quality foods. We are implementing changes to improve the effectiveness of the food subsidy program. We're listening to Canadians, and if changes to the program are needed, we will make them.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, the government consulted suppliers, not the customers. By acting hastily, the Conservative government didn't give northern communities time to react. They need to raise money for stockpiling, to organize transportation by boat, and to build new warehouses. The Conservative government has to stop and start cooperating with Northerners. Will the minister suspend Nutrition North until its impact on the socioeconomic situation of affected communities can be examined? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Consultation sessions in the North with Northerners. We listened to their concerns. That's what was built into the program. This is not a made-in-Ottawa program. This is a program based on 2.5 years of consultation. We are implementing the program. Like I said, we're looking at the necessity of changes, and we will implement any necessary changes as required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, in Hull-Aylmer, the Conservatives fraudulently billed $44,573.55 for expenses in Quebec City. That's about 80% of the total expenditures of the Conservative candidate in Hull-Aylmer. That $44,573.55 is money that the Conservatives want Elections Canada to take from taxpayers to refund their fictitious and illegal spending. Will the Conservatives admit their election fraud and refund that dirty money? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Clearly, this is an administrative debate. The Conservatives spent Conservative monies on Conservative advertising. There were transfers from the National Party office to local candidates, local campaigns, but this is what parties do. It's legal. We have a very strong case, and we will defend that case before the courts in the future. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Only the Conservatives believe that a $25,000 fine and a year in jail are an administrative matter.
That's right.
They have engaged in a massive $1 million electoral fraud. You'd think their super cop in Vaughan would have none of it. But it turns out that that very minister got elected thanks to a $20,000 taxpayer refund on fictitious expenses. His riding association's coffers
were padded by the Conservatives' fraudulent schemes. Will the minister from Vaughan reimburse the taxpayers for these ill-gotten gains, and will he commit not to repeat this scam?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this is an administrative debate. Conservative candidates spent Conservative funds on Conservative campaigns. The National Party transferred funds to local candidates, as all parties do. And the reason why Elections Canada knows this is because we reported it. And why not? It's legal, it's ethical, all parties do it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have a very strong case that we will defend in the future.
For Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasey.
Mr. Speaker, we've just learned that Agent Orange was used in the 50s near Hearst. Against their will, forest workers and junior rangers aged 17 were unwittingly exposed to dioxin that causes major health problems. Ontario is calling on the federal government to contact other provinces and territories to determine if Agent Orange was used in their jurisdictions as well. Will the Minister of Health agree to this request and begin this important work immediately? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, this is a provincial matter and a provincial responsibility. The federal government has already addressed its use of this chemical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking with families of hydro and forestry workers who suffered from cancers, miscarriages, and birth defects from exposure to Agent Orange in Northern Ontario. But we now learn that federal employees were exposed to large doses of Agent Orange while working at rural and regional airports between 1955 and 1974. In fact, Transport Canada employees were expected to mix large doses of T45T and T4D and then spray without protective clothing. So will the Minister of Transportation investigate this and release any and all documents pertaining to the use of Agent Orange at federal airports and other federal operations?
Great point. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm unaware of any federal involvement from 20 years ago from Transport Canada, but certainly I will take this question under advisement, and any information that Transport Canada has about the use of Agent Orange and its distribution and dispersion, I'll make that available as soon as I possibly can. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, today the President of the Treasury Board tabled the 2011-2012 main estimates. These estimates demonstrate our commitment to reduce government spending. They also show that we aren't balancing the budget on the backs of hardworking taxpayers like the Liberals did in the 1990s. Can the President of the Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker, please explain how we are on track to balance the budget?
Good question. Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I thank the member for St. John for his question and for the input that he has had in terms of keeping us on track for a balanced budget. Today I was able to table the main estimates for our spending for the year ahead. Mr. Speaker, that indicates that spending for the year ahead will be $10 billion less than we spent last year. Mr. Speaker, that'll be the first time in over a decade that a government has planned spending less in the present year than in the past year. We intend to stay on track with that, Mr. Speaker. This is not a time for increased taxes, not a time for reckless spending, not a time for unwanted elections. It's time to stay on track.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada is supposed to reflect all Canadians. That's its mission, and that includes taking into account regional diversity, especially in a big country like ours. The Conservatives, we know, would prefer the airwaves to be dominated by their propaganda, a bit like Fox in the U.S., so they're doing everything they can do to undermine Radio-Canada. And in Quebec, it's the station in Matane that they're attacking. Will the minister protect that station? Will that minister protect Radio-Canada in Matane? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we always work with Radio-Canada to ensure that their mandate is protected. We've made promises during the election campaign 2004, 2006, 2008, and yes, of course, we will protect and respect our commitment to Radio-Canada in our budget. That's something we've always done, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. In addition to the group J'ai ma place, another private partner has announced its contribution to the Quebec City Arena project. Québecor is also contributing concretely to the project so that our national capital can have an essential tool of economic development. Instead of hindering the proponents of this project, will the Conservative government finally commit to paying its fair share immediately? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak to Mayor Lebaume this afternoon about the agreement between Québecor and Quebec City. That said, the project is still essentially funded by public monies, and it's very important to point out that the project includes an urban revitalization component, which is extremely important and was recommended in the Rousseau report. I discussed this with my colleague responsible for infrastructure, and if the federal government can do so within existing programs, the federal government will help with road infrastructure. The Honourable Member for...
Mr. Speaker, the Assembly of First Nations is raising concerns that policing on reserve will get a 19% cut in this budget. Policing is already woefully underfunded. At the same time, First Nations are trying to fight fires with outdated, inadequate equipment and no training. Too many of those fires end in tragedy. When will this minister show some leadership and give on-reserve public safety the attention and funding that it deserves?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government looks forward to continuing our close relationship with police forces across the country, including First Nations police forces. We know that having a local police force like a First Nations police force is very important for the safety and security of the community. I wish that the NDP, however, saw security in the same way, that in fact police and others contribute to the well-being of community members.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative government focuses on Quebecers' real priority, the economy, the leader of the Bloc Québécois and champion of the Plateau Mont-Royal wants to head straight into an election before even reading the budget. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell the House what the Conservative government has done lately for Quebec's regional economies? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Order. Mr. Speaker, our government's priority is the economy, and we're coming to the assistance of Quebecers in all regions of Quebec, despite opposition from the Bloc. That's why we announced yesterday an investment of over $63 million in clean energies like ethanol. That helps companies and producers here and in all regions of Quebec and the country. Our Conservative government is constantly working to assist all parts of Quebec's economies in all regions of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, people in the Matane area, like us, have good reasons to doubt the Heritage Minister, especially on Radio-Canada. It's very worrisome. For example, on the website of Radio-Canada in that region, it's no longer Gaspésie and Magdalen Islands. It's now Eastern Quebec. They've changed the name. Is the minister going to do something? Is he going to stand up to help Radio-Canada in Matane? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
We'll honour our campaign commitment to CBC Radio-Canada in a way that the Liberals didn't. Here's what the Liberal record on the CBC was, Mr. Speaker. Here's what the Globe and Mail said. The Liberal Party policy toward the CBC, gut it, kick it in the teeth, leave it hanging from a thread. The Montreal Gazette, here's what they said about the Liberals and the CBC. The CBC has become a shattered, unloved, a friendless institution under Heritage Minister Sheila Copps. Here's what the Toronto Star said. Quote, the CBC has been treated shabbily by the Liberal government, downsized, underfunded, and abandoned. We have our policy, they have their record. I'll live with our record.
Member for Western Arctic.
Speaker, it has come to light that many Canadian truckers
are being forced by their employers to falsify their logbooks. The companies get away with this because there's insufficient enforcement of federal regulations. Ottawa should be working with the provinces to enforce these rules, but this isn't happening. Mr. Speaker, will this government improve enforcement, or will they continue to turn a blind eye to the dangers on Canadian roads?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, of course, I'll invite this honourable member to the real world, Mr. Speaker, where we do work closely with both the provinces and the territories. In fact, we have a committee of senior-level bureaucrats that work together under the direction of the ministers, Mr. Speaker. After our meeting that we had in Atlantic Canada earlier this fall, we again tasked our officials again to work together on areas of concern like trucking. And Mr. Speaker, we should be very clear that truckers are expected to keep regular hours under regulatory supervision. They must keep logbooks under supervision. Mr. Speaker, failure to do so is a criminal offence. Wow. So I urge them to do that. The RCMP and other enforcement agencies have the power to enforce that, and that is the law.
Yes, that will bring to a conclusion the question period for today. Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
Received a notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh, and I'll hear the Honourable Member in his submissions on this point now. Order, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As indicated in the letter that I sent to you earlier today, I do stand in this House to raise a question of privilege, both for myself as an individual member of Parliament, but for all the other members of Parliament as well. And that point of privilege arises, Mr. Speaker, from the fact that although we've heard that the Treasury Board President today filed in the House, tabled in the House, estimates, we also are aware, Mr. Speaker, because of an article that appeared on a website earlier than the time the estimates were filed in this House, by reporter David Aiken, who's part of the Parliamentary Bureau, and part of the QMI agency, that he had clearly specific knowledge of what was in those estimates. And I will draw to your attention just very specifically on two different occasions, both in the written article and in the what was up on his blog. He says this: the government's, and this was on his site as of 9 o'clock this morning. The estimate's not being tabled in this House until after 10 o'clock this morning. He said this, Mr. Aiken did: the government spending plan to be tabled today shows that the Harper government plan, I'm sorry I have to quote that, Mr. Speaker, the current government's Prime Minister plans to write checks for at least $250.8 billion in 2011-2012. The estimates when they were tabled today, the main estimates when they were tabled today, at page 7 in the table titled Comparison of Main Estimates, says that the total of net expenditures of the Government of Canada for 2011-12 is estimated to be $250.8 billion. Exactly the same figure that Mr. Aiken had in his article before the estimates were placed here. He then goes on in his Twitter, Mr. Aiken's Twitter process, his social network process, and has a number of postings. There was one that was posted again before 10 o'clock this morning, about an hour before 10, before the House was sitting and before the estimates were tabled. And it reads as follows. Government will table spending plan for FY 2010 today, total $250 billion, about $10 billion less than this year. So in two different formats, he clearly, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt about this in terms of the facts, this journalist, this commentator, had knowledge of what was in the estimates before they were tabled in this House. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled on a number of occasions on this issue of our privilege as members of Parliament, both individually and I have to say collectively, all of us, that we do have an absolute right to expect and enforce that right on the government of the day to provide the information, whether it's a bill or in this case the estimates, to provide them in this House before they are provided anyplace else. And just to perhaps headline this, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to quote you on a couple of occasions when you've said this more explicitly, but the basic concept is if we're going to do our jobs, if we're going to perform our responsibilities as members of Parliament, we have to be able to respond based on the knowledge that is tabled in this House, to respond to inquiries, whether those come from the media, from particular sectors of the economy or society, or individual constituents. We have to be in a position to present responses. And we can't do that, Mr. Speaker, if material is getting out into the public, in this case in the form of a journalist, without us seeing that in advance. We have no ability to respond. And in fact, we can't do our job. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw to your attention at least two decisions that you have made in the past on this topic. The first one was one that was raised in October 27th, 2009, by the member from the Bloc from Joliette. And again, it was about the Minister of Justice, I believe, at that time. The Minister of Public Safety, who had given material out in the form of a bill. And it was clear that the information was once tabled in the House, the bill tabled in the House, so that the rest of us could see it as members of Parliament, that had gotten out to members of the media in advance by at least 24 hours, perhaps as much as 48 hours in that case. That was involving the Act to amend the Correctional and Conditional Releases Act. And, Mr. Speaker, you said in that decision, hearing arguments from a number of members of Parliament, all of them, other than on the government side, of course, claiming that their privileges had been breached. You said this as you were drawing your conclusion and rendering your decision recommendation. You were talking about the convention. Where did this come from? Why do we have this privilege as members of Parliament? And you said this near the end of your decision. The purpose of the convention is also to ensure that members are not impeded in their work by being denied information that others have been given. You're very clear, very explicit. The minister had been arguing that there was very little time that had elapsed in terms of the bill being put on notice and tabled in the House. And you said you recognized that, but you went on to say that, this quote that I just gave, that was not the issue. The issue was the ability of the member of Parliament on an individual basis, all of us, to have that information so that we could do our job. And by not doing that, by giving it out in advance to the media, in that case, that you were clearly making the determination that a prima facie case had been made for privilege. Mr. Speaker, in that case, the decision, your decision in that regard, and the recommendation from the member who had done it, the motion that was made, was to send it to the proper committee. You, in fact, ordered that. The committee then made their decision, and I want to quote them. I'm sorry, let me just, before that, I want to make one more quote that you made. You went on to say, to deny to members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, same as what we have here with the estimates, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business is a situation that the chair cannot condone. The committee, when they reported, said this. The committee believes, and I'm quoting them now, the committee believes that the protocol of the Department of Justice, whereby no briefings or briefing materials should be provided with respect to a bill on notice until its introduction in the House of Commons, should be adopted as a standard policy by all government departments. We believe that such a policy is respectful of the House of Commons and its members. It recognizes the legislative role of Parliament and is consistent with parliamentary privilege and the conventions of Parliament. That came out of the committee. That decision, Mr. Speaker, if you don't recall it, and process was in 2001, in the spring of 2001. One of the arguments, and I'll anticipate this, Mr. Speaker, is, well, wait a minute, that was about a bill. And does the convention also apply to the estimates? Mr. Speaker, I want to draw to your attention in that regard and argue by analogy it's the same as what we have here. And this was a decision by Speaker Jerome on July the 25th of 1975. It's at page 7940 of Hansard's. Factual situation there, Mr. Speaker, was a newspaper had printed an article alleging that there had been a leak in the budget, that a member of Parliament had used that information that he had gotten to give to a business person, presumably with the concept being that that business person benefited financially from it. The issue, though, that came before the House was on a motion of privilege, was that the member of Parliament first denied that he had done that, and he claimed privilege on the basis that the article had in effect slandered him, and asked that the matter be sent, on the basis of privilege, be sent to committee so it could be investigated, in effect his mechanism for clearing his name. Speaker Jerome, in that case, said, yes, the leak in itself, which is what we have here, that is, this information being given is in the form of a leak to Mr. Aiken, that just by the very fact of that is what creates the privilege. And he went on, he said this, noting that the member had stood in his place and denied the accuracy of the article. Therefore, he said this, Speaker Jerome did, what is at issue is an alleged use of a national newspaper to accuse falsely a member of a misuse of his privileges as a member of this House. Went on to say, certainly there has been a disposition on all sides of the House to say that if there is a suggestion that such a thing has taken place, it is a fundamental interference with the rights of every member of the House of Commons to operate freely and perform his functions freely. If that question exists in general terms, and in the circumstances which are before me, I can scarcely decide otherwise. I cannot see in any way that the chair ought to interpose itself from a procedural point of view and prevent the House having an opportunity to take a decision in respect of the matter. I do stress that it is, in the final analysis, a decision of this House, as it would be here, Mr. Speaker, which will say whether or not the matter goes to the Committee on Privileges and Elections, where the matters that have been discussed and raised by almost all members who have participated can be dealt with. And I believe by analogy, Mr. Speaker, that's the situation we're faced with here. We have had a leak. We have had information, whether intentionally or unintentionally, been given to a member of the media. That interferes with our ability to do our job in order to be able to respond in a intelligent, meaningful way to any inquiries about the estimates. And so similar to what Speaker Jerome found, that there was a breach of privilege there, it did go on, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you may be aware, did go on to the Committee for Review and Decision. I have not been able to find what the outcome of that was. But the point being that in that fact situation, which I argue is very analogous to the situation we have before us today, there was a finding of prima facie breach of privilege And if you do so find in this case, Mr. Speaker, I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion to have this matter referred to the appropriate committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh for his intervention. I apologize to my friend because I was absent for the first few moments of his intervention, but I think I caught the gist of what he was saying. I would like to point out a couple of inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker, and that is simply this, that the analogy that the member was trying to draw between what happened with the estimates today and a government bill, of course, really is not relevant because, as the member should know, the difference between a bill on notice and, of course, the main estimates is that the main estimates are a message from the government delivered by the Governor-General. And there is quite a distinction between the two. The other thing I would point out, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, is the article that he's referring to, the newspaper article that, or the media article at least that he's referring to, does not give any details of the main estimates. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what I think is the distinction that you need to take into account, as does my honourable colleague friend from Windsor-Tecumseh. There were no details whatsoever given about the main estimates in the article mentioned. Mr. Speaker, of course, since the intervention was made just a few moments ago, even though the 2 points I believe that you have before you that I've just given you are salient and relevant, I would ask you and your consideration, Mr. Speaker, to allow the government to make a more detailed response at our earliest opportunity.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'll certainly take the matter under advisement and will await comments from the Honourable Member before rendering a decision. Is the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North Rising on the same point?
On the same matter.
And I'll hear the Honourable Member now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same privilege, I do believe that the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader has missed a very important point. And I think that it's important for us to make a very clear generalization here. It is indeed a privileged information, and it's part of the parliamentary tradition, and I suspect of not only this chamber, but in other chambers within the Commonwealth, that there are some documents that are in fact an anticipation that they will be kept in confidence. And then after being released to the legislative chamber, or in this case the Hill here, or the House of Commons, then it can be released to the public. I know, Mr. Speaker, in previous speakers' rulings inside the Manitoba legislature, there's often references made to decisions that speakers here in the House of Commons will make. And I'll suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this is in fact quite serious. If it is proven to be true, where you have a member of the media that's posting blogs saying, here's how much money, X, $250 billion, that is going to be spent, and then the government 1 hour later makes that announcement, that tells me that the government did release, if in fact this allegation proves to be true, that the government did release the information to one or possibly other individuals. The releasing of budgetary numbers has a fairly significant ramification to Canada's economy, Mr. Speaker. If people have knowledge in advance in terms of expenditures of government, that can have an impact on stock markets, not to mention other things, Mr. Speaker. There is a responsibility of this Prime Minister and this government to ensure that they're keeping what is supposed to be documents or numbers in confidence until, in fact, it is brought forward in the proper fashion inside the House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that it would be advisable for us to look into what is being proposed or suggested as a very serious allegation from my Democratic colleague. And if, in fact, it is proven to be true that someone did have an advance knowledge before the House knew about it, then there is a responsibility for the House to take some sort of action. because once again then we will have seen a government being sloppy with what it is that it's supposed to be doing in terms of respecting the importance of this particular chamber, Mr. Speaker. So I take it very seriously. I applaud the member in terms of bringing it forward. We appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, to look into the matter with the blogger in particular and any other individuals that might have been involved in what looks to be or what appears to be the possibility of leaking information prior to it actually being tabled in the House, because that would in fact ultimately be, Mr. Speaker, a privilege that has been denied to members in terms of being able to have that information before it is circulated through media and the public as a whole. And as I say, the long-term ramifications of leaking this kind of information is fairly significant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hochelaga on the same point of privilege. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I was here a few minutes ago when our colleague from the NDP told us about the potential leak. And given that we are here to speak in this House, I have no reason not to believe this honourable member. And Mr. Speaker, if this is true, then it is quite disturbing. Disturbing, Mr. Speaker, because I have not been here very long as a member of Parliament. And over the past session, I saw the member for Saskatoon Rosetown Biggar, who leaked from her office via the internet pre-budgetary consultations that we had done, and we stood up to denounce this situation very vehemently. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the National Assembly of Quebec, which is another parliament, and I was also I was an official with the Department of Finance within the Quebec government. And I know that a government and ministers must be very, very prudent with regard to a number of messages and communications. These include the budget speech and the budget itself with regard to the estimates. This is not just a few slips of paper. We're talking about a very large volume here. And Mr. Speaker, we could go back a few years when a Minister of Finance, Mr. Gérard Lévesque, a Minister of Finance for Quebec, was forced to read a version of the budget speech on an evening when this was not planned. If I remember correctly, it was a Thursday evening, whereas the budget was supposed to be tabled and read the following week. Now, why did this happen? Well, because only a few minutes before that, there had been photos of photocopies that had accidentally been lost, and therefore the government thought that immediately the next morning that information might be made public. And so, Mr. Speaker, that minister assumed the responsibility of making his budget speech a week early. Mr. Speaker, today there may be a leak from a document that is the summary of the main estimates of the Government of Canada. Now, this is not just anything. A colleague said that there could be an impact on the budget. There could be an impact on the stock market. There could be an impact on the decisions made by people who find out this information before others. So, for the sake of transparency, parliamentarians must learn of this information before or at the same time as the rest of the population. Mr. Speaker, we don't even know when the budget will be tabled. The government is trying to be very cunning. They say, well, maybe it will be the 22nd, maybe it will be the 24th. It depends on the weather. It depends on all sorts of things. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that this government should stop playing games and tell the Canadian public and parliamentarians what date the budget will be tabled, and when there is a document on the appropriations, well, then that information should not be leaked, because such leaks should result in the resignation of the minister responsible. And when we're talking about budgetary estimates, well, we need to ask ourselves, should this not result in the resignation of the government as a whole?
The member for Mississauga South is rising on the same point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to add one additional point. First of all, I'd like to say that I do very much respect the member for Windsor-Tecumseh for bringing it to the attention of the House, and I do subscribe to his argument and support his request. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, came in and somehow dismissed the matter simply because there was no reference to the estimates themselves, but just some numbers. So my point to raise for you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize, I couldn't get to a copy of O'Brien Boss quick enough, but if you seek it, I think that you're going to find that something as simple as a committee report tabled in this House is subject to the same rules. Cannot be disclosed. But you look even further, Mr. Speaker, you will find that even if the committee was not meeting in camera, if it was in public session and dealt with a report, the contents of that report cannot be disclosed prior to tabling in the House. That is how careful Parliament has been over the years to protect the privileges of parliamentarians. That not even things that are obviously and clearly in the public domain should be used in a fashion which would preempt the matter of having to table in the House before it can be used. So, Mr. Speaker, I take it that I think that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has trivialized the matter. It's not a matter of the importance or whether it's used or not used. The issue is the privileges and the rights of parliamentarians that must be protected to the greatest extent possible.
Well, the Parliamentary Secretary said he'd be returning to the House in due course, so we'll hear from him when he's ready to make submissions on this point. In the meantime, we'll consider the matter closed for the time being. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government bills. The Commons resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-42, Strengthening Aviation Security Act, and resuming debate on the previous question.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise here on Bill C-42. It's a very important bill, one that New Democrats have been raising consisting. The member for Arctic has done a terrific job of bringing some of these issues to the forefront. I am going to spend a little bit of my time talking about Canada-U.S. relations and what's happening in a general sense, because it is connected to this bill. This bill, the Aeronautics Act, is going to provide Canadian information, private information, to when you're traveling into the United States or going over U.S. airspace. And it's something that we've seen as a long steaded erosion of civil liberties and information, and a number of different lack of accountability about the use of that information that's taken place over the last several years. And now I would start, Madam Speaker, with the first case that I witnessed when I was in Washington, D.C. back in 2003, when the U.S. decided that it was unilaterally going to bring on the NSEERS program. Which this program did is it tiered Canadian citizenship. So despite being a Canadian citizen, if you came from one of 5 different destinations originally, you were going to be fingerprinted and photographed. It later turned into U.S. Visit, And I asked the then Liberal government at that time what it was going to do about this situation to object to the tiering of Canadian citizens, because it was going to create complications that we have now seen on the border and further complications here, and they didn't even challenge that. And it's very disappointing. We still have yet to have a Prime Minister to challenge that, and also the U.S. Patriot Act. The U.S. Patriot Act, Madam Speaker, is something that jeopardizes Canadians' privacy. I fought a campaign back a number of years ago, Madam Speaker, when the government decided, and this is the Paul Martin administration, decided to outsource the census, and they did that to Lockheed Martin, an arms manufacturer, and lo and behold, the data assembly was out in the United States. And so under the U.S. Patriot Act, all the Canadian information would have been accessible under the Patriot Act. The way that the Patriot Act works is that a law enforcement agency in the United States, primarily being the FBI and CIA, can basically go to any company and demand private information about people from that company. And under the Act, it's really interesting, Madam Speaker, is that that company is not allowed to inform that person or the agents or the persons on the other companies that they're getting information from. So quite literally, we would have had basically all of our census information exposed at risk. Thankfully, after a good, strong campaign, we were able to get the government to amend the contract to ensure that that data assembly stayed in Canada. Lockheed Martin got the contract. The outsourcing took place, but the assembly of the data and the maintenance of the data had to be made in Canada, and was for that time. Period. And why is this important, Madam Speaker? Well, the private information that we give up, our credit cards, our phone numbers, a whole series of things when you book with a travel agent will now be exposed under C-42. And we haven't pushed back on these issues, Madam Speaker, and we've rolled over and we've assumed that we won't want to do that because we're going to affect trade and commerce at the border. But the reality is, as we've succumbed to more and more of these elements, the border problems have gotten worse, not better. And the policies of this government have been atrocious in dealing with the imagery that Americans have about the Canadian systems. In fact, their positions on immigration and cracking down on Canadian crime and a whole series of things to activate those elements for their political stock base, and basically the meat eaters in their party, basically lends into the American rhetoric that we've seen come out of Washington about the northern border not being safe and it being basically similar to the Mexican, or even more dangerous than the Mexican border, as some American politicians recently have claimed. And we've fed into that negativity and into those calls that have then resulted into programs and also greater barriers that haven't necessarily improved things. And this data element that we're going to be providing over as well, too, is going to create other administrative barriers, in my opinion. And they've tried to say that, well, we're working close with the United States, and now they're actually having these private secret meetings. But when we've signed other protocols, they haven't worked, and they've actually fed again into the American system of us having an unsafe border. We've gone from a time period, I remember when we actually had the longest border without a military presence in the world. And they signed off that in the Great Lakes, and now we have gunboats, the Coast Guard, basically out on the Great Lakes water and the U.S. Coast Guard. And they use the Browning machine gun that fires hundreds of bullets per minute and reinforces this imagery that there's going to be hordes of Canadians that are scooting into the United States for illegal activity. And we agreed to that. We agreed to that program. So now on our Great Lakes, we see these boats, and I fought a campaign in the U.S. to raise awareness that we don't need those guns out there. And they have actually sometimes stored them now. And then we signed most recently, and this is a good example of how we feed into their system, and they try to spin these programs as being successes. And the one that I'm going to talk about a little bit is the Ship Rider program. This is a program where if you're an American and you're pursuing a Canadian, you enter into Canadian waters, you can then arrest that person. And likewise, we can do the same. But interestingly enough, when we sign this agreement, Madam Speaker, we allow U.S. federal, state, municipal, and Coast Guard persons to do that arrest. The U.S., they're allowed to do it. But on the Canadian side, we just have the RCMP. So we basically told the United States, and this is the image that we get back from, in the comments I get back from Americans, is that this really shows, because our say our CBSA officers cannot do the arresting similar to the American counterparts, that we've just admitted that we have a weaker system, and that the weaker system needs more attention, and that weaker system has more problems than what is being admitted. And so then you see these Americans. There was the one from North Carolina talking about how, once again, is that Canada's border is more dangerous than the Mexican border. Meanwhile, on the Mexican border, they've lost control in certain jurisdictions because of the drug lords, and they have a series of problems of thousands of people entering and exiting per day. And now we have Canada being considered similar to that element, and that's what's fundamentally wrong with not pushing back on these matters, and not pushing back on this one. Is really critical as well, too, because, once again, as it gives up our privacy, and it adds more barriers and more administrative than ever been there before. And that's going to lead to less trade. That's going to lead to more problems. That's going to lead to a series of other administrative problems. And what's interesting is in the United States, when they introduce, we agree to legislation like this, in the regulations, they will have the opportunity to change for other data. They'll have the opportunity to open it up to other types of means, and other types of information. And that's one of the reasons that we oppose this, is because there's no set-based rules that people will know for sure. And like the Patriot Act, we don't have any details about, is it information, is it going to be shared further? Is it going to be scrubbed? When we have different information and it's wrong, how is it going to be used? And one only has to bring up the case of Mahara, where we saw the Canadian RCMP provide misinformation about our own Canadian citizen that was in the United States and then sent abroad to Syria, and he was eventually tortured. And we had to have a public inquiry about that. So these things are real. They're not fantasy. They're actual cases that have taken place and are going to continue to be possible because we're giving up this type of a system without having the proper accountability. We haven't even written in the measures to be able to change this. And I think that's one of the things that gives us a disturbing sense of this government in handling of the U.S.-Canada relations and their secret meetings right now, is that we don't have a playbook, and we're not, all we hear from them on the Canadian side again here is that, our immigration system is problematic, and our laws in this country are not tough enough on people. And then when we go over and negotiate with the United States, they know those types of rhetoric that's been used down here, and they fuel it for their own purpose. So when we're talking to the United States, are we looking at our immigration system being changed? And it's often said that, that the Canadians, had the terrorists from 9/11. And, we've heard the statements from Hillary Clinton. We've heard it from Janet Napolitano. Even if they do retract after much attention, because they're not fact-based, it still doesn't matter. The impression has been left that we're weak and we don't stand up for ourselves. And so when we have an issue like this bill, the C-42, the Aeronautics Act, it again proves and reinforces that we just roll over immediately. And that's a real difficulty that we have with regards to our approach to the United States. It has to be tougher. There has to be more expectations. There has to be measurables. And when you talk to industry and other types of organizations, we've only seen the border get thicker. And it's getting thicker because of this government's policy. And even you look at places like Windsor, Ontario, Madam Speaker, where the CBSA there is being moved out of my riding, the busiest border. We're adding a capacity, and they're moving it out for crass political reasons. Again, that shows the U.S. that we're going to be weak, and it's going to lead to more problems, not solutions.
And comments, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation on C-42. And the fact of the matter is, earlier today we've heard no representations from the government on either one of these last couple of days, so I'd be very interested to hear a government speaker stand up and speak on this bill so that we can actually ask them some questions. But I believe it was Lone Liberal that spoke on the bill today, talked about how they had got some amendments, and one of them was a 2-year review. And I had to ask her a question about, what are we going to find out from a 2-year review when we're the ones that are giving the information to the Americans? What we wanted to know is, are they going to review it, and what are they doing with the information? All that our review is going to show is that we gave them X amount of data, but we're going to have no idea what they did with the data. And if you think for one moment that the Americans are going to answer your questions and tell you what they did with the data and what the result of turning it over was, you have to be dreaming. So I think that this review is just basically dead in the water, just a way for the Liberals to basically roll over and support the government and at least have some explanation to their support base as to why they did it. But I don't know why they're not asking more questions. I don't know why the Bloc is not asking more questions, because there's a lot of questions that should be answered before we pass this legislation. So I'd like to ask the member if he has any further comments about this issue.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is correct. He's absolutely correct. It's like grabbing a cloud. It's just going to slip away from us. A 2-year review will be meaningless because we don't have the powers in there in the actual act as it stands now, but also too, and we don't have the capability to demand how that information was used, when it was used, where it was dispersed, and all those things. It's not included. So we'll have that problem. And this is, fairly unfortunate that there isn't a greater debate in the House of Commons about this, because if we have situations later on where citizens are going to be affected and potentially have, interruption of travel or have interruption of their lives, and we've seen the extreme cases like with Mahararar, there's going to be no accountability, and will there be no recourse, and there's no expectation. So this is what's truly unfortunate about this debate, is that we're not even putting that on the record, and it's sad that nobody else is engaging on this, because I think airline travelers across Canada should be alarmed that both the government and the Liberal Party are allowing this to be passed through the House of Commons basically without any type of oversight whatsoever. The oversight will come from those in the U.S. that want to use Canadian personal information for whatever benefit they want. That'll be the result.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. The part of his speech that intrigued me most was the reference to gunboats, American gunboats in the Great Lakes, and it would seem to me that that very act would endanger citizens, Canadian citizens, and the fact that our government seemed to have put up no resistance, simply rolled over and played dead in light of this American decision leaves me amazed. I wonder if the member would expand on that situation. I'd be very interested to know the circumstances and the end result of his interventions.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West has 1 minute to respond.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Real quickly, and thank the member for the question, because it's an important aspect. This government amended a treaty that went back to the War of 1812. And when they did that, they shredded up the great knowledge that our undefended border with the United States was well managed, but also, too, as a signal to the world about how you can actually do that in a modern age. And what's interesting is that even though that we lost that battle, what happened is that they wanted to create 40 gun ranges for these training exercises to take place. And the bass fishermen are lower in the water, so the radars wouldn't be picked up. So they're literally going to use lead casing bullets by the thousands and dump them into the Great Lakes. And only the New Democratic Party made a submission against that proposal in the United States, and we were able to get that stopped. The U.S. decided not to do it, and it was only the Democratic Party. This government actually made a submission 2 days late after you could make them, so it wasn't even considered into the actual discovery and analysis. They didn't even make it on time for that. Allowing 40 gun ranges on the Great Lakes would have been a terrible idea for the environment and safety.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I deeply regret that this government has brought forward such a draconian piece of legislation as Bill C-42, the Act to amend the Aeronautics Act. As I indicated in previous remarks, Bill C-42 quite simply should be defeated. It is nothing more than data mining by foreign security services, primarily the United States, and is an unwarranted invasion of the privacy of Canadians. Bill C-42 would amend the Aeronautics Act to allow for an exemption for airlines from the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, thereby permitting them to transmit to the United States Department of Homeland Security personal information about airline passengers. The U.S. Department of Airline Security could then run this information through a number of databases to determine if the travelers should be prevented from entering U.S. airspace. If the U.S. Department of Homeland Security determines a person may be allowed into the United States airspace, well, then the airline is given permission to issue a boarding pass. This is the process set up under the United States Secure Flight Program, and it mandates that only those the United States Department of Homeland Security allows may enter into U.S. airspace, regardless if those individuals are landing in the United States or not. While the Conservatives like to point to name, gender, and birth date as the only items of information required, the Secure Flight Final Rules state that airlines must forward information that includes the passenger name record, which is the file, Madam Speaker, that a travel agent creates when a customer books a vacation. It can include credit card information, names of companions traveling with the individual, a hotel, other booking information such as tours, rental cars, and any serious medical conditions of the passenger if the airline possesses that information. Unfortunately, it is sufficient information to allow the Department of Homeland Security to data mine the travel reservation systems used by all airlines because these databases are physically located in the United States. Previous to Bill C-42, this information was passed to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security only for passengers traveling to the United States. There was an exemption for domestic Canadian flights. However, almost all flights within and to and from Canada pass through the United States airspace. Bill C-42 would essentially allow the United States Department of Homeland Security to determine who may enter and leave Canada by air. C-42 would also allow airlines to send personal information of passengers to foreign security services. What information would be forwarded is determined by requirements laid out in secret agreements with other countries. Details of these agreements haven't even been released. However, it is known that Canada has signed or is negotiating agreements with the European Union, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and the United States. Details of the agreement between the European Union and the U.S. for the same information transfer allows the information collected to be retained by the Americans for up to 40 years. As I've already indicated, this information may be forwarded to the security service of a third nation without the consent or even notification of the signatory, meaning the passenger. The Secure Flight Final Rule also stipulates that no person may know what information is being held about them by the United States and may not correct that information if there are errors. In essence, the U.S. already has such an agreement with the EU that all such documents will not be publicly released for 10 years. Now, Madam Speaker, that means for an airline passenger seeking recourse in regard to a prohibition to travel, this would preclude any access to information requests. In essence, C-42 gives the government agencies too much access to private information without protection for our citizens. It is also being spun by this government as necessary in our fight against terrorism. Madam Speaker, there is no example of how this data mining has caught a single terrorist or any other criminal. Bill C-42 is an unacceptable invasion of privacy of Canadians by foreign security forces. I've heard from many of my constituents who are most concerned that such an intrusion is an unacceptable invasion of their privacy and it undermines their personal security. Mayor Arar, as has already been mentioned, is an example of how this type of misinformation can be misused. In September of 2006, while on his way home in New York, JFK Airport, Mr. Arar was detained by American officials. He was interrogated about alleged al-Qaeda links, and 12 days later he was chained, shackled, and flown to Syria. During his captivity, he was beaten, tortured, and forced to make false confessions. Despite a commission of inquiry, an apology, financial settlement from the Government of Canada, the United States authorities refused to accept Mr. Arar is innocent and he remains on the American no-fly list. Clearly, this is a terrifying example of how information can be skewed, misinterpreted, and abused. Madam Speaker, many people have commented on the agreement being considered by the Government of Canada in regard to the proposed amendments to the Aeronautics Act. In May 2010, Dr. Mark Salter, who is an associate professor in the School of Political Studies at the University of Ottawa, told the Standing Committee on Transport, Communities and Infrastructure that governments want this information so that they can build profiles not just of risky passengers, but safe passengers as well. Research clearly demonstrates that in the United States and the UK, government agencies are trying to collect as much data about travelers as possible. What worries the experts about this particular legislation, C-42, is the widespread distribution of the data. Flights that use polar routes from Vancouver to Hong Kong would have to go over Russia and China. Are we suggesting that they are reasonable destinations for the passenger data of Canadian citizens? Is the Government of Canada confident that the destination for their data can provide adequate protection? What worries many of us on this side of the House is that neither the government nor other agencies have put protection in place for data that will now go abroad. It's dangerous to sacrifice our privacy and our freedoms for the dream of zero risk or perfect security. This particular measure does not provide additional security for the aviation sector, and it places an additional burden on Canadian citizens who are flying. Quite simply, this bill makes Canadians more vulnerable to the security services of other nations. Canadian data should never be hostage to any regime that an air company chooses to fly over. The proposed change to these data protection regulations to include overflight states dramatically increases the vulnerability of Canadians' data while offering no means of redress or appeal. The proposed changes to the Aeronautics Act are dangerous and indeed without any clear benefit to Canadians. Dr. Salter is not the only expert warning Canada that Bill C-42 sets out a dangerous path, one that we should not follow. Over and over, we've heard the warnings from reputable experts and indeed the voices of concerned Canadians. Surely the government will listen to these warnings. We need to defeat Bill C-42. Canadians deserve better than questionable leadership and an absence of due diligence from the government. How can anyone trust a government, its ministers, and a prime minister so willing to jeopardize their privacy and their security? In the words of our Privacy Commissioner, the Canadian government has a duty to protect the privacy and rights of its citizens. Well, Madam Speaker, it's time the government understood that duty. It's time that it exercised due diligence for the sake of Canadians.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say that the member's speech, I think, was quite well presented, and the arguments quite well presented. But we do have a situation, Madam Speaker. The U.S. government and Canada have an agreement that is already in place, which, in fact, is directly related to the sovereign right to control their own airspace in the U.S. And as the member knows, the thrust of the bill is to permit the request of the U.S. government for certain information, which he's quite right is still being discussed. But, Madam Speaker, the alternative is that the U.S. can just turn around and say that flights won't be able to fly over the U.S. airspace if they don't comply. So I guess the question for the member is, given that the Privacy Commissioner before a committee on November the 10th laid out some suggestions on how the security of the information could be safeguarded, she did not conclude that it was, as the member, an invasion of privacy and an inappropriate disclosure. So I'm wondering what the member's solution is if, in fact, C-42 does not pass.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I find it interesting that there's been references made to previous agreements, and I'm not entirely sure that there was any wisdom in some of these agreements. It feels very much like this government is simply rolling over and playing dead. What about the sovereign rights of Canadian citizens? What about our right to privacy, right to security? And this whole issue it seems to revolve around threats from the United States. It makes absolutely no sense for the Americans, no matter how paranoid they may be, to shut down the border, to preclude air flight from Canada. And yet, that seems to be what's in C-42, that the American government can say, well, if you're flying over our airspace, even if you're not landing, we have issue with that. In terms of safeguards, there's been a great deal of secrecy around these discussions. I've seen no safeguards, Madam Speaker, and that's not acceptable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on a very well-reasoned speech and one of profound importance to Canadians. I really think that we need to get right down to the nub of the matter. What this bill would do is force Canadian airlines to send personal information on Canadian travelers who are not even touching U.S. soil to U.S. Homeland Security if our flights even touch over U.S. airspace. And we know that the passenger name record information has very detailed information like credit card numbers, where you're staying, who you're flying with, potential health concerns, and we have also no way of knowing what third countries will get that information because this agreement permits the United States to send that information to third countries. Now, I'm wondering about the question of reciprocity. I think Canadians want their government to defend their interests. So my question is did the Canadian government, did the Conservatives, at the same time that they were selling out information on Canadians' privacy rights to the Americans, did they get reciprocal treatment so that American passengers who are flying over Canadian airspace have to let our security personnel know the passenger name record information on American travelers? I wonder if the government ensured that we got reciprocal treatment in this regard.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe has less than a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my understanding that there is no reciprocity. I find it absolutely amazing that the Canadian government is willing to give over information about credit cards and personal data without any assurance that that information is secure or even accurate. And I think it comes back to the whole problem with misinformation, like in the case of Mayor O'Rar, people being denied access, being refused the right to fly, even within their own country, based on misinformation that they can't even correct. There's a stranglehold on the retention of that information, and that should never be, Madam Speaker. That quite simply should never be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak once again in this House on what I have called before and will call again one of the most ill-advised pieces of legislation that I have seen in my time here in the House of Commons. This Bill C-42 amends the Aeronautics Act to require airlines in Canada to send personal information on its passengers to foreign security services. In particular, Canadian travelers who are traveling to destinations that may touch U.S. airspace but do not land in the United States would have the decision over whether or not they're issued a boarding pass in Canada determined by U.S. Homeland Security. Now, Madam Speaker, there's so much wrong with this bill that it's hard to know where to start. So I'll start at the beginning. The passenger name record that an airline creates on each passenger when they book a flight to fly from Canada to, say, Mexico or Cuba or Latin America or Europe contains the following information. The file that a travel agent creates when you book a vacation, the name of your travel agent, credit card information, who you are traveling with, your hotel, booking information such as tours or rental cars, any serious medical condition of the passenger. This information that would have to be turned over to U.S. Homeland Security can be retained by the United States for up to 40 years. We know this because there's similar agreements that have contained this information. And this information may be forwarded to the security service of a third-party nation without the consent or the notification of the other signatory. No person may know what information is being held about them by the United States and may not even have a chance to correct that information if there are errors. The United States has signed agreements with other countries that are similar that may unilaterally amend the agreement as long as it simply advises the other party of those changes. In essence, Madam Speaker, once the passenger name record is logged by the airline and is sent to U.S. Homeland Security, U.S. Homeland Security will make a decision as to whether or not the person who is going to board that aircraft, a Canadian citizen who is going to board that aircraft in our country, will be allowed to board that aircraft or not. Now that is something so fundamentally wrong. It's so fundamentally wrong on the surface that it's hard to believe that anybody would proceed any further than that. Imagine having a Canadian citizen's right to fly to a country around the world determined by U.S. Homeland Security. I mean, is there anything more preposterous? Is there anything more undemocratic? Is there anything more offensive? Imagine a Canadian citizen who chooses not to go to the United States. They may make a deliberate decision not to go there. Has to have personal information about themselves transferred to security apparati in the United States, and decisions of whether they can fly or not determined by American authorities. Now, I've heard conservatives stand themselves and say, well, what can we do? You know, the Americans have asked for it and they won't let us fly over their airspace. Well, let's examine that. First of all, Canadian airlines have been flying over U.S. airspace for decades and decades and decades without having to send this personal information to the United States. That's number one. What's the difference now? Number two, why can't Canadian authorities retain control and the authority and the responsibility of the security of Canadian airlines?
They can.
Okay? Canadian soldiers are good enough to fight in Afghanistan right now. They're good enough to fight right beside U.S. soldiers. They're good enough to work side by side in NATO and to be trusted with those. But the United States doesn't trust Canada to maintain adequate security over our own aircraft. I might also add that Canadian airlines and Canadian security apparatus have an outstanding record of controlling security in our country. I think, in fact, I would go so far as to say that it's superior to the security arrangements in the United States.
They won't pay for the computer.
Moreover, and here's the kicker, Canada sought and obtained an exemption from having to send information on Canadian citizens of the United States for domestic flights that fly over U.S. airspace. Now let's just stop for a minute and look at the absurdity of that. If in fact it's true that the Americans need this information about Canadian travelers to fight terror or to make sure that these flights are secure, how come they don't need it on domestic flights that fly over American states?
Exactly.
That's ridiculous. As a matter of fact, security steps and methods for international travel are actually superior and more in-depth than security checks for domestic flights. So you could argue that if it's the case that we actually needed these steps, then the one place that you would absolutely insist on there being a passenger name information sent to the United States would be on domestic flights. But it's the one thing that the Americans said is not necessary. Number two, I want to talk about the lack of reciprocity. You know, what kind of government sits down and negotiates with a foreign state and allows that state to demand personal information on our travelers, our own citizens, and doesn't insist on the reverse for our country? That's not negotiation. That's abdication, Madam Speaker. Now, what about the violation of Canadians' privacy? Again, a Canadian may want to take their family to Mexico. Many families have done that in the past 10 years. And they run the risk of having that decision turned down by the United States. Number two, what about Canadians traveling to Cuba? We all know that the United States has the Helms-Burton Act, where they prohibit their businesses and citizens from having any kind of dealing with Cuba. So we're going to have the United States determine whether or not Canadian passengers can go to Cuba? or Latin America, and Canadians should know that it's not just Latin America. Of course, every Latin American flight will fly over U.S. airspace. Many, many flights that go to Europe and other parts of the world also touch U.S. airspace. This is, of course, also a profound violation of Canadian sovereignty. It's been pointed out by witnesses before the Transport Committee and the Public Safety Committee that decisions over whether Canada can invite diplomats from certain countries who would fly over U.S. airspace could essentially be vetoed by the U.S. government. Of course, the most profound violation of sovereignty is allowing a foreign government or institutions of a foreign government determine where our own citizens can travel in the world. Now, I sat in this House and we watched this government say that when they abolished the long-form census, a ridiculous move if there ever was one, that they thought it was not the state's business to know how many bedrooms a person had in their house. They said, the government of Canada, it was offensive that they would know how many bedrooms a Canadian citizen would have. At the same time, they signed an agreement with the United States that would sell out the information on a Canadian citizen, like their credit card information, or their health status, or where they're traveling, and they will sell that out and give it to a foreign government. That's ridiculous. Now, this government also likes to say that the primary duty of any government is to protect its citizens. Well, that's not being done here, Madam Speaker. It's a sad day in Canada right now to see this Conservative government not protecting Canadian citizens and not protecting their freedom and not protecting their rights to travel where they want in the world. Okay, this government is failing completely in that regard. And I want to talk for a minute about the Liberals' shameful record. The Liberals, after speaking against this bill and sounding like they actually understood the privacy and sovereignty issues, voted in favor of Bill C-42 at second reading. Every Canadian should know that when the leader of the official opposition stands up and questions this government on why the Canadian government is entering into security perimeter negotiations with the United States and selling out our privacy rights of Canadians to the United States, they're voting for it. The Liberals are voting for this very bill that gives U.S. Homeland Security the right to determine where Canadians travel. And the New Democrats are going to stand against that kind of cynicism. We're going to stand up for Canadians. We're going to stand up for privacy rights. We're going to stand up for Canadian sovereignty. And we're going to stand up for fair dealing of Canadian citizens to restore back Canada's place in the world where we're a country of fairness, where we're a country of decency and democracy, and we will stand up for our citizens to make sure that their fundamental rights are respected, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess we're getting to the point where we've heard some of these arguments before. Madam Speaker, the Privacy Commissioner was before committee, and the member referred to what was going on at committee. And he's probably aware that the Privacy Commissioner raised some issues of concern from the context of how do we mitigate the risk to information getting out, such as the retention agreement, how long it would be kept, who it could be shared with, etc. And all of these things are still going on. But what she didn't say, and we would expect, Madam Speaker, from the Privacy Commissioner, Jennifer Starr, who is well experienced and an excellent official on behalf of the Government of Canada. She did not say that this was a gross violation of the privacy rights of Canadians. That was not her position. So I asked the member, if the Privacy Commissioner doesn't think it's a gross violation, why does the member?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to tell my honourable colleague what his own colleague from the Liberal Party, the member from Willowdale, said. She said, quote, "The government seems far too interested in pleasing the Americans, listening to the Americans and adhering to American interests. I have nothing against the Americans, but in this situation, we are sacrificing the interests of Canadians in order to please the interests of the United States. That is simply not acceptable." Wow. That's what a Liberal MP will say in this House, and then they will vote, of course, for Bill C-42. The Privacy Commissioner had serious concerns about this bill. But she was only one of about 11 witnesses that I've read their testimony, and every one of those witnesses, whether it was Roch Tassé, and in fact I'll go over some of the people who testified extensively about this bill.
Order. Perhaps the honourable member can bring some of that information in response to the next question. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I listened with great interest. My honourable colleague had many of his facts absolutely correct. I just have to question him, though. I wasn't quite sure if he might have seen the whole context. We know the Conservative Party will sell out civil liberties on a dime. I mean, they would do that before getting up in the morning. We know what they think of people's personal liberty. But I'm surprised that the honourable member is surprised that the Liberals would also be willing to sell out Canada's civil liberties, because was not the leader of the Liberal opposition the person who stood up during the worst, darkest days of Bush's torture regime and defended coercive investigation? Now, we know the Conservatives don't mind using the rubber hose. That's in their DNA. But it was the Liberal leader who supported coercive investigation and said it was necessary. So why would we think that the Liberal Party would actually care about people's privacy rights, about people's...
Order, please. I'd like to give the honourable member equal time to... I understand that, but the honourable member has a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Canadians know one thing over the last 20 years, and they know that the Liberal Party of Canada will say almost anything to get elected. They said that they would have they wanted a national child care program in 1993, and in 1997, in 2001. They said they'd bring in a national housing program in 1993, and 1997, 2001. Broke those promises every time. They said they'd abrogate NAFTA. They didn't do that. They said that they would repeal the GST. They didn't do that. And then, so it doesn't surprise me that the Liberal Party of Canada will say one thing and do another. That's exactly what Canadians know them to be, and that's why they have lost seats and lost percentage of the popular vote in every single election since 2001 that I have seen. And that's because Canadians don't trust them, because they want to talk like New Democrats when they're out of power, and then they govern like Conservatives when they're in power. And Canadians have their number. Canadians know that. But to see this Liberal Party stand up and vote in favor of C-42, that is an absolute unacceptable violation of Canadians' privacy rights and an absolutely appalling abdication of Canada's sovereignty is really something that I hope every Canadian from coast to coast to coast gets to see. Because when Canadians want to travel to Mexico, the only place that decision should be made is in their family room or in their kitchen. And that's the only person who should be deciding where Canadians travel. And when the Conservatives say, well, we'll let the U.S. Homeland Security do it, well, that, Madam Speaker, isn't good enough.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I can't say that I'm pleased to have to stand here and speak on this bill on closure. This bill is one that I have had troubles with ever since it was introduced in Parliament and throughout the whole time that it was in front of the Transport Committee, Madam Speaker. The Conservative government would like Canadians to believe that C-42 is just about making sure Canadians can fly to sun destinations, that we have to pinch our nose and vote in favor of this bill, which really sells out Canadians' freedoms and liberties. It is surprising how the so-called Standing Up for Canadians Party are so quick to make a move like this. This bill before us, though, is just part of the sellout. The larger issue is the total sellout of Canadian sovereignty under the perimeter security deal, which is this government has its way will likely not even see inside the House of Commons here. It will never get debated here. We know the reality is this bill, which is a completely unnecessary invasion of Canadians' privacy, is just a stopgap until they have instituted the perimeter security deal. My fear, Madam Speaker, is if they fail to live up to stand up for Canadians when they negotiated this deal, just how supine will the Conservatives be when it comes to selling out Canadian sovereignty as part of perimeter security? When the minister appeared before the committee on this bill, he said this bill had to be passed before the end of 2010 or the U.S. would close its airspace to Canadian flights. Well, that didn't happen. So the minister allowed himself to be bullied by the Americans. Or perhaps he was just simply bluffing the committee. We called their bluff. The Conservatives pointed out the exemption that they got for domestic flights. This is laughable. The exemption is based on a non-binding diplomatic note, much as the rest of this is based on letters, not on treaties. There is no clear indication of how any of this is set by a relationship between Canada and the U.S. But what the exemption really shows is this bill is not about security or fighting terrorism, but allowing another country to determine who may come and go from Canada. It proves this bill is setting us up for the bigger perimeter sellout. In researching this speech, I came up with some interesting statements. On privacy, I found this on the member for Langley's website, speaking how Conservatives protect the privacy of Canadians. One of the key duties of a government is to protect the privacy and rights of all its nation's citizens. Well, with their total failure to protect Canadian privacy through C-42 and how they're going to deal with it with other information issues through the perimeter security deal, the member of Langley may have to amend his website. On the Conservative Party website, under the strong leadership of the Prime Minister, Conservatives are taking action for Canadian sovereignty, safety and security. Or this is a line from the Prime Minister's bio page. The Prime Minister stood up for Canadian sovereignty. Webster's dictionary has this part as a part of its definition of sovereignty: freedom from external control. I have trouble thinking this is the case. It seems when coming to protecting the rights of Canadians, really the Conservatives have failed completely. On February 9th of this year, the Parliamentary Secretary told this House, "I will tell members what I do require and what I think this government has required from the United States. We have required that the Americans uphold and strengthen the vital cornerstones of our Canadian values, such as due process, the rule of law, preservation of individual civil liberties, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and privacy rights." My goodness, that's a long list. None of it appears in this bill. None of it is anywhere within any treaty or any agreement between the United States and Canada that comes under this particular section. So what is it that he has done here? When we start to talk about the perimeter security deal, most Canadians don't believe the Conservatives when they say they can be trusted to protect our rights. Post Media reported on February 18, 2011, 2/3 of Canadians fear the Conservatives will compromise by giving up too much power over immigration, privacy and security to get a deal with the United States on border control, a new poll has found. The national survey conducted exclusively for Post Media and Global Television also finds Canadians are split whether they trust Conservatives to craft a deal that maintains this country's independence. Moreover, a poll by Ipsos Reid reveals Canadians want Conservatives to adopt a much more transparent approach to the perimeter security negotiations, which are being held in total secrecy. So that's what Canadians think about what these Conservatives are doing. There was also a poll, Madam Speaker, in the Globe and Mail, an online poll. 67,000 respondents. 90% of them said they didn't think we should give up information in this relationship with the United States. The day after the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport made his claims about how the government is protecting the rights of Canadians, the leader of the Liberal Party wrote in the Globe and Mail, "The content and proposal and manner which it came about raises serious questions about the government's commitment to defending our sovereignty, our privacy, and our rights as Canadian citizens." Too bad for Canadians that as MPs are supporting C-42. I think Canadians should raise serious questions about the Liberal commitment to defending our sovereignty. Then there's this line from the Liberal transport critic, which shows how much backbone this party has in protecting Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my speech, this is not a law that I particularly like because it does raise concerns about privacies and issues as those raised by the honourable member. However, for practical purposes, I think we have little choice but to pass the bill. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I apologize, they had a choice. They could have protected Canadians, but nope, they wanted to side with the Conservatives, and we can expect them to continue to work with the Conservatives on this particular issue. Then there's a line from the member for Willowdale. "We are now being held hostage. If a Liberal government had been asked to do this, we would have asked how we could work this out so we did not accede to this and sacrifice the privacy of Canadians. Well, it's not too late. If the Liberal Party would go against this bill, we would force the Conservatives back to the bargaining table with the United States to work out a better deal on this bill. Then we have a line from the member for Eglinton Lawrence. This bill is a total abnegation of our sovereignty responsibility. Can anyone imagine letting a foreign authority, not the government, but a competent authority within the government of another country, determine what it must know about whether passengers board a plane in Canada or go someplace else or another place in order to come to Canada? Canadians will be watching the vote on this particular bill. Well, what about the Bloc? Surely they must defend sovereignty. Their critics said this: as the Bloc transport critic and with my colleagues who agree on this position, we had to take individual freedoms into account, but we also had to take into account feasibility and the viability of air carriers that have to use U.S. airspace. So once again, we see that the choice being made was between freedom and liberty, the rights of Canadians, and a supposed infringement upon the commercial movement of aircraft. Madam Speaker, when it comes to protecting the rights of Canadians, there is one party in this House which puts Canadians ahead of profits. Which party is that? Well, I hear my honourable speaker, the honourable member across the way, saying the Conservative Party, but I think quite clearly that it's the only party in this House that is actually standing up on this bill. Standing up over and over again is the New Democratic Party. Madam Speaker, when we come to dealing with this bill, why we have taken such a strong opposition to this bill is because all through the process we saw that the Conservatives failed to work properly to get a proper deal for Canadians. There were many things, and my colleagues have talked about all of those things that they could have done, they could have worked on to make a difference on this bill. They didn't do that because their hearts weren't in it. Madam Speaker, they chose to sell out Canada. They chose not to do the work to protect Canada. Why did they do that? Because they were looking at this larger perimeter security deal, because somehow in their minds they feel that by integrating further into the United States we can increase the profits of our companies and sell out our grandchildren. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, Madam Speaker. I'm really, right here today, the choice is pretty apparent. What we do not know and we will not find out is what this complete perimeter security deal means to Canadian travelers, to Canadians, and to the future of this great country, which I am very proud to be a representative of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, on November the 16th, and I think the correct it was the Privacy Commissioner appeared before the Standing Committee on Transport, and I'd just like to read. She tried to make some clarification with regard to, say, the requirements under the no-fly list, and that legislation did have some privacy concerns. But she did say, however, and I'm quoting here, however, the bill before you, Bill C-42, differs from the measures listed above, referring to the no-fly list, etc., in that it will not result in the introduction of any new domestic aviation security programs, nor will it involve the collection of additional personal information by Canadian government agencies. Rather, it will allow American or other authorities to collect personal information about travelers on flights to and from Canada that fly through American airspace. This, in turn, will allow American authorities to prevent individuals from flying to or from Canada. Madam Speaker, I think that the Privacy Commissioner has added to the debate from the standpoint that the no-fly list issues, the Mahi-Arara issues, etc., is a different case from C-42, and that, in fact, there are no conclusions on behalf of the Privacy Commissioner that there are breaches of privacy rights of Canadians. I wonder if the member want to comment.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Madam Speaker, quite clearly this bill opens the door for the U.S. to use the information that's provided for it for any purpose. Even the U.S. ambassador in his letter stated that in most cases this information will be used for security purposes. They didn't close the door on that one. Testimony that we saw from the one U.S. witness that spoke in front of us clearly indicated that within the Homeland Security bill, there is no protection for aliens on information. So when we turn our information on Canadians over to the U.S., we're doing it with no protection at all. And I think that's where, in some cases, I think I would like to see that the Privacy Commissioner go through this again and understand the precise nature of what we're creating with this bill, the type of direction we're taking for the country. And then, when we start to talk about a perimeter security deal, and we start to talk about the sharing of information from Canadian security services with the United States on an ongoing basis, what will that lead to?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And clearly the government messed up in the negotiations. They got a very poor deal when they could have gone for reciprocity and caused the Americans to back off when they would have demanded information on 2,000 flights a day versus the 100 that we have to give them. The fact of the matter is that the government has admitted that they could have kept the information. The Americans were prepared to let them keep the information, but the government was not prepared to spend the $500 million or so on the computer system that would be set up to keep the information. But, Madam Speaker, the bottom line here is that we should get our existing systems working better. We have a no-fly list that doesn't work. We have the member for Winnipeg Centre on the no-fly list. You have former Senator Ted Kennedy on the no-fly list. I mean, let's clean up that list first. Let's also get the Trusted Shipper program working. We have over 1,000, the American Pilots Association says that we have 1,000 trusted shippers who are not so trusted because they're sending all sorts of packages and letters onto the airplanes that are sitting right underneath where you're sitting, and they aren't even checked. So there's a huge exposure there, and we're ignoring that while we're chasing stuff that really doesn't
Order, please. I regret to interrupt the Honourable Member, but I must give the Honourable Member for Western Arctic a chance to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting. We had a witness in front of the Transport Committee this morning, one of the chief executive officers of a very large security firm from Europe, conduct most of the aviation security on the ground there. And his comments about what's happened over the past decade is that basically with 9/11 we had created an aura of paranoia and in some case delusion about what was correct in terms of aviation security, the need for information, the use of the security apparatus that we put in place, and he said that we need to review it. So what we have here is probably one of the last gasps of the American empire and its desire to through its paranoia to carry forward this information gathering system in a way that's really not appropriate.
Order. Conformément à...
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour on poverty, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre on Canadian heritage, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona on the harmonized sales tax.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to enter into the debate on Bill C-42 and to follow the lead of my colleague from Western Arctic, who gave a very impassioned speech outlining not only some of the shortfalls of this particular bill, but some of the very real cautionary notes that he had to say about forfeiting how this bill compromises the right to privacy of Canadians. Let me begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that we should frame the argument on two basic points here. First of all, the public has a right to know everything their government is doing with their money, everything that their government is doing in terms of policy, the administration of the programs and policies of that government. That is an absolute fundamental right, and it's enshrined in the Access to Information Act. I call it the Freedom of Information Act. It's one of those fundamental freedoms. The freedom of information, I argue, Madam Speaker, is the oxygen democracy breathes. It underpins and forms the foundation of the Western democracy that we enjoy. But just as important, equal to and parallel with the public's right to know what their government is doing is the truism that they also have the right to privacy, and the government does not have any absolute right to know everything that citizens are doing in this country. That would smack of Big Brother and Orwellian nature of things. In fact, but we have to be ever vigilant as Canadians to enhance and, well, to first of all recognize and enshrine those two principles. But everything we do in this place in the House of Commons, charged with the responsibility to not only defend and uphold those fundamental rights and freedoms, but we are also charged with the obligation, I would argue, to enhance and strengthen and reinforce and buttress those fundamental rights and freedoms. We should never, ever, as elected members of Parliament and as the trustees, the custodians of those rights, be entertaining a bill that may undermine or erode or diminish or shrink or reduce in any way those very principles by which we define ourselves as Canadians. And so when a bill like this comes along, Madam Speaker, under the guise of national security, the other opposition parties were quick to rush to it, blindly rushing in where the federal government is leading. And I began my remarks by recognizing and paying tribute to my colleague from Western Arctic for reading this bill and blowing the whistle on the predictable consequences by going forward in this direction. I'm surprised there are no other champions of these fundamental rights and freedoms in the House of Commons here who are willing to join us in the defense of these fundamental principles. I want to point out, Madam Speaker, as well, this perhaps the mother of all contradictions in the terms of the Conservatives' views on privacy. They tie themselves in this Gordian knot, this pretzel logic that they have, because on the one hand, they do away with the innocuous and necessary long-form census, something that provinces and minority groups and organizations and institutions rely on, under the guise that it's an intrusion on the privacy of Canadians. And when challenged on, well, show us the problem, like any time you want to amend a clause in a contract, the first thing that the party should say is, well, has this been a problem? Show us the extent and the nature of the problem. Well, the minister, or a former minister of Foreign Affairs from Quebec, spouted off, I have thousands of complaints regularly coming into my office, people complaining about the long-form census. That was his first response. When challenged to show some of those thousands of complaints, he modified his remarks to say, I have many, often and frequent complaints. And when challenged to show some of those complaints, he said, I've had people contact my office complaining. And when put again to that challenge, he couldn't produce a single one. And in fact, I believe there's been only one incident in the Canadian judicial system of a person being prosecuted and charged with the offense of not filling out the long-form census, because it was compulsory and mandatory. One test case went all the way. It was found that the woman did not comply with the legislation. So, in spite of the absence of any empirical evidence, in spite of the absence of any body of complaints, they stripped away unnecessary and innocuous long-form census. But, again, in buying a pig in a poke, they seem willing to strip away one of the most fundamental rights and freedoms that Canadians enjoy, and that is the right to privacy. They traded that away at an international tribunal. I put it to you, Madam Speaker, nobody gave the Conservative government a mandate to go to Washington and trade away the fundamental constitutional rights of this government, of this people of Canada. In fact, I argue that you cannot negotiate away constitutional rights. Rights are not assigned to people by virtue of some document. They are inherent, and they are the inherent rights of Canadians, and the right to privacy is one of those. but yet in a very cavalier, sloppy, and I would say cowardly way, they've entered into this agreement and they seek to have the Parliament of Canada ratify it. I say no. They will not get the New Democratic Party members of Parliament ratifying this document. I call it cowardly because they clearly went into that set of negotiations on their knees. Yeah. They weren't standing on their hind legs, Madam Speaker. They were bargaining from a position of weakness, and they were accepting whatever was handed to them, and without taking any steps to defend the fundamental rights and freedoms of Canadians. I want to point out that this document finds its origins and is an extension of and materially similar to the atrocity of the American Do Not Fly list, resident in and maintained and operated by Washington. My colleague from Elwood Transcona pointed out that I, in fact, am on that stupid list and can't get off it. So was the Minister of Defense, Bill Graham, the Canadian Minister of Defense, was on an American Do Not Fly list and unable to board a domestic aircraft in his own country. That's how insane this Do Not Fly list. And this document will extrapolate and expand and compound the ridiculous situation that we see ourselves in with that Do Not Fly list. People like Ted Kennedy, I couldn't get my name off that list for love nor money. I mean, first of all, you couldn't find out where it was. Then you couldn't find out who to talk to. Then after 6 weeks of trying, we finally got a phone number, a 1-800 number in the United States. They say, send us your birth certificate, your passport, your marriage license, your driver's license, all these 5 or 6 documents. Send them all to us, and in 6 weeks to 3 months, we will send you a message back whether or not we can get you off that list. Well, I'm not going to send all my documents away to some black hole in some basement bunker in the Pentagon. That's not what a Canadian member of Parliament does when he wants to board an airplane in his own country to fly from home to work and back. But that's the absurd nature of this, and nobody took any steps, Madam Speaker, to protect Canadians when they entered into this agreement. I don't believe that any third-party foreign nation has a right to know my credit card information just because I get in an airplane to fly down to Aruba for a holiday, or who I'm traveling with, or my hotel, or my medical condition, or any tours or car rentals or people I meet with while I'm there. That's the privileged information that the Government of Canada traded away to not just to one party, but to all the parties to this agreement: Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Panama, Dominican Republic, the United States, the European Union. And we don't even know all the terms and conditions of this deal because they remain secret. We do know the terms and conditions of the deal between the European Union and the United States, and it's shocking. This personal information can be held by the United States for 40 years, shared with other countries without the knowledge of the host country, us, or the individual. Certainly, you will have no idea that this information is being traded around like party favors at some kind of a confab between these member countries or countries who are stipulated to this treaty. The United States can unilaterally amend the agreement as long as it advises of the change. Well, who would negotiate a deal like that? That's not a deal between partners when one side can unilaterally amend it at any time just by notifying you. That means that they can inform Canada tomorrow, as soon as we ratify this, that they're going to change all the terms and conditions of it. No. They weren't defending our best interests when they went to Washington and entered into this arrangement with the United States, Madam Speaker. I don't know what forces were driving their reasoning to enter into this thing, but it certainly wasn't upholding the fundamental rights and freedoms of Canadians, those very freedoms, as I say, by which we define ourselves as Canadians. It's our job as elected members of Parliament to uphold and to strengthen and enhance freedoms, not trade them away at the bargaining table for God knows what. In fact, they're like Jack and the Beanstalk. They traded away our cow for 3 beans that will probably never sprout anyway.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingswell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, a wonderful and, I think, powerful critique of this bill was delivered by my honourable colleague. I want to focus just for a moment on the question of democracy. You know, one of the worst aspects of this bill is that a decision on a Canadian citizen's travel plans will be made by an institution in a foreign country, in this case the United States. And my honourable colleagues already talked about how frustrating, in fact impossible it is to actually get redress from that institution. There's a concept in democracy of no taxation without representation, and the idea that those who make decisions over our lives should be democratically accountable to us. And I'm wondering if you could comment on the failure of democracy in this case by having Canadian citizens' rights determined by a foreign body who has no democratic accountability to citizens. We have no ability to challenge them. We have no ability to go to an elected official. We have no ability to vote someone out of office who fails to take action on our behalf because those officials are all in a foreign country. And I'd be curious to and interested in my honourable colleagues' comments on that aspect.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. There's 2 points in law that I think that we could point out today for the benefit of anybody who's listening. First of all, it's a principle of natural justice that with any regulation that imposes a restriction on people or governs people in any way, that there's an avenue of recourse. There's a grievance procedure of some kind to where a person can file a complaint or correct an error. It was clearly an error that got me on the do not fly list, but there's no avenue of recourse for me to file a grievance and correct that error and get myself off it. Well, in this much more expansive, comprehensive treaty we're entering into here, there's far, far more details you would have to want to study. First of all, you have a right to know you're on that list. Second, you have a right to know how you got on that list and by what qualifications, etc. And then you have to have an avenue in any sense of fairness and natural justice. You have to have the avenue of recourse. But the second point in law is that a person can be presumed to have intended the probable consequences of his or her actions. And we have to be aware of that as we go forward with this bill here today, that they should, they could be presumed to have intended the probable consequences of their actions with this bill, and that is the erosion of Canadians' right to privacy. They know better. They're educated and they know better.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South. There's 2 minutes left, so 1 minute question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments. He always has something to contribute to the debate. And Madam Speaker, we've worked together quite a bit on a few issues, and one of the issues that he raises that I have raised often as well is the whole thing about legislation which includes a requirement to have regulations or subsequent information which Parliament never sees until after the bill has gone through the entire legislative process. And I guess the point the member raises, and I think it's worth, is that the disclosure requirements here should have been fully negotiated, in my view, in advance. But they're still in process, and we won't know the final answer. And it really does make it very difficult for parliamentarians to do their job, Madam Speaker, thoroughly, to make an informed assessment about whether or not there are, in fact, privacy breaches. Based on what the Privacy Commissioner knows at this time, she has not concluded that there are breaches. It doesn't mean that there may not be. And I guess, the member has a point, and I give him an opportunity to comment.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you. Well, very briefly then, Madam Speaker, I think it is shocking. In most pieces of legislation, that's true. The devil's in the details, and they're often in the regulations that are put in effect after we're finished debating it in this House of Commons. But in this case, a worse situation exists. Item 5 of the European Union-United States deal together is that the United States may unilaterally amend the agreement as long as it advises the European Union of the change. And this has happened once already. So not only are we buying a pig in a poke, we're not satisfied with the current terms and conditions, but they can unilaterally and arbitrarily amend it just by notifying us, but yet the inverse is not true. The other party to this so-called agreement may not unilaterally amend this agreement. Only the United States can. Who would enter into this? What crack group of chimpanzees did we send down there to negotiate this agreement? They should put a bag on their...
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to rise on behalf of not just the New Democratic Party, but the people of Timmins James Bay on Bill C-42, because this is a bill in which the federal government of Canada, the Conservative Party, has decided to take the private information of Canadian citizens who are flying down to Dominican Republic or flying to Cuba, not even entering the United States, but flying on a family vacation. And the Conservative government has said it's okay to take your credit card information, your personal information, who you're flying with, and give it to U.S. Homeland Security without telling you this, and that they then, of course, may have a decision about whether or not you will be boarding that flight. Madam Speaker, this is a very disturbing bill, but I think it speaks to a deeper issue. When I go home to Timmins James Bay, people tell me that Ottawa is broken. They tell me that the politics of Ottawa favors the insiders and the bagmen and the senators and the pals of the ruling party. And they say, how is it that they can be so out of touch with the needs of average Canadians? And so I'm speaking today to people back home to say, your government never bothered to tell you that they're going to take your private information, that when you go down in March on a flight with your family and your friends, and you're going to be staying in the Dominican Republic, that they're taking your personal information and they're giving it away. Now, Madam Speaker, if the Conservative government was an honest government, and we know honest and Tory doesn't really fit in the same sentence, if they were an honest government, they would go back to the Canadian people and say, listen, this is part of the deal. We're going to sell out your privacy because we think there's a greater good. Well, that would be a discussion we could have at the Tim Hortons. That could be a discussion we could have with our church groups. But they don't do that. They are trying to force this bill through, and they're shouting about national security, and they're shouting about the war on terror. Well, Madam Speaker, let's go back to where the war on terror started. It wasn't a hoser in flip-flops and a tank top and lobster-red skin coming home from Cuba in March who decided, hey, I'm going to take a plane and fly it into the towers. No, it wasn't some Canadian from Mississauga or from Red Deer who decided, I'm going to attack our number one trading partner, the people of the United States. It was the Canadian people who were there on 9/11, who were helping the American and the international flights come down into Canadian airspace and be looked after. We were an ally, as we've always been an ally. But who started that so-called war on terror? They were people who were invited into the United States, who were vetted by the United States government, who boarded domestic flights, who took domestic flights and took control of those flights and caused that horrific day of tragedy. And yet, Madam Speaker, there's no attempt by Homeland Security to get the information of people on domestic flights in the United States where this terrible act of terror happened. They're asking the Canadian government, the Conservative Party, who, Madam Speaker, let's be pretty fair. I'm sure our trading partners have sized these guys up from the get-go and figured whatever we ask for, they'll give. And they'll give because in the so-called war on terror, we're all supposed to give up something. And so we've given up all manners of rights of privacy to stop this so-called war on terror. We see 85-year-old ladies at the airport getting manhandled. We see 6-year-old kids getting pulled down and patted down. And we're told this is important. We have to suspend these basic rights. But, Madam Speaker, the basis of the rule of law is based on the right of someone to confront their accuser. It's based on the fundamental right of the privacy of the person. These are rights that are given away in this bill. And we need to look at history, Madam Speaker. You think in other places where there's been the war on terror, you think of England in the 1970s with the terrible bombing campaign by the IRA. And it was considered okay to suspend massive civil liberties. And what happened? Poor Mrs. Maguire and her 4 children and their relatives were dragged off to prison for 113 years because the government of the day cowed the opposition into saying civil rights, basic rights of privacy have no place in a so-called war on terror. Well, Madam Speaker, I think we have to do better. We have to talk about this bill, and we have to go to the public. And it brings me to the second point of my conversation today, Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of this government. This government came in and said they were going to do things different. They said they were going to clean up the Senate. In fact, what did they do with the Senate? They filled them with party hacks and fundraisers. And now, Madam Speaker, they tell Canadians that they're tough on crime and they're going to stand up. And yet, two of those senators, Bagman Gerstein and campaign manager Finley, are now up on charges. They're up on charges. Two senators whose basic job is to raise money and work for the Conservative Party on the public dime are now being charged. And what is the government's position on criminal charges brought against two Tory Bagman senators? Is though it's an administrative error. The hypocrisy of this. Madam Speaker, the old reformers back home must be just rolling over that a government that came into power that said they were going to clean things up is not only as cynical and rotten as the previous government, and that's saying something, but that they have filled the Senate with people who are under criminal charges, and they are letting them stay there, and they're letting them continue to work on the public dime. So we see the hypocrisy of this party. This is the government that said they were going to, quote, stand up for Canada. But what did they do? They went down and negotiated a bill, and this is important for people back home to know what's in this bill. Because this is a government that will run attack ads and smear people and trash their reputations and go on about fictitious iPod taxes, but they don't have the guts to run radio ads in anybody's riding saying, you know what we're doing? We're taking your personal private information and we're giving it to the United States. That's what happens when you vote for a Conservative government. They won't tell people that. They're running on all kinds of smoke and mirrors and all kinds of side issues, any hot button they can find to get people back at the Tim Hortons riled up. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, what should rile people at the Tim Hortons is a government that goes down and agrees that the information on the passenger name record that is set up with the travel insurance agent, which includes your credit card information, which includes where you're staying, who you're traveling with, all the booking information, can be given to another country to keep, and that they could trade with any other country. And you don't have to even go to this country. You're just flying over. That they would sell that personal information and not have the decency, not have the honesty to tell the people of Canada that this is what they're doing. And that within this agreement, that no person may know what information is being held by them by the United States, and they're not in a position to correct that information. Madam Speaker, it's like Kafka gets caught up with the bullies. We need, and the fundamental issue of rule of law is the ability to challenge the accusations. And we know from the war on terror that that's not what happened. We saw what happened to Mr. Arar, how he was pulled out, thanks to our allies in the United States, sent over and tortured, and how hard it was to clear his name. And even with his name cleared, he cannot be taken off this so-called no-fly list, this black hole list, as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre said, that people are put in. So, Madam Speaker, what do we need to do? Well, number one, we need to get rid of the Tories. I think that that's a reasonable solution. We've got to just get rid of them because they don't represent Canadians. They don't represent what's good. So let's get rid of them. Number two, we need to look at legislation and read the fine print. And you'll see, Madam Speaker, in bill after bill after bill, this is a government that stands up and shouts at the opposition, tries to bully them. And they're pretty successful usually with the Liberals. But what they do is they bully the opposition and say, do not read the fine print. Sign. If you do not sign, you're enemy of the state, you're soft on crime, you're some kind of pinko pervert. They'll throw whatever they can. But our job, Madam Speaker, our fundamental job in this House is to read the fine print so we can go back to our constituents and tell them that in this bill, a government that told you that they were going to stand up for you has taken your personal information, everything that's your basic right to privacy, and given it away. You don't even have to ever travel to the United States. But you might be flying over it someday, maybe on a flight from Winnipeg to Toronto. You might be flying over the United States. You might be within your own domestic country, and that information could be traded away. And it allows these foreign countries access to your privacy and for data mining. And, Madam Speaker, I think that's highly problematic. So what do we need to do in order to have a proper bill of safety? Well, number one, we need to work together to ensure that we have bills that protect the best interests of our citizens and don't simply sell out to the lowest common bidder. And I'll be more than pleased to take any questions or comments, Madam Speaker. As you know, I think this is a fundamentally important element to the democratic process.
And comments? Are there questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his thoughts that he's offered on this bill. As ever, he's cogent and down to earth and speaking plain truth on behalf of the citizens that he represents so well. And I can consider it a privilege to share this House with him. A number of the speakers today who've spoken to this bill have raised the issue of concern about the violation of our basic rights in this country. But I think what needs to be stated even more strongly is these are entrenched constitutional rights. They're in the Constitution. This isn't just some kind of folksy platform idea that maybe we have basic rights and opportunities in this country. The right to mobility, the right to security of the person, the right to have the principle of fundamental justice and due process applied to citizens. So I wonder if the member would like to speak to that about what direction this bill is taking us in, and is this an underhanded way of trying to undo our basic constitutional rights?
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. My honourable colleagues raised a very important point because we are talking about something fundamentally profound to a functioning democratic society, which are the constitutional rights that are guaranteed to a citizen cannot be arbitrarily taken away. We've seen how this government will break whatever rule, they will rip up whatever agreement, they will break any law that they can get away with. But the fundamental constitutional rights of individual citizens cannot be compromised. And this bill has arbitrarily compromised it. And I'm very concerned because this is a government that refuses to even tell Canadians. And they're trying to bully the opposition into allowing this. Because once you break these fundamental constitutional rights of the person, then you no longer can say that those rights exist. And I'm very pleased that my honourable colleague has raised this question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was some excellent testimony before committees about this bill, and I want to make sure their voice is heard in this debate. Dr. Mark Salter, a professor at the University of Ottawa, said, governments want this information so that they can build profiles of not just risky passengers, but safe passengers as well. Research clearly demonstrates that in the United States and the UK, government agencies are trying to collect as much data about travelers as possible. He went on to say, I think it is dangerous to sacrifice the privacy and our freedoms for the dream of zero risk or perfect security. This particular measure, speaking about C-42, does not provide additional security for the aviation sector, and it places an additional burden on Canadian citizens who are flying. Said Canadians' data should not be hostage to the most paranoid regime that an air company chooses to fly over. The proposed change to these data protection regulations to include overflight states dramatically increases the vulnerability of Canadians' data while offering no means of redress or appeal. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on the situation where we have expert testimony appear before committees, the Transport Committee, the Public Safety Committee, that roundly condemns this bill from stem to stern, and yet this government doesn't pay any attention to that expert evidence but plows ahead.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay has a minute to respond.
Well, I think it's fairly straightforward. When you talk about data being held hostage by a paranoid regime, you're describing the Conservative Party. Because they attacked the long-form census, first claiming they had thousands of emails, and then they had hundreds. And then they said, okay, there's basically a few people somewhere who think there's black helicopters in the sky and they're spying on us, which might be the Conservative base. But they said very clearly that as long as one person in Canada has any kind of privacy concern, we will strip away an internationally recognized Census and Planning Bureau. And they did that. And yet with this bill, they'd trade away all of the Canadian rights of privacy, basic constitutional rights, for a dime. In fact, not even a dime. They'll do it for free. So when you're talking about paranoid regimes playing hostage with our data, voila, the Conservative Party of Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
must admit, Madam Speaker, I rise with some concern, having followed the eloquence and passion of the member from Winnipeg Centre and now the member from Timmins. They're always a little intimidating to follow, Madam Speaker, because of the eloquence and the oratorial skills, quite frankly. Well, the member from Timmins is suggesting intelligence as well. I'm going to take some issue with him on that, not with regards to the member from Winnipeg Centre, but the member from Timmins. But the eloquence, the oratorial skills are clearly there. Skills that, Madam Speaker, are sorely lacking in this House in many ways. I want to start off my comments today, though, Madam Speaker. This is the second time I've been up this week. I was up yesterday on this same bill. But at that time, I was specifically speaking to the contents of the bill, and I'll come back to that in a few minutes. But I wanted to address some comments on the reason that I'm allowed to come up a second time, as have so many of my caucus members, which we wouldn't have been allowed to do according to the rules of this House, but because of a typically bullying maneuver by the government. So what they do late yesterday afternoon is bring a motion to this House, which they're certainly within their rights to do, which has in effect the purpose of shortening the debate on this bill. And so that was moved yesterday, I believe by the House Leader. But what that did, Mr. Speaker, was to reopen the debate, because we're allowed not only to speak against why the debate should be continued, but we're also, of course, allowed to explain the significance and importance of C-42 to the Canadian people and their basic rights that are fundamental to the democracy that is Canada. And so, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of ironic. If they hadn't brought that motion, the debate probably would have ended sooner, simply because we would have run out of time in terms of the number of speakers that we had who wanted to speak to this. And I want to make that point very clear, Mr. Speaker. Our caucus is just utterly opposed to this bill because of the breaches of privacy, but also fundamental rights that are going to be affected very negatively by this law if previous patterns in the United States follow. And, Mr. Speaker, our caucus is just absolutely opposed to this bill. A large number of the caucus members have insisted on being given their opportunity to speak to the bill, to express the reasons why they and their constituents are opposed to this bill. So to some extent, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Conservatives for giving us this opportunity to speak more. Yesterday, I was limited to 10 minutes, 5 minutes questions and comments, so I'm going to get a second chance because our time for the 20-minute speeches had lapsed. Mr. Speaker, then if I can go to the bill itself. It's interesting, and this is certainly a criticism both of the government and the Liberal official opposition. Both of them have stood in this House at various times, both at second reading and again at third reading, and argued that, one, we had to pass this because it was being demanded by the United States, and two, trying to somehow rationalize their support for this bill. This is particularly true of the Liberals, but also of the Conservatives, trying to rationalize their support on the basis, well, look, we know there's a real potential for problems here, and I think both sides of the House, the government party and the official opposition, have in their more honest moments admitted that. There's real potential for abuse here to the Canadian citizenry. But you hear repeatedly the line, but we'll take care of that down the road. Mr. Speaker, that is grossly irresponsible on the part of any parliamentarian when we're talking about basic privacy rights, but also the high risk of other fundamental rights, human rights, civil liberties, being potentially, and no reason to believe it won't happen, Mr. Speaker, given the history of the U.S. no-fly list and the way they have abused both their own citizenry and some of ours in the past, no reason to believe that it will not occur again. What is happening here, Mr. Speaker, if this bill goes ahead, is we're exposing many more thousands of Canadian citizens and residents to their names being ending up on that no-fly list and the process being used against them. Mr. Speaker, one of the real problems with this legislation is the regime in the United States that deals with the no-fly list. We know, and this came out at committee repeatedly, the no-fly list in the United States is full of errors. You know, we always hear of the reality of the now deceased Ted Kennedy's name being on it. The former interim leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, Bill Graham, was on the list, the no-fly list. You've heard from my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. He's on the list. And the point being, Mr. Speaker, is obviously those people do not pose in any way a threat to the United States. Certainly any terrorist threat. They may pose a threat in many other ways of some of the policies of the United States, but that's okay in a democracy. You're allowed to have that voice. But the problem is people like that, and many more, get their names on the no-fly list, and there is essentially no way of getting your name off. There's no way of it happening. For the average person, the process does not exist. You know, those names, if they came off, if Mr. Graham's name came off, if Mr. Kennedy's name came off, it was because there was some political person somewhere who said, boy, this is really dumb. Maybe these people's names should be taken off, and some official somewhere was directed to get their names off. No idea how that happens, though, Mr. Speaker. And as I said in my speech yesterday, I've been working for the better part of a year on behalf of a prominent citizen in the Windsor area who's going to be extremely damaged if it ever comes out that his name is on that. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, with absolute honesty and frankness, I have tried every single angle, including political routes, and we have had no luck in getting his name off the list. We can't even figure out who is ultimately going to be able to do that. We've had other cases. Myself and the member from Vancouver East had one, it must be 3, 4, or 5 years ago, who was from Ontario, but it was on the West Coast and was flying into the United States on business and then flying home. When he gets to the airport in Vancouver, he's told, sorry, you're not allowed on the plane. Your name's on a list. No explanation as to which list it was at the time. Subsequently learned, quite frankly, from information from one of the clerks at the desk, that it was the U.S. no-fly list. And has not been able to get his name off. So any flights that he takes now in Canada, he has to be sure that he's not in any way going through the U.S. airports because he's not going to be allowed on the plane. Mr. Speaker, it's a system that is rife with abuse. It's a system that also is grossly inefficient. It doesn't work. I mean, that's the bottom line. And yet what we're being told here, both by the Conservatives and the Liberals, is no, you got to vote for this. You got to vote for this because our American neighbors, who we all know are great negotiators, are saying that's the only way we're going to allow you to fly through our airspace. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, that threat has been outstanding, and it was supposed to be, as of the end of December, all our flights flying through U.S. airspace, if this bill didn't get through, was going to be cut off. Well, here we are, the 1st of March. Our planes are still flying there. What we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is to continue to call their bluff and say we're not going to do this. You clean up your lists. You implement some meaningful protections within that system so that people whose names get on the list erroneously can get them off in an efficient, quick way. Then we'll negotiate with you as to whether we're going to allow this information. But before that, this bill should be voted down. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation today on this bill. The fact of the matter is that we have been listening now for at least 2 days for speeches and presentations on this bill, and we've yet to hear from any government members. And if we were able to hear from government members, we could at least ask questions to members of the government that have negotiated this deal and who are bringing it in. But we're left asking questions basically of ourselves. We're not getting any answers from any of the Liberals or the Bloc, who simply rolled over and followed the Conservatives blindly in this issue. And we've speaker after speaker for our party have listed all the problems with this negotiation. There's no reciprocity, no attempt to even get reciprocity on the issue. That would have slowed down the process a lot, would have got us probably a better deal. We've got an exemption, but in a way the exemption simply defeats the purpose of the bill, because we're flying point to point in Canada. We're flying from, say, Winnipeg to Vancouver, or Toronto to Winnipeg, or Toronto to Vancouver, and we're flying over American airspace. We're flying right over all those sensitive installations and buildings and big cities that they're worried about, and it doesn't seem to be a problem. But it's only if you're flying to another country over the United States you have to give this information. So there's a lot of questions here that are really unanswered. In terms of PNR issues, we have got best practices with agreements with other countries that we follow, and they could have taken that wording and used it in this deal. They didn't do that. Hence the very poor approach at negotiating here. So this is a really bad deal. I think this government, the Liberals, should smarten up, the Bloc should smarten up and pull back a little bit, start asking more questions, and we should renegotiate the whole thing, because the flights that were supposed to stop on December 31 have not.
That's right. For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague from Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker, one of the other questions, if I can add to the list, is why do we not have a clear, in-writing, binding agreement that says if this information is going to be shared, it is not to be shared with anybody other than the United States? Mr. Speaker, there's any number, and we saw some of the examples here, but at committee we saw some of the examples of the abuse. But we've got situations, if you're passing on information as to where you're traveling to, what hotel you're staying at, what tours you're going on. There's all sorts of information from corrupt or anti-democratic governments who are quite prepared to use violence against their citizenry, to use that information to track. If you're having meetings, if I'm going into, let me use Colombia as an example. If I'm going into Colombia to meet with some of the labor movements there who are generally targeted by that government and by the paramilitaries, if I'm going in to meet with some of them, where I go to, if that information is passed on to the government, it certainly can be leaked and often is leaked to the paramilitaries. So the people I'm meeting with are now in danger. And I can go on with any number of other examples. So that, again, is a precondition. If we're going to share this information with our closest ally has to absolutely guarantee, with no exceptions, that that information stays in their country, within their services, is not passed on to other countries.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Welland has about 30 seconds. Sorry,
Speaker.
Vancouver King.
Rock Tassé from the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group described it this way. After running a risk assessment for each passenger using data mining technology, Homeland Security in turn issues a boarding pass result back to the airline in Canada. This result instructs the airline to issue a boarding pass or deny permission to travel or issue an enhanced screening requirement. These regulations give the U.S. access to a whole subset of information on passengers who are not entering the U.S. but merely overflying its airspace. Furthermore, this information can be shared among at least 16 U.S. agencies and foreign governments. It gives the government of a foreign country a de facto right to decide who gets to travel to and from Canada. Now, I ask my honourable colleague to tell us, is this really what Canadians want? Do they want, when they decide to fly to Mexico or Latin America, do they want a foreign government determining whether or not they could issue a boarding pass and to determine whether they can fly?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh has less than 30 seconds left.
Well, obviously, I'll answer quickly, no, that is not what Canadians expect. They expect their rights to be protected, their privacy to be protected, and their ability to move around the globe in a safe fashion to be also protected, none of which is guaranteed in this legislation at all.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to join my colleagues in opposition to Bill C-42. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly an important bill when you look at what's at stake. And I think what most people would be surprised with is that there, used to be a very solid core of supporters and even members within the Conservative Party who prided themselves on the issue of privacy protection. And recently we've seen that has been something that has been lost within the Conservative Party. It's been pawned off at times, and I give you the example of the bizarre and unusual case of the census conundrum, where we had the government on the one hand saying, we want to make sure that citizens' privacy is protected and that citizens shouldn't feel obligated to tell the government how many bathrooms they have in their domain and other personalized information. And when asked how many people had actually complained about this, the government said, well, one is enough. And we were still not sure who that one person was. Some people think it might have been someone in the minister's backyard. But the point is if you're looking at serious issues of privacy and you want to deal with privacy issues, the issue isn't the census, Mr. Speaker. And people know that. There's provisions for protection that we are making sure are bound by in this Parliament. And we have the oversight. The problem with this bill is when you look at issues of privacy, we're handing it over to another government. And you know this. You've heard the debates. We've talked about we can't even pony up the money for the database for the collection of this data. So not only are the provisions being handed over to another government, but they're secured and held by the government that we can't get to. And I really want to underline the importance of the intervention by my colleague from Windsor. I've had case after case right here in the nation's capital, Mr. Speaker, of people who have been denied entry to the United States. And when asked to our government what can be done, we're pointed to the United States and said, I'd like to help you, but you have to go to Homeland Security. I don't know if you've had this situation in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, but people have had it right across the country. And if you've had a constituent have been on a no-fly list, you will have had the case scenario where you've probably talked to the minister here or perhaps someone in his department, and what they will tell you is this isn't something that we can handle. This is the oversight of the Homeland Security in the United States. So fine. What you do then is you go through this voicemail trail to start with, Homeland Security. Where you'll end up, Mr. Speaker, after a very long route through voicemail traversing, is that you get to bring forward your case, and that's it. You won't be heard again, Mr. Speaker. In other words, we right now have problems with regards to Canadians being able to freely travel abroad, or particularly south of the border. And we haven't figured that out yet. And now what we're about to do, and this government's about to do, and it's been very silent on it in this debate, is they're going to, oblige the United States with their ask to have this kind of information on their database when we haven't even figured out how to get people's name off a no-fly list. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but when I deal with constituents who are scratching their heads and they're saying, why is it that when I cross the border to the United States, I can't enter, and I can't even figure out a way to get my name off the no-fly list, and right now you're about to open this up even further with sharing data through Bill C-42. It just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. So, I go back to where is the constituency within the Conservative Party
who used to stand up for privacy. It's not about the census. It's not about how many bathrooms you have in your house, Mr. Speaker. It's about your ability to travel abroad without being put on a no-fly list or without having your personal data shared. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about credit card information. We're talking about date of birth. This reminds me of the debate we had in this House on Bill C-31, which was reforms to the Elections Act, when, because of actually, it was the Liberals in the Bloc wanted to support an amendment to the bill that was to deal with the election law and to streamline election practices, to put birth dates on the list. And Mr. Speaker, you probably remember this. There was a strong debate in committee. I asked for Ms. Stoddard, the Privacy Commissioner, to come before committee to get her opinion on whether she thought having birth date information on the electoral list was a good idea. At the time, I wasn't supported by both the Liberals and Conservatives and the Bloc. They said they'd already heard from Ms. Stoddard. Well, the problem was we'd heard from Ms. Stoddard before this amendment was put forward. So I wrote to Ms. Stoddard, and I asked her opinion as a Privacy Commissioner what she thought about having one's birth date on the elections list. And you know, Mr. Speaker, having been in a couple campaigns yourself, the elections list is shared widely. And to have that kind of private information on a list that is circulated so widely, to have someone's date of birth on the election list is just asking for trouble. I mean, really all you need to take someone's information from the elections list and to apply for a credit card or to do other things that people who mine data do opens up so many doors. At the time, Ms. Stoddard got back to me and to the House and said that she had grave concerns and that this was something that compromised Canadians' privacy. Eventually, thankfully, that was dropped. But it was about to go through this House, Mr. Speaker, and it's this party that stood against that vagrant abuse of Canadians' privacy. So again, I go back to the Conservatives. I say, what happened? You know, you used to be the ones who talked about protecting privacy. Now it's only about whether or not someone has to, tell you about how many bathrooms in your house. And that's it. That's the line in the sand now. Well, what about when someone travels abroad? What about when someone has their data collected and captured by another country? Does that not matter anymore to you? I mean, is it just a matter of saying, oh, shrug, guess that's the way we do things now? So I want to underline that because this is a government bill. And to my friends in the Bloc and the Liberal Party, reviewing things after 5 years ain't going to do it. I mean, or 2 years, or even a year. If it's bad legislation now, don't pass it. So when you vote for this bill, you're blessing this process. And it's too late to come back a year later when one of your constituents says, hey, how did my information get to a database in the United States? And you say, well, we were told it wouldn't happen like that. We were trusting that this was going to be a process where our officials were going to make sure they're keeping an eye on it. Well, that's not good enough because right now, today, you have an opportunity as opposition members to say no to this bill. And this isn't about saying we don't want to negotiate with our friends south of the border. It's in fact saying we should negotiate with our friends south of the border, and we didn't negotiate. And that's one of the things that I'm surprised at, that both the Liberals and the Bloc have decided that this bill is okay. Because I know many of them, and I know that their constituents would be concerned around the issues of privacy. I'm sure many of them have had the issue of no-fly list, that many people have been on the no-fly list and they haven't been able to get their names off. I'm sure many of them had to deal with those cases. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we return to the issue of, is this a good deal for Canadians? And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, it's not. It puts our privacy in peril. And if that's the case, then we as New Democrats say no to this. We need a better deal, and we say no to Bill C-42. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to put a quote to my honourable colleague, a quote of the Leader of the Official Opposition, who said earlier this month, he said, "Mr. Speaker, a perimeter security deal that has harmonization of entry and exit standards will confer on the U.S. government unprecedented amounts of information about Canadians. I do not think the Prime Minister is being straight with Canadians about this issue. The deal would impose U.S. Homeland Security standards on this side of the border. Why is the Prime Minister even contemplating the surrender of Canadian privacy rights to U.S. Homeland Security?" So the Leader of the Official Opposition appeared to suggest to Canadians that he cared about their privacy rights and stood against the surrender of Canadian privacy rights to U.S. Homeland Security, and yet we see the spectre of the Liberal Party of Canada getting prepared to vote in favour of this bill that would do exactly that. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on that horrendous act of hypocrisy.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, actually, I join with the Leader of the Official Opposition, my concerns around the perimeter talks. I mean, one of the concerns we have is it's just like the SPP. We haven't seen anything come before Parliament. And, you know, he's quite right as the Leader of the Official Opposition to underline the concerns that Canadians have about that, and we share that, and I think other members of the opposition, the Bloc, share the same concerns. The thing that is hard to understand, though, is what we do know. So we don't know about the perimeter talks in terms of detail, because the government hasn't brought forward details on what's being discussed and what's at stake. We hear things. We hear about energy being shipped south with supplies that we haven't been told about and what costs. We hear about standards around border security, around products, food, etc. But this we do know about, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, the Leader of the Opposition hopefully has read this or had someone advise him on it. And so, unlike the perimeter security, we know about this one. And this one is going to compromise Canadians' privacy. So this isn't abstract. This is concrete. This will, you know, give up Canadians' privacy to our friends south of the border. And so I guess, Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague from Vancouver is that we really do want to encourage the Liberals to look at this, and in all sincerity. If they're concerned about privacy and are concerned about sovereignty, then there's an easy choice, and that is to vote no to C-42.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming debate on motion M575, National Tree Day, standing in the name of Monsieur Galipeau.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona has 5 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very pleased to speak today in response to the motion by the member for Ottawa Orleans. I listened to the speaker's last go around, which was November 24th last year, and I know the speaker has the proposer from Ottawa Orleans has done a lot of work on this motion, and he had made a very impassioned speech last go around about his involvement in the issue. He pointed out that the forest products industry, and correctly so, is a major generator of employment in Canada, that the industry, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for both directly and indirectly for over 600,000 jobs in Canada. It says annual revenues of over $50 billion, and it actually represents 2% of the GDP in the country. He points out that Canada is the largest and most successful forest products exporting nation in the world. And over the course of the period of time, he talked about how his involvement in planting trees, those of his family's history of planting trees, and those of his son. And I talked about the situation in Manitoba that we have right now with our boreal forest, where there is an argument about whether the Bipole 3 power line should go down the east side or not, and pointed out that it was his provincial party, the opposition in Manitoba, that was favoring this move to run the power line down the east side of the area, and the Manitoba government's trying to turn the area into a preserve. And he said he would check with Dorothy Dobie, whom we both know, and I've known Dorothy for many years. I actually know her husband and her kids, and she too is quite involved in Manitoba, in forestry and gardening issues, and certainly on a national stage as well. But I do applaud him, because for many years we have taken just a very poor attitude, have had a poor attitude towards natural resources in this country, and probably, I'm not going to say all over the world, because we've had much evidence of particularly the Europeans back in the 1970s, as far as back as I can recall. People in the Scandinavian countries had a very positive attitude towards reforestation. You couldn't, clear cut over there. You had to replace trees as you harvest them. You had to replace. For every one you harvested, you had to replace one. And we weren't doing that here. Matter of fact, what were we doing in those days? We're just finding out just in the last week that the Ontario government, I believe, and other governments were spraying Agent Orange through the forests of northern Ontario, and now we have the young workers who were standing there getting this spray on them when they were teenagers are now in their 50s, and they're developing cancers and other health problems that are tied into this Agent Orange problem. And that's certainly the kind of attitude that we had during those years. The forest companies had their tracts of land, and their attitude was, we're going to spray. Can you imagine? They would load up these airplanes with Agent Orange, mix it all up, and spray it to kill what they considered trees of inferior quality. And I would hope we wouldn't do stuff like that today, trying to get, at the lowest possible cost, harvest the best trees in the forest. And that's the way we used to look at things, and I'm really pleased that we're changing our mind little by little. We owe it to the environmental movement that have pushed us along, and I'm really pleased to see that there are Conservative MPs that are taking a real interest in it, because the Conservative Party has not historically been one that's been overly concerned about the environment relative to say our party over here. They've been known as a pro-development, mow the forest down and worry about it later. But even Conservatives can change, and I'm not suggesting that the member there has made any changes, because I think he's been solid from day one on this particular issue. But it's not been normal for me to see a lot of Conservatives really actively, well, maybe they were concerned, but they weren't actively promoting those kinds of issues.
Order. Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Order. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. There being no further members rising, I'll go to the honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans for his 5-minute right to reply.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to conclude the debate on motion to establish a National Tree Day.
Orleans, I say thank you for the opportunity to serve you and to represent you in the Parliament of Canada. It is with your support that I'm able to stand in this place, in your place, here today to speak to this important motion. The residents of Ottawa-Orleans are the beneficiaries of a rich natural history. Orleans was, and to a great degree it remains, a deep farmland with old trees and a great natural presence. Though continued growth has made new development a recurring pattern, one can always witness vibrant urban forests, parklands, and, of course, trees. It's such a pleasure to take the journey that brought us here today with Michael Rosen and the professional staff and dedicated volunteers of Tree Canada. Durant la première heure, j'ai fait allusion.
In the first hour of debate, I alluded to the support of Mr. Rosen's organization for motion M575. Tree Canada has continued to be most helpful And I understand they've even sent letters, on recycled paper of course, to each member of this House seeking your support also. I once again thank them for their work.
A member of this House knows, and it is henceforth recorded in the history of this place, that Tree Canada provides a vital service to this country and to its people. They've had a role in planting and maintaining over 76 million trees. Monsieur le Président, cette motion...
Mr. Speaker, this motion comes as a product of a vision. As I previously told the House, I plant a tree each year during National Forest Week. I've done it since my days as a Boy Scout. I've also planted trees outside of this celebratory week, in fact 52,000, and my children have planted 20 to 3,000 trees so far.
We don't just talk about the environment. We actually look after our own carbon footprint, and we've done it for generations. J'espère que la présente motion permettra de...
It is my hope that this motion will create a day where others will be inspired to acknowledge the importance of the tree and take the time to plant one or many of their own.
Will be the only exclusive day to recognize one of Canada's greatest assets, its trees. As I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, the tree is a symbol of Canada's historic, economic, and environmental success. Our friends to the south celebrate their Arbor Day, and soon we will celebrate Canada's own National Tree Day. En adoptant cette motion,
By passing this motion, the House will ask Canadians to spend just one day reflecting on the link between their lives and that of the tree. Canadians will dedicate trees, plant trees, learn about trees, and appreciate the historical impact the tree has had on Canada's economic success as a nation.
All parties in the House are fully aware of the importance of this motion and have extended their support, and I thank them. It is then fruitless to continue encouraging them to support this motion when it seems that I've already laid a convincing case. Ainsi, je ne prendrai qu'un moment.
So I will take just a few moments to thank some people who have helped this motion become a reality.
I thank the honourable members who have participated in this debate. My friend, the jovial member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Of course, the learned member for Elmwood, Transcona. Le fougueux député d'Honoré.
The fiery member for Honoré Mercier, the member for Trois-Rivières.
And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I thank Craig Huff, the late manager of the City of Ottawa Forestry Services, his successor David Barclay, the students of Good Shepherd Catholic School, the 1st Blackburn Scouts, 3rd Orleans, 4th, 8th, and the 14th, et les scouts des troupes du 25e.
And the Scouts of 25th St. Gabriel, 31st St. Joseph, and 55th St. Marie. Finally, I thank my own staff, Lynn Bernard, Amanda Yarusso, Rebecca Lee, André Sakic, Gina Vilsain, Amanda Weir, and Colette Yell.
My senior assistant, Kyle Simonovic, who keeps the trains running on time. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Gallipo, seconded by Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should proclaim September 22nd as National Tree Day. L'amendement, Monsieur Anderson, appuyé par Monsieur...
The amendment, Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Hahn, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting the words September 22nd and substituting the following, the Wednesday in the last full week of September.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Sure. Yeah. Agreed? Agreed. I declare the amendment carried. The next question is on the main motion as amendment. The question is as follows. Mr. Gallipo, seconded by Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should proclaim the Wednesday in the last full week of September as National Tree Day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended? Yay! All those in favor will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. No! In my opinion, the yays have it.
They
changed their mind. Too bad.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorder Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 2nd, 2011, at the beginning of private members' business. Is the Honourable Member for Abbotsford rising on a point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that you see consent to see the clock at 6:30.
Shall I see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Yes. Agreed. In accordance with Standing Order 30... In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year we'll be noting an incredible anniversary, the 120th year since the first arrival of Ukrainian Canadian pioneers on the shores of this great nation of ours, Canada. And as they arrived, they got onto trains and headed west. They headed west to Manitoba, the Northwest Territories, in fact, as Saskatchewan and Alberta weren't provinces at that time. And they transformed what was the bush of the Northwest Territories of Manitoba into the golden wheat fields of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. And it's an incredible history of perseverance and nation building. In fact, I've said this in meetings out west in Western Canada when we talk about the tremendous contribution those pioneers made in building Canada, that the Ukrainian Canadian community, those hardy pioneers that arrived and began arriving in waves 120 years ago, are in fact one of the founding peoples of our great country. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a labor of love that was worked on and built in Edmonton, and it's called the Ukrainian Canadian Archives and Museum of Alberta. It was first opened to the public in 1974. It includes over 2,000 artifacts, 40,000 books, 5,000 photographs, 400 pieces of art, 300 maps, and a collection of 320 newspaper titles from 17 countries. Documents, archival documents that tell the story of those pioneers. And I've had the incredible opportunity to look at some of those documents. I've read letters written by young women who arrived and had to basically burrow and create burrows to winter through the harsh prairie winter that first year, writing back home to talk of how they lost their children during that first winter, the hardships that they went through in those first years. And we have a beautiful outdoor architectural museum in Alberta where you see those original thatched huts, some of the churches that these pioneers built after establishing themselves. But there's nothing that actually has wide public access that talks about the story, that documents the story of what took place. Now that's the role of this museum, this Archives Museum in Edmonton. They have a facility, and they've been waiting for years now for the federal government to step forward. The municipal government of Edmonton, the provincial government, each came forward with $3 million. The community came forward with large amounts. The Triel Family Foundation, for instance, $750,000. And they were looking for a contribution of $6 million from the federal government, matching funds. When unfortunately this fall, the government announced, and they have a press announcement where they say they're announcing $6.25 million. And everyone thought and took it at face value. That means this museum, archival museum, will finally be opened and the documents won't be lost. Well, it turns out that in fact that included the provincial funding of $3 million. Why hasn't the government come forward with the funding required for this museum?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our government believes that museums have an important role to play in communities across the country. That is why we've taken a number of steps that will strengthen our museums. As was noted in the House last week, we have created not one but two national museums during our mandate, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg and the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21 in Halifax. These are the first new national museums to be created in Canada in 40 years. Our support for museums does not end with the creation of these two new Crown corporations. It has taken many forms and has been demonstrated through our actions. For instance, we have taken steps to stimulate more individual and corporate investment in our cultural institutions. In budgets 06 and 07, the government eliminated the capital gains tax for listed securities donated to charities, including museums. Museums report that these measures have stimulated new donations. In Budget 207, we announced $5 million in new funding for summer internships specifically targeted at small and medium museums. Budget 2009 committed an additional $60 million in a two-year fund through the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund to support infrastructure-related costs for local and community cultural and heritage institutions. In April 2010, the government announced $15 million in additional funding for this fiscal year to assist 4 national museums in meeting their operational costs during a difficult financial period. Taken together, these measures represent a significant investment in museums across the country, and our support continues. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn your attention specifically to the Ukrainian Canadian Archives and Museum, the organization on which our honourable colleague's question is based. The federal government is indeed a partner in this museum project. Recently, the Minister of State for Transport announced joint federal-provincial funding of $6.25 million towards the relocation of the Ukrainian Canadian Archives and Museum. The Government of Canada is proud to support this important cultural infrastructure initiative, which showcases the unique contributions of Ukrainian culture in our country's history. With this support, the museum will relocate to a new home, which allows for improved display of its artifacts, permanent interpretive exhibit space, and a library and archives as well. Mr. Speaker, through sound investment in our museums, we're ensuring that Canadians will have access to our rich heritage today and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in fact, the announcement wasn't enough. And the reason that this is so important was illustrated in literature that the member for Edmonton East put out, that the present UCAMA building does not provide the proper environment to house the extensive ethnographic, archival, and library collections of the museum. Without such an environment, there's a risk of damage to many unique artifacts that are an important part of Canadian cultural history. In fact, this past summer, many documents were damaged, water damaged, because they are improperly housed. Why has the government shortchanged the commitment that they appear to have made earlier, as far back as 2 years ago, and not provided the full amount necessary to move this museum into the new facility that's there and waiting for the Archives Museum to move into and to open up to the public?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, has been mentioned before, national museums, including the new Canadian Museum for Human Rights and Pier 21, are federal crown corporations established under the Museums Act. Our government has created 2 new national museums in the term of our mandate, representing a significant capital and operational investment. Major investments in non-federal museum building projects are made through the Building Canada Infrastructure Program. There's no designation of status associated with such support. I think that's an important distinction to keep in mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to follow up on a question that I asked in the House some time ago. And the question came about on the day that Food Banks of Canada released their hunger count for 2010, which showed that the food bank usage in Canada was up 9%, which meant that over 2 years, food bank usage was up by 28% overall. We're closing in on 1 million Canadians who use a food bank on a regular basis, Mr. Speaker. And when I made this question, I used a comparison because governments make choices. The comparison I used was that this government had very little interest or motivation to help those most in need. But they, for example, spent $8,704 on a power cord for the G8 summit as part of that billion-dollar boondoggle of the meeting that happened in June of last year. These are the kind of choices that offend and insult Canadians. Poverty has been increasing, evidenced not only by the hunger count, and I commend that to the reading of all members, which came out last November and comes out every year, but also by a report from the Citizens for Public Justice and their partners World Vision, which showed that in the last 2 years, poverty in Canada has been on the steady increase. In fact, poverty has gone up from around 9.5% to 12%. Child poverty has gone up from 9.7% to 12%. These are startling figures. These means that many Canadians, our neighbours, our people that we see are not making it, Mr. Speaker, and they're not enjoying the wealth that is Canada. And the tragedy is they got no benefit from this stimulus package. And it is a double whammy for the most poor, for those who are in poverty and those who are near poverty, because not only do they get no benefit from the stimulus, but you can be sure, shoot, and guarantee that they're going to be the ones who are victimized by the cuts to pay for the Conservative mismanagement of the economy. Let me give you another comparison. This is a particularly startling one. Yesterday, we had a report that, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there was some 80 members of the government caucus out doing a blitz on Canada's Economic Action Plan. And there was $6.5 million. This is a $6.5 million media campaign paid for by the taxpayer to promote the action plan on radio and TV. Okay, $6.5 million in a very short period of time to promote an action plan that was totally out of action, but yet $7 million they couldn't find to fund Kairos over 5 years. These are the kind of things that offend Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Kairos is made up of Canada's leading church organizations, supported by, radicals like Catholics and Presbyterians and Lutherans and Mennonites and Evangelical Fellowship. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, that this government makes these choices, does nothing for those most in need. At the same time, they can spend money on those things that benefit them. That's not a good deal for Canadians. It does nothing for those who are most poor. In fact, I would suggest that it's unconscionable, it's offensive, that as a country, the things that we know we need to do, and my colleague who will answer this question is on the Human Resources Committee. We've just completed a major study on poverty. We know the things that we need to do to reduce poverty. Invest in early learning and childcare. Give every child an opportunity to learn. Invest in some situation to provide people an opportunity to go on to post-secondary education. But what we get whenever we raise these questions, the Minister of Human Resources insults Canadians, suggesting that any plan that calls for early learning and childcare is forcing Canadians to have other people raise their children, ignoring the fact that some 70% of Canadians are two-income families. Insulting Canadians on the issue of employment insurance as well. Mr. Speaker, there is a growing movement in this country of people who are interested in fighting poverty. It includes everybody from faith groups to business organizations to labor organizations to provincial governments, 6 of whom already have anti-poverty plans. Who it doesn't include is the federal government of Canada, who have refused to have an anti-poverty plan, who told the United Nations, when the United Nations specifically said to Canada, you should have an anti-poverty plan, this government said, no, not our problem. There are people who are falling behind. There are people who are way behind. There are people who need help. I think Canadians, by and large, want to help those who need assistance, and instead this government turns a blind eye. We need to have some assistance for those living in poverty in this country, and this government is standing by and doing nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this important issue. I hear some of the things that the member has been saying with respect to poverty, and that's why we've taken the number of significant steps that we have to address this issue. And of course, there are a number of projects across the country, over 22,000 creating jobs. And our Conservative government believes that the best way to fight poverty is to get Canadians working. And thanks to the actions we've taken, that is exactly what's happening. In fact, since July of 2009, we have created over 460,000 new jobs. In fact, 260,000 additional jobs were saved through job sharing. If this member had his way and his party, there would be a loss of 400,000 jobs. We have made, Mr. Speaker, unprecedented investments in skills training, which have helped over 1.2 million Canadians last year alone to help them transition to a new job. We've introduced the working income tax benefit to make work pay for Canadians. We're trying to get over the welfare wall. 1 million low-income Canadians benefited in the first year alone. In fact, the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour himself praised the government for introducing the working income tax benefit. We've introduced historic registered disability savings plans to help Canadians save for the long-term financial security of a child with a disability. We continue to pursue our low tax plans so that Canadians have more money in their pockets to spend on what is important to them and their family. We've improved social transfers to the provinces so they now have access to predictable and growing funding. And these are just a few examples. Time does not permit to go through the long list of initiatives we have taken and introduced to help low-income Canadians and their families. Mr. Speaker, our record is one of action, whereas the Liberal record is one of empty talk and failure. They had 13 years to do it and failed to do anything or address any of the issues that this member raises. They're best known for their decision to slash social transfers to the provinces by a whopping $25 billion. That meant drastically less funding for health care, for post-secondary education, and for programs that help low-income Canadians. What do you say to that, I would ask, Mr. Speaker? What does this member have to say? The Liberal member from Markham Unionville, Liberal member, admitted that these cuts had a devastating impact, and this is what he said. I think in hindsight, the Chrétien government, even though I'm a Liberal, cut perhaps too deeply, too much offloading with the benefit of hindsight, and there were some negative effects. Of course there were. The Liberal finance critic, the member from King's Hants, echoed the sentiment when he said this: the Liberal government made the wrong choices, slashed transfers to provinces. The provinces are still scrambling to catch up on the lost Martin years of inadequate funding. Mr. Speaker, now the self-proclaimed tax and spend Liberal leader is pursuing a campaign to raise taxes on Canadians and job creators. Independent experts have stated the Liberal plan to raise taxes will kill an estimated 400,000 jobs. This is not the way to proceed, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to quote the Liberal member for King's Hants, who I think very nicely sums up the devastating impact the Liberal tax hike plan would have on low-income Canadians. He stated, and I quote, "We cannot increase corporate taxes without losing corporate investment. If we lose corporate investment, we have a less productive economy. That means fewer jobs. That means more poverty." Those are words he used. Mr. Speaker, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour should listen to his finance critic and abandon the Liberal plans to raise taxes. He should speak to his leader. He should instead support our government's plans, which are getting Canadians working and putting more money in the pockets of Canadians so they can address the issue of poverty. He should get behind these plans and convince his leader to drop his plan to hike taxes that would cost an estimated 400,000 jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, the hallmark of Liberal governments is that we clean up conservative messes, we turn them around, and in fact it was under the Liberals that poverty was reduced very significantly from the mid-1990s, mid to late 1990s, to the point that it had gone down to 9.5%, both for child poverty and for poverty. Now it's back up to 12%. That's the legacy of this government so far. They have absolutely no concern for those Canadians most in need. Every organization who's looked at this knows this. I mean, and you can name them: Campaign 2000, Citizens for Public Justice, Make Poverty History, Canada Without Poverty. In my own area, the Faces of Poverty, the housing coalitions, the people who are working at the ground level on poverty. They know what we need. And there isn't one of them in this country who would say that what we need to do is further reduce corporate taxes when corporate taxes are already 25% below the United States. They would say, invest in people, invest in families, invest in early learning, invest in helping my parents when they're aging, and help Canadians. And at the very least, for heaven's sake, stand up as a responsible government in a country as traditionally generous as Canada and say, we accept as a federal government that we have a responsibility to help those most in need. That's all. Just help them. We'll figure out some of those details. There's all kinds of things we can do. But stand up and do something for the people in Canada who need help. That's what they deserve.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I can't imagine this honourable member saying that when he knows the record is that in the 90s they slashed $25 billion in provincial transfers that affected healthcare, that affected education, that affected programs for low-income Canadians. They took $50 billion from the EI fund and used it for their own pet political projects. And he is able to say that we should be doing something for those that are find themselves in low income. In fact, we have invested funds into that. We made sure the transfers aren't cut to the provinces. It's interesting, they had 13 years to do something about that, and they haven't. The member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour himself admitted that Liberals failed to help low-income Canadians. He said, and I quote, "We didn't get to where we need to get." His Liberal colleague from York Centre agrees in speaking about the Liberal record of poverty. He stated, "We didn't do as well as we would have wanted to." In fact, they did not get it done. 13 years, always if they had another term, they might do it if they had just a little bit more time. The fact is, they didn't do it. The fact is, the provinces are just now starting to recover from the infrastructure losses that they had to experience because of the cut in transfer payments. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to raise again the opportunity of questions put to the Minister of Finance. Those questions were put on November the 1st, November the 2nd, and November the 4th. Why did I raise this question 3 times over? Well, I raised the question 3 times over, and I'm raising it again today because I've been hearing complaints from my constituents. Complaints that this government has chosen to impose the HST on the citizens of Alberta. That's taxation without representation. This government claims that they are the party of the people, the grassroots democracy, and yet not one single one of the members of Parliament from the Conservative Party across the way have stood up and defended Albertans against the imposition of this unfair tax when they've not even been consulted. Mr. Speaker, I took the time today, again, to contact the office of the former Minister of Finance of Alberta. Why is that? Because apparently the former Minister of Finance of Alberta, a Conservative member of the Alberta Legislature, had written continuously over and over again to the same government demanding why the HST was being imposed on the residents of Alberta. And he advised me, his office advised me that just before stepping down from that position, there was still no reply from this government as to why they were imposing, why they had allowed the imposition of the HST on the citizens of Alberta when there has not been one iota of consultation with the citizens of Alberta. I raised previously in this House circumstances, examples of where this tax is being imposed. I heard from Greenwood's Bookshop in my riding, who were absolutely outraged to discover that they were being forced to pay HST when shipping unsold books back to Ontario. The Minister of Finance tried to suggest to me nothing had changed. And yet, in going through the invoices, it was very clear that previously this company was only having to pay the GST and was now having to pay a greater fee because now they're having to pay the HST. So essentially, the federal government is being a broker in allowing Ontario to tax Albertans where there is no specific benefit to Albertans from the imposition of this tax. This was a huge issue in British Columbia. Premier of British Columbia fell, from his position because of the imposition of the HST. Great consternation. People came out and spoke against it. In Alberta, it didn't occur to anybody to speak against the HST because there was no thought that the tax was going to be imposed in Alberta. Albertans are very proud of the fact they don't have a sales tax. Well, surprise! A lot of Albertans have woken up to realize the federal government has nefariously worked out a deal with Ontario where they can impose the HST on Albertans. I want to share with the House an email that I just had yesterday from a constituent. I hope you folks can continue the pressure for a change of application of the GST. It really upsets those of us in non-HST provinces, particularly Alberta, to find we're paying HST on some of the most expensive items in our family budget, investments and insurance. And we might add here, now the government's wisdom has backtracked on its undertaking that they would consider increases in the CPP, instead want to invent yet another private investment scheme. Well, Albertans can look forward to paying HST on that plan as well. This person said, I know there are other items and retailers who charge HST simply because they are headquartered in Toronto. Is it not asking too much that the federal tax laws be changed so that the tax applied to anything that is of the province of residence, not the province headquarters? In the age of computers, this is so simple. Why has this not been changed by now? What was an oversight is now a rip-off benefiting Ontario primarily. So I stand in this House again to raise this question and raising on behalf of the people of Alberta. Why on earth is the Government of Canada allowing for the imposition of the HST in Alberta?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to respond to the NDP on this question. First, we need to be clear, very, very clear, that provincial taxes are a provincial responsibility. That includes decisions about harmonized sales taxes. As former Premier of Ontario and the current Liberal MP for Toronto Centre recently remarked, and I'm going to quote, "It's up to the provinces to decide whether they want to proceed with a harmonized tax. It's a decision for them, not for us," end quote. Provinces have full independence to make decisions on sales tax matters. These are exclusive decisions of provincial governments, not the federal government. Recently, certain provincial governments made changes to their provincial tax system. A couple of them decided to replace their sales tax system with another. The recently elected NDP Nova Scotia government decided to increase its sales tax. As the Chronicle Herald reported last year, and I quote, "Nova Scotia's sales tax is going up to 15% in July. The increase of 2 percentage points in the harmonized sales tax in the NDP's first full-year budget breaks Premier Darrell Dexter's campaign promise that the NDP wouldn't raise taxes," end quote. I would add that NDP tax hike in Nova Scotia is an important lesson for any Canadian looking at the NDP here in Ottawa. Again, these were all provincial decisions, not federal decisions, and there was no revenue impact at the federal level. Nevertheless, as a result of recent provincial decisions, questions have come up in provinces like Alberta about changes in cost on mail and courier services. Again, nothing has changed at the federal level. For mail and courier services, sales tax has always been applied on the basis of where the consumption takes place. If the NDP has an issue with a provincial tax decision, they need to talk to a provincial government to have that debate. Not a previous provincial representative, but the provincial government. But this is a federal parliament, so let's talk about federal taxes, specifically lowering them. Unlike the NDP, our Conservative government believes leaving more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians is the right thing to do. And unlike the NDP, we have the record to prove it. Since coming to office in 2006, we cut over 100 taxes, reducing taxes in every way government collects them. We removed over 1 million low-income Canadians completely from the tax roll. We reduced overall tax burden to its lowest level in nearly 50 years. We cut taxes for all Canadians, even those who do not earn enough to pay personal income tax, and that's when we cut the GST to 5%. Shockingly, the NDP has voted against every tax cut we introduced. So I ask the NDP a very simple question. Why did they oppose lowering the GST for Canadian families, and why do they continue to oppose every incentive to lower taxes for Canadians, including Albertans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to see that the Parliamentary Secretary is standing up and saying that the province of Ontario, Nova Scotia, and everybody else should speak for taxation of Albertans. I'm standing up on behalf of Albertans. I'm the only one in the House standing up on behalf of Albertans who were not consulted in the HST initiative initiated by this government. Yes, some provinces bought into the proposal, but this whole harmonized sales tax was initiated by this government. Alberta has not opted into this process, and Albertans are having to pay this tax, and it is completely unfair. And Albertans should have been informed of the implications of the negotiation of these terms with other provinces. And that concern has been raised repeatedly by ministers of finance in Alberta. I am simply repeating that concern through this House. Yes, I'm proud to stand up and say that I voted against.
Order. I'll have to stop the honourable member there. It's the time allotted has expired. The honourable member, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to make this very clear for Canadians who might be watching, Mr. Speaker. When the member from the NDP, who is from Alberta, stands in this place and misleads Albertans as to how she represents them, it must be corrected. I'm going to do that very, very quickly. This member comes from a party that has said very clearly they intend to raise taxes. They intend to side with the Liberals, side with the Bloc Québécois to ensure that corporate taxes are in fact raised. They intend to raise the GST. They intend to look at an iPod tax. They intend to carbon tax our Canadians. That isn't what Albertans are calling for. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, who she proposes that she or purports to be representing here in this House today, but it certainly isn't the Albertans who have spoken very clearly to our government that they appreciate those tax measures, they appreciate the cuts that they've seen, over 120 of them, to make sure that their families have more money in their pockets, and I think she ought to talk to them.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.